The Immortal Stranger. Starting as a traveling merchant, this video is purely for entertainment and does not infringe on copyrights or laws. The rights to the novel and image belong to the original author. We do not claim ownership. Don't like waiting and want to listen to this fanfic in full now? Subscribe to our Patreon, where you'll find the best fanfics. Chapter 401 Bright Red Moon. Oldling, please hold back those two yellow turban warriors. On the noisy street, Zhao, who followed the panicked crowd and approached the back door of Huimeng Zhao Yuan, said solemnly to Oldling beside him. Although Oldling looked increasingly old at this time, he was in a state of morbid excitement. He nodded and said, "This is our only chance. Whether it can succeed depends on you." The two people, full of hatred in their hearts, looked at each other for the last time, and then one activated the blind heart technique that he had just practiced and entered the invisible state, while the other raised his sword, and the sword light passed through the back door of Huimeng Zhao Yuan, instantly destroying the courtyard wall and the courtyard behind the door. At the same time, Oldling deliberately shouted, "Minghan Gaiu, come out and die." His voice was fierce and spread throughout the whole house in an instant. Wei County Princess Minghan Gaiu, who was half lying on the bed in the bedroom, frowned when she heard the voice, and asked the maidservant beside her, "Who is this person?" Minghan Gaiu was not surprised that someone wanted to kill her in the chaos. After all, she had always been committed to eradicating the evil when fighting against the remnants of the Four Evils Hall. She would rather kill the wrong person than let him go. As a result, she offended many people and there was no shortage of people looking for revenge. However, this time was different, because now was the time when the power around her was the weakest. "My princess," it was Lin Yai, the tribute of the Li family in Ganzhou. His son was friends with a peripheral member of the Four Evils Hall. When Huang San went to eradicate the evil, he tried to stop him, but was killed by Huang San. Minghan Gaiu's personal maidservant replied respectfully. But after hearing her reply, the frail Wei County lady was silent for a few seconds, then suddenly sighed and asked, "Zizu, how long have you been with me?" "My lady, 12 years. I came to you after that incident." The maid named Zizu answered gently. 12 years. When did you become my uncle's subordinate?" Minghan Gaiu asked softly. From the fact that the other party could report the origin of the enemy just by voice, it can be seen that the maid named Zizu had long known about the existence of Ling Yai, and even the fact that the other party chose to take action at this time was also the information she revealed. And the mastermind behind the scenes, Minghan Gaiu knew without asking that it was her uncle, the current king of Qin. In addition, Zizu had followed her for a long time, and she must have known that she was confessing to herself by reporting the identity of the attacker so clearly. But she still said that she is already fearless and thinks that I can't turn the tables. "Princess, I have been His Royal Highness Prince Qin's man from the beginning to the end. His Royal Highness Prince Qin actually had no intention of dealing with you, and even provided a lot of help for your previous mischief. But you shouldn't have planned a way to restore your body." Zizu looked at the princess who had been with her day and night in the bed for more than 10 years, and said expressionlessly. Minghan Gaiu suddenly realized, "It was you who told my uncle about my intention to get close to that young master Zhao Chen." Zhao Chen was assassinated in Human. Although on the surface the young master of the Li family took the blame, in fact, it was my uncle who was really behind the scenes, right? Unfortunately, after that, Fairy Yinglang has been by Zhao Chen's side, so he didn't continue to attack, but instead wanted to get rid of me? Yes. Zizu nodded without hesitation. "In fact, you can live to the end of your life, but you just want to continue living. Is it a crime for me to want to live?" Minghan Gaiu laughed wildly, as if she heard a joke, but she started to cough violently after just one or two laughs. After a long while, she said coldly, "The title that should have been mine has been given to my uncle. I would not fight for the third rank position assigned to the lineage of King Qin. What is my uncle afraid of me for? Or, what does he want to take away from me after I die? This servant doesn't know. But His Royal Highness the King of Qin wants you to die, and you are guilty if you don't die," Zizu said firmly, as if sentencing Minghan Gaiu. Minghan Gaiu didn't expect Zizu to say such a thing. She was stunned for a long time before she said, "You haven't done it until now. Obviously you don't want to kill me with your own hands. so as not to be suspected. As a princess of the royal family, there will definitely be a real person who is good at calculations to investigate the cause of my death afterwards. If you kill me yourself, you will definitely not be able to hide it. But do you know that once I die, you will definitely be silenced by my uncle. After all, he planned so carefully and cut off all the relationships so cleanly. How could he leave a loophole like you who knows the inside story? Zizou smiled when she heard this and said softly, Princess, there is no need to instigate, because I know everything you said. And Princess, you may have misunderstood. I won't do it myself. First, you still have a lot of life-saving items on you. I have to make sure you die as a last resort. I can't put myself in danger now. Second, if I kill you, your identity and origin will be investigated. After it is figured out, at that time, there is a certain possibility that it will be implicated to His Royal Highness the Prince of Qin, which I will not allow. As for being silenced, that is not necessary at all, because after confirming your death, I will commit suicide to be buried with you, which will not only repay your kindness over the years, but also not draw suspicion to His Royal Highness. Meng Hangai was stunned when she heard this. She never expected that Zizou would be so loyal to Uncle Qin that she would not care about her own life and death. She asked in confusion, what benefits did Uncle Qin give you? Seeing the question, Zizou raised the corners of her mouth, and a blush appeared on her cheeks. Your Highness gave me the princess, but you can't give me happiness. I asked you what benefits Uncle Qin gave you, but what you meant was that he did it? Although Meng Hangai was sick, she was not unfamiliar with matters between men and women. How could she not see and hear what Zizou meant? But this was not enough to make Zizou devoted to him, or even willing to die, right? Uncle Qin mastered some method or magic weapon that could control others through dual cultivation? While question after question arose in her mind, Meng Hangai who did not give up saving herself. Although her yellow sky flag was not with her, she also had a token that could communicate with Huangsun and Huangxi, so that they would not entangle with the invading magical powers and return to help immediately. But Zizou obviously saw through his thoughts and said calmly, I have tampered with a big formation in the yard. It is not so easy for Huangsun and Huangxi to come back, especially under the harassment of Ling Yai. Meng Hangai's heart moved when she heard this, and she blurted out, Ling Yai is just harassing? Then the real assassin is someone else. Not good. Meng Hangai just thought of this. Her protective magic weapon 3 treasures was activated, and a layer of transparent shield emerged in an instant, blocking the close-range stab of a dagger. And Zizongqi also showed up at this time, and his eyes looking at Meng Hangai were full of madness and pleasure of revenge. The sun and stars, on the throne formed by 6 coiled dragons. Zhao Chen covered his head and groaned in pain for a long time, and finally digested the information he received when time was frozen just now. Chapter 402 Different Scripts. King Gilan, the temple keeper of the Dragon King Temple, is a Shengsa in existence and the author of Dragon Diet Essentials. Originally, this temple keeper was the true lord of the Zheng family, but was polluted by the Dragon King and degenerated into a great evil-level demon. In the end, his body was sealed in the dragon locking pond by the people of the Jian Zhenshu, while his soul escaped from Daxia and became the temple keeper of the Dragon King. But 30 years ago, King Gilan, the temple keeper, got rid of the control of the Dragon King for unknown reasons, regained his sanity and humanity, and later joined an organization called Heaven. The Heaven organization is extremely mysterious and may have come from history. The members of the organization are all named after the gods in ancient legends. According to King Gilan's guess, even the Star God was a member of this organization, and even one of the founders. And the incident in the dragon locking pond was a collective action of the Heaven initiated by King Gilan, the 3 officials emperor, with the aim of taking back her evil dragon body and completing herself. In this operation, Yanxi, as a subordinate organization of Hao Tupings and Niang Niang, also participated. Yanxi is responsible for attracting the attention of Zenran and Zenjin on the surface, misleading their sensation on certain things, in order to hide the real plan, to induce Sword across the Hard Sea Meng Guangling to join the game. Because only Meng Guangling, who is proficient in the Heart Realm and the Dream Realm, has the ability to open the place leading to the sealed Evil Dragon at this point in time, and only his loss of control can materialize the nightmare of the 9 reincarnated bodies of the 9 real people in the dragon locking pond, and use the blood of fear in conjunction with King Yuan's secret technique to corrode the divine patterns of the 9 dragon locking pillars. King Yuan's plan was obviously successful. However, in addition to the Zuan Wu Ziming god and the white tiger Jiambing god who appeared in the open, that is, the 2 real people who pretended to be the king of Shu and the fairy Baimei, and the king Qin Guang who blocked another real person in the sword pavilion in secret, there must be another real person or real monarch who is good at guiding fate who participated in this operation. Otherwise, Meng Guangling would not have been designed so miserably. Whose family could it be? The Star Society? The 10,000 Beasts sect? The Zhuge family? Or the Jin Mu family? Of course, it could also be the Daoxin sect, one of the 3 holy places. On the 6th dragon throne, Zhao Chen habitually rubbed his forehead with his fingers and used the 8 diagrams bright light mirror to deduce based on the information given by King Yuan, and roughly figured out the ins and outs of the Lock Dragon Pond incident. He himself was a little scared, because he was trapped in the time and space cage by King Yuan. I relied on the Star Chariot as a retreat, and I was inevitably a little reckless before. This temple keeper taught me an important lesson, and made me realize how powerless I'm in front of the Shengxuan existence. Fortunately, the King Yuan temple priest seems to have no ill will towards me, and she even specifically told me so much information. I just don't know what her purpose is. Well, from what she said, as a so-called candidate, I may be targeted by the Heavenly Court organization after I grow up. No, it shouldn't be the entire organization. From the King Yuan temple priest, it can be seen that the Heavenly Court is most likely a relatively loose organization that absorbs real people and real monarchs from different origins, and the interests of its members may not be completely consistent. In other words, the most likely people who may cause trouble to me in the future are the Great Heavenly Venerable in the Heavenly Court. But I have no idea what the Great Heavenly Venerable is specifically. In addition, King Yuan's words also revealed another important piece of information. That is, the existence that has been weaving my destiny behind my back is stronger than King Yuan, the Shengxuan, and is trying his best to protect me from letting specific people know my identity as a so-called candidate. Of course, King Yuan's words may not be completely true. And why did she say so much to me? Whether it was with kindness or malice, I can't be sure. Sighing slightly, Zhao Chen no longer pondered over the secrets behind these things. After all, there was no point in figuring them out. With his current strength, he could only be led by these powerful beings in his fate. He even guessed that the reason why he met King Yuan this time was also arranged, just to get to know her. King Yuan saw through this, and did not intend to act according to the script, so she told him so many secrets. Qiangzhou, in the cave of Lichen Sword Palace, a woman sat alone in front of the chessboard, looking at the crisscrossing black and white chess pieces, as if she was lost in thought. Snap. After a long time, the woman with a stern face and black hair like a waterfall picked up a black piece and dropped it on the chessboard. Then, she sighed, as if she was talking to someone, or as if she was talking to herself. The demon is indeed a bit rebellious. Why can't I get to know him in the way I arranged? You have gone through so much trouble, except for causing him a lot of trouble. How can the ending change? He joined the heaven, and his fate hidden in the darkness under the lamp. Won't it fall on you in the end? You don't dare to really overturn the chessboard. Why are you playing such a little temper? It's already very troublesome to hide it from those people, so don't make trouble for me anymore. In Guangnan County, in the underground secret room of the Gong family's old house, Zhao Chen, who was sitting cross-legged in meditation, moved his eyelids slightly, and then opened his eyes. Qifei, who had been protecting him, dreamed that he woke up, his eyes lit up, and asked directly, "So soon? Is there really some trouble at the sword discussion conference? It's more than just chaos. Even the Shengxuan existence has shown up." After Zhao Chen sighed, he organized his sentences and told Fei Meng what he had seen and heard in the dragon locking pond. Of course, he only mentioned the matter of the heavenly court vaguely and did not say much. After all, not to mention how poisonous this level of secret knowledge is, if it is spoken in an environment without the level of a true lord, it is very likely that the so-called great heavenly venerable will sense it as soon as the word come out. The King Yuan temple keeper is actually a member of the Zheng family. He went to the dragon locking pond to retrieve his body. King Yuan didn't even know about this. Qi Fimeng was surprised when she heard this. After a little thought, she suddenly realized, no wonder the relationship between Jiang and the Zheng family is so bad. I'm afraid there must be other hidden stories behind King Yuan's Taoism and becoming a Taoist evil. Otherwise, it would not be the turn of the people in Jiang to seal her. It's impossible that she turned into an evil dragon and flew all the way from the East China Sea to Shuzhang to cause chaos, right? Even if she wanted to, she would have been suppressed by the true lords along the way. Zhao Chen also had similar speculations, but even if there was any hidden secret, it had nothing to do with him, so he didn't care about these trivial matters and was about to end this topic and talk about the Yinsi organization instead. But at this moment, on the other side of the secret passage, there was a slight noise at the exit of the water gate. Zhao Chen and Qi Fimeng immediately stood up, each holding a weapon, and walking out of the secret room alertly, and then they saw a girl who was washed into the entrance of the passage by the river. There is another chapter later. Chapter 403, Living Towards Death. A moment ago, in the bedroom of the Huimeng Zhao Yuan in Jingguan City, the Wei County Princess Ming Hangaiu, who was suddenly attacked, was not too panicked. After all, although her injury was difficult to heal, and her body was weak, she was at the Gangsha level, and had a lot of treasures, so she was not completely without the ability to protect herself. Moreover, she believed that Huangsan and Huangxi would soon be able to break through the barrier of the formation to protect herself. So after the shield formed by the 3 treasure beads blocked the sudden attack, Ming Hangaiu didn't even get off the bed. After taking a few glances at the assassin, he suddenly said, I have seen your portrait. You are Zi Shuai's brother, Zi Zhangqi. So the scapegoat chosen by my uncle is you. I understand. No wonder Luo Shen couldn't take you down with the yellow sky flag. I'm afraid he has betrayed me too. Zi Zhangqi didn't say anything. He just shouted fiercely, give me back my master's life, and then released a Zhengjin evil spirit, which turned into 9 willow leaf flying knives, constantly weakening Ming Hangaiu's shield. This Yanggang magic of his came from Fian Mountain, the 4th grade magical power 9 ropes Lianan Zuangang, and was one of the 4 spells disassembled. It was powerful, and had already been 6 turns, so after only a few rounds of attacks, one of Ming Hangaiu's 3 treasure beads had completely dimmed, and the surface was covered with cracks. Seeing that Huangsan and Huangxi had not come back to rescue, Ming Hangaiu had to grit his teeth and use his magic power to shoot a dust-colored light from his fingertips. The light was not bright, but it carried a little power that made people feel decadent. After the light shone on the 9 flying knives, they rusted and decayed in an instant, and it was difficult to command them freely. This was a Yinsha magic, in Ming Hangaiu's main practice Huangshan Miao Fa, named Decline Zuan Guang, which was one of the 3 magic spells split from the 3rd grade supernatural power Huangshan Shen Guang. As the saying goes, the blue sky is dead, and Huangshan should be established. The full name of Huangshan Miao Fa is Taiping Wang Miao Huangshan Zen Fa, and its main purpose is to make all things decay and die, and then give them new vitality. Ming Hangaiu saw this implication, and wanted to give his body a new life, so he chose this method, which had the highest achievement of the 2nd grade supernatural power Huangshan Fa Shen as his main practice. But unfortunately, this technique could not save her life. On the contrary, it accelerated the erosion of her body in the initial decay stage. Therefore, after Ming Hangaiu made this attack, she immediately coughed and spit out a mouthful of blood. Zi Zhangqi on the opposite side seemed to know Ming Hangaiu very well. He was not shaken by the decline of his flying knife. Instead, he directly used his magic power to construct a continuous fire gun and began to shoot at the princess non-stop. He knew clearly that, if he did not exhaust the power of the 3 treasures, he would not be able to kill the wee princess in front of him. The 3 beads of the 3 treasures treasure have different defensive focuses. The second one is most afraid of intensive attacks. Facing the continuous fire gun shooting, Ming Hangai's face, which was already pale due to the injury, became even paler. If it were other gangster, or even a cultivator of refining orifices, they would never sit there and let the bullets hit them continuously, but the princess, who had almost no ability to move, could not dodge. So in just 1 or 2 breaths, the second bead was shattered. Ming Hangaiu glanced at her maid who was watching the show not far away, her eyes filled with sadness. Zizu, have you even revealed the weakness of my treasure? But then, the desire to survive made her firm again. The torture of illness for so many years could not defeat her, so what about the difficulties in front of her? At this time, Ming Hangaiu had only one sentence in her mind: I want to live. So, this weak county lord threw away all illusions, no longer waiting for possible rescue, and no longer expected her other magic tools to work. After all, her details were betrayed by her confidants, and the other party must have come prepared and made targeted arrangements. With this thought, while Zhangqi changed his means to break through his third bead, Ming Hangaiu suddenly interrupted the effect of the 3 treasures herself and took the initiative to meet the thunder talisman offered by the other party with her broken body. This sudden suicide act not only shocked Zhangqi, but also made Zizu, the maid who had been watching the fight, change her expression. Because she guessed what the princess was going to do, she hurriedly said, "Stop, don't hit her." But this reminder was too late. As the power of thunder exploded on Ming Hangaiu, her last life-saving item, an item that would only be activated when she was under a fatal threat, and even Ziz, who didn't know about it in advance, was successfully activated. The next moment, Ming Hangaiu's figure swayed and blurred like water waves, and then disappeared completely. Seeing this, Zhangqi was stunned in place, a little at a loss. And Zizu's indifferent expression became ferocious, and she said a term viciously: random teleportation spell. Obviously, the wee princess's act of dying was beyond her expectations, leaving her with no plan to deal with it. You know, space teleportation items, except for this kind of fatal injury, need to be prepared for a long time in advance, so she didn't take precautions in this regard. At this time, Zhangqi had come back to his senses. After listening carefully to something, he immediately said, "Chase." The random teleportation spell can only transmit a limited distance. Ming Hangaiu can't escape far. And she was hit by my 5 thunder talisman. She must be seriously injured. It's impossible for her to ask for help on her own. As he spoke, he stared at Zizu with his red eyes and asked word by word, "You have a way to determine her location, right?" Upon hearing this, Zizu squinted and nodded. In the large formation in the courtyard, Ling Leo, who was originally entangled with Huangsun and Huangxi, found that his opponent suddenly fell into madness. He no longer tried to break through his blockade, but flew directly outside. Ling Leo was caught off guard and could only watch the 2 yellow turban warriors leave. When he was wondering, he received the voice transmission from Zhangqi and immediately understood the reason and hurriedly set up the sword light to chase after them. He couldn't let the princess reunite with the 2 yellow turban warriors. Guangnan County, the abandoned Jinli village. There is a pagoda at the corner of the river flowing through the village, and above this pagoda, the figure of Ming Hangaiu was gradually outlined. With a plop, she fell directly from the air, fell into the river beside the tower, and soon sank to the bottom of the river. At this time, the princess, who was hit by the thunder talisman, was about to lose consciousness with the outbreak of internal and external injuries, and could only let an undercurrent at the bottom of the river rush her into a secret passage. Before she was about to pass out, she vaguely heard footsteps, and then a young man's voice came. "Huh. This girl seems to be the Wei County princess." Chapter 404, King D Nourishing Pill. Zhao Chen was not surprised by the sudden appearance of a girl from the water. After all, Zheng Qinggan had come to him and Fei Meng in the same way last time at the Xianjian River. It was just that Zheng Qinggan was already dead at that time, while the princess seemed to still be breathing. "This princess, is she also destined to be with you?" Zhao Chen opened the Dangsu eye and removed the protective equipment on Ming Hangaiu while transmitting a message to Qi Meng. Qi Meng rolled her eyes at him and replied speechlessly, "How can I just meet someone destined to be with me? What's more, even if I really have a destiny with this princess, I would not choose her as my incarnation." "Why?" Zhao Chen asked in confusion. because she is a daughter of Mingxia's royal family. With my current level of Taoism, it is impossible to hide her transformation into an incarnation from the great ancestor of Daxia, who is close to the status of a Taoist master. Although the great ancestor has not shown up for more than 1,000 years and does not care about worldly affairs, but do I dare to bet? Qi Fimeng shook her head and added, in fact, even if it is Zheng Qingyuan, if she returns home, she will be exposed if she is noticed by the true lord of the Zheng family. So, she has been staying by your side in the name of acting. This situation can only be resolved after I truly achieve the great magical power of 33 incarnations of Guanyin. So that's how it is. Zhao Chen nodded slightly and carefully took off the last 3 treasures bead that had cracks on Ming Hangai's neck and removed a treasure robe that she was wearing next to her body. This robe could not protect its owner by itself, and it needed magic power to activate it to exert its power, so it was relatively easy to remove. After doing all this, Zhao Chen transferred the 5 immortal spiritual ki into Ming Hangai's body and began to explore her physical condition. Joking aside, Zhao Chen still hoped to save this princess, whom he had met once before. After all, the other party was quite generous, and the bag of green dragon meat really brought him a lot of benefits, which made Zhao Chen quite fond of her. At this time, because of the previous living towards death and the use of a sick and weak body to receive the 5 thunder talismans, Ming Hangai's internal organs were not only damaged and ruptured, but also her meridians, bones, blood, and flesh were shattered, and even the 3 souls and 7 spirits in the spirit platform were damaged by lightning. Fortunately, Ming Hangai is a cultivator of the Gangsha realm, and her body has been nourished by the vitality of heaven and earth. If it were another cultivator of the orifice, he would have died long ago with such injuries. In addition, Zhao Chen also vaguely sensed that there was some terrible thing hidden deep in the soul of this princess, and it was growing rapidly, as if it wanted to completely occupy Ming Hangai's spiritual consciousness. Even before his 5 immortal spiritual ki entered her body, a little black light had spread to her body. Fortunately, she seemed to be very afraid of the 5 immortal spiritual ki, and now she was quiet. Zhao Chen frowned at the results of the investigation, briefly explained the situation to Qi Fimeng beside him, and finally shook his head and said, her situation is only slightly better than Wang Daowei and Feng Wan, but it is also extremely dangerous. I'm afraid that the medicine I carry with me can't save her. After hearing this, Qi Fimeng looked at Ming Hangai and said thoughtfully, she should have been attacked and fled here. But there is no one chasing her outside, or her enemy is still far away from Jinli village. Moreover, she still has at least 2 protective magic weapons on her body that have not been damaged. So, I guess she took a great risk and forcibly opened some kind of teleportation item that was premised on suffering a fatal attack, and accidentally fell here with us. And since she chose to do this, she should be sure of survival. Hearing the music, and knowing the elegant meaning, Zhao Chen immediately understood Fei Meng's meaning, and said with a smile, you mean, she should have precious medicine for healing? Yes. Qi Fimeng nodded. Zhao Chen used his spiritual sense to carefully scan Ming Hangai's body, and then said regretfully, I didn't find anything like a storage bag. Maybe it's hidden in a secret place on her body. Well, it's not convenient for me, so you should come and look for it. Qi Fimeng smiled and said, you know it's inconvenient now, but you didn't have this concern when you took off my treasure clothes just now. Having said that, saving people is important, so Qi Fimeng still squatted down and started to grope. Soon, a small box that could not be detected by spiritual sense was taken out from Ming Hangai's chest by Qi Fimeng, and then opened. In an instant, a strong medicinal fragrance filled the entire passage, making people feel refreshed and energetic just by smelling it. At the same time, 3 verdant pills came into the eyes of Zhao Chen and Qi Fimeng. They were all the size of langan, and the surface seemed to be surrounded by a wisp of mist, with a warm color and a sense of transparency. This is Green Emperor Moistening Pill. It is indeed a healing medicine. Zhao Chen took a few glances and recognized the origin of this pill. Because the recipe, efficacy, and appearance of this pill are all explained in detail in the notes on the 5 Emperor's true divine powers. Although Zhao Chen is not qualified to practice supernatural powers for the time being, he has studied this book cheated from the Li family and naturally remembers it. TSK, if the Green Emperor moistening pill is not personally refined by a cultivator who has cultivated the 5 Emperor's true divine powers, the requirements for materials are quite harsh. I remember that there are several things that contain laws. Even so, the success rate is very touching. This princess is really arrogant. She can actually carry 3 pills with her. While sighing, Zhao Chen took out a Green Emperor moistening pill and stuffed it into Ming Hangai's mouth, and then put his hand on her Danshan again, using the 5 immortal spiritual key to help her absorb the medicinal properties. Time passed by minute, with white mist lingering above Ming Hangai's head and black hair oozing out of her body. Her consciousness finally returned, and she opened her eyes with difficulty. Then, she felt an extremely kind ki running through her body. Wherever it passed, the pollution that had troubled her for many years actually retreated by itself, and gradually retracted into the spiritual platform. And Ming Hangai also felt the relaxation from her body for the first time after the accident more than 10 years ago. Even though the injuries to her internal organs and meridians were still serious, she didn't care at all, and tears of excitement flowed from her eyes. This is the real 5 immortal spiritual key. The 5 immortal spiritual key that contains the Teichu true meaning. It is not comparable to the beauty of the great way that comes with the King Di Run Wu pill. After all, the King Di Run Wu pill is just a pill that tends to heal injuries, and that trace of beauty of the great way is just an auxiliary. But just that little bit of assistance can keep me going for so many years. But now I have found a true practitioner of the 5 immortal spiritual key. Ming Hangai was excited and completely immersed in the joy of being able to continue to live. Compared with this, the situation where her middle clothes were untied and a palm was attached to her danshan was just a small matter. There is another chapter later. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 405, The Excited and Enthusiastic Princess. Concentrate your thoughts and cooperate with my true key to circulate the true essence. It was not until a gentle but unquestionable voice came to her ears that Ming Hangai's excitement finally subsided. She subconsciously listened to the other party's words, and while circulating her own Huangshan magic power, she finally looked at the man who was sitting cross-legged opposite her, with his palm against her danshan. His facial features are 3-dimensional and deep, and he is handsome overall, but his forehead is a little wide. This man seems to be the young master Zhao Chen from Human County City. Ming Hangai looked at Zhao Chen for a few times and recognized his identity. After all, after listening to the other party's flute, his information was placed on her desk. She would look at it every day, so she was naturally very familiar with it. At the same time, she suddenly realized in her heart, no wonder the song played by this young master Chen can purify the pollution in my body and soul. It is not the work of the song, but the effect of the true key itself. The 5 immortal spiritual key of the ancient Kunlun Xianyang city is indeed well deserved. It is said that the founder of the Xianyang city lineage, the true Lord Baronomy, can use divine sound to cleanse all external evils. It is true. Thinking of this, Ming Hangai was excited again, but she quickly took a deep breath and adjusted herself. Seeing the hope of living, she didn't want to have any accidents before dawn. She didn't want to die. In addition to avenging her parents and relieving the hatred in her heart, all the reckless actions in the past 10 years were also largely due to the resentment she had accumulated because she couldn't survive. This also made her behavior more and more extreme. Ming Hangai knew all this in her heart, but she didn't want to change at all because she didn't see any hope before. After about an incense stick of time, Zhao Chen helped the princess refine the King Di Run Wu pill and temporarily forced back the strange power spreading from her soul. Then he slowly closed his power and withdrew his arm. Ming Hangai operated one more cycle than him, and after sorting out her own magic power, he closed his power and stood up. She first glanced at the 3 treasure beads and the precious clothes placed aside, and then looked at the small box containing the other to King Di Run Wuden in Qi Fimeng's hand. Thinking of where she had placed it, her cheeks flushed. but she also understood that the other party was trying to save her, so she quickly skipped these details, and after tidying up her clothes a little, she bowed to Zhao Chen and Qi Meng, and said gratefully, "Thank you, Mr. Zhao Chen and this girl for saving my life. Please accept Han Gaiu's bow." Zhao Chen did not stop Meng Han Gaiu from bowing. After all, as the other party said, this was a life-saving grace, and he could bear it. However, when the princess stood up, he still gave her a false support and asked curiously, "How could the princess know a nobody like me? You are favored by the daughter of the Zheng family, and are loved by many chivalrous women. Young Master Chen, you are no little person. Anyone who knows you will assume that you will at least achieve supernatural powers in the future." As she spoke, Meng Han Gaiu showed a bright smile. If people around her saw it, they would definitely be very surprised, because she had not smiled so sincerely since the incident more than 10 years ago. The morbid laughter after killing the members of the Four Evils Hall, the gloomy and strange smile when hearing the news of the Four Evils Hall, and the helpless bitter smile after disappointment again and again were the expressions that often hung on her face. Meng Han Gaiu stared at Zhao Chen and murmured, "I thought that you must have some extraordinary qualities to win their love, but I didn't expect that your extraordinary qualities far exceeded my imagination. I can't help thinking about you day and night." This is true. Ever since she heard the sound of the flute on the wall of Dunhuang, hasn't she been deliberately looking for an opportunity to meet Zhao Chen? Who would have thought that the opportunity would come under such circumstances? It can be considered a blessing in disguise for her. "Hey, princess, isn't your words a bit ambiguous?" Zhao Chen felt a little uncomfortable with her bright eyes, and asked, "Princess, you already know that I use the spiritual key of the 5 immortals, right? Anyone who can carry around a precious pill like the Green Emperor's moistening pill must have some knowledge of the 5 emperors paying homage to the truth, and it is impossible for him not to recognize the mystery of the previous true key." Seeing the question, Meng Han Gaiu also realized her foolish state, and quickly restrained her expression, and said with a smile, "Young master, you are my benefactor, don't be so polite, just call me Han Gaiu directly." After speaking, she paused, then nodded seriously and said, "I do know that you have practiced the ancient secret 5 immortal spiritual true key, and you may have a chance to achieve first-class supernatural powers in the future. But you don't have to worry about me revealing it, because I want this matter to be hidden more than anyone else." Just because Zhao Chen's flute sound could relieve her injuries, the King of Qin secretly killed her. It is hard to imagine what kind of extreme actions the other party would take if he knew that Zhao Chen had the ability to heal her. If the King of Qin really came to kill her regardless of the consequences, Meng Han Gaiu asked herself that she had no means to deal with it. Therefore, the matter of the 5 immortal spiritual true key must never be revealed. Zhao Chen was a little surprised when he heard this, and asked curiously, "Why?" Meng Han Gaiu was silent for a few seconds, and decided not to hide anything from Zhao Chen. After all, her hope of survival lies in the other party, and she must try her best to gain the other party's trust, or even pity. To be honest, if Qi Meng was not present, Meng Han Gaiu would not mind using her beauty. Compared to living, those are minor matters. Although she always wears men's clothes, she also thinks that she is extraordinary in appearance, and she will not be worse than Zheng Qingyan after dressing up. Some strange thoughts flashed through her mind. Meng Han Gaiu organized her sentences and recounted in detail the conflict between her and the King of Qin, as well as what happened in Jingguan City. At the end, she said, "Although I don't know why Uncle Qin wants me to die, he is still cautious now and chooses to find a scapegoat. But once he knows that you have cultivated the 5 immortal spiritual key." Meng Han Gaiu didn't finish her words, but Zhao Chen and Qi Meng understood what she meant, and also understood why she said that she was the one who wanted to hide this matter the most. After all, this is about her life. Whether the King of Qin chooses to deal with her or Zhao Chen, she will die. However, even so, Zhao Chen still summoned the 16 golden star Libra sword, then looked at the princess with a smile and said, "Please swear, Han Gaiu, not to reveal everything you saw here." It's not just not revealing the 5 immortal spiritual key, seeing that the matter between herself and Fei Meng cannot be told. Meng Han Gaiu had no intention of revealing it to others, so she had no objection to this oath and followed it completely. At this time, Qi Meng, who had been silent since Ming Hangai woke up, asked, "You just said that your personal maid betrayed you. Does she have a way to track your location?" Chapter 406, The Four Sacred Scriptures of Zhuanshan Yangxiang Deed. Qi Meng's words made Ming Hangai's face change slightly. She was so excited and happy before that she didn't think about this problem. In other words, although this princess was smart, she was not a very thoughtful person. She usually made a general plan for what she wanted to do, and her maids and subordinates would complete it. Ming Hangai thought for a moment and said helplessly, "Zizu is my personal maid, and there are too many things she can use to predict my location, such as birth date, real name, blood, hair, underwear, etc. Fortunately, the descendants of my great Xia clan who can be recorded in the family tree can get a certain degree of protection. Although this is to prevent means such as possession and make it difficult for outsiders to pass themselves off as real, it can also resist most fatal curses. Otherwise, with so many media in the hands of the other party, I would probably have been cursed to death by now." At this point, she finally calmed down from her excitement and realized the seriousness of the matter. She hurriedly said, "We have to quickly move to a nearby city where there are magical cultivators. There are at least 2 magical people chasing me." She was referring to Ling Leo and her maid Zizu. Although the latter was not very conspicuous, since she was able to hide her yellow turban warrior from contacting outsiders, even if it was because she trusted her, her own strength must have reached the level of magical power. Zhao Chen sighed slightly and said, "It's too late. They've already found us." As he said that, he put on the golden crow crown on his head and then stretched out his right hand and drew a finger in the air. A bronze mirror with an 8-diagram compass on the outside appeared in front of Qi Meng and Ming Hangai. Then, ripples appeared on the surface of the bronze mirror, and a scene quickly gathered. 2 tall and burly golden armored men were flying in front, and there was an illusory rope extending backwards from their necks, held in the palm of a woman dressed as a maid. Next to the woman, there was an old man and a young man standing in the clouds, looking down. In the background below, it was the appearance of Guangnan County. Guangnan County is only 50 or 60 miles away from Jinli village. They can arrive in a flash. It's really too late to run now. Qi Meng looked at the picture in the mirror and nodded slightly, but she was not nervous at all. After all, she had her own magical cultivators. Even if she couldn't defeat them, she could still escape with the speed of divine wind. But Ming Hangai was stunned when she saw the picture in the mirror. Her eyes were fixed on the illusory ropes tied around the necks of the 2 golden armored strongmen. The expression on her face was first astonishment, then doubt, anger, sadness and other emotions appeared one after another, and finally fixed on confusion. "What's wrong? Hangai, did you find anything?" Seeing this, Zhao Chen asked softly. Ming Hangai raised her hand, pointed at the illusory rope in the picture, and said in a dreamy voice, "That is the 2nd grade magical power in the Zhuanshan Yangxiang D4 Saints wonderful scripture, the binding immortal rope." Zhuanshan Yangxiang D4 Saints wonderful scripture? Isn't this the core practice of the 4 evil hall? I remember that, when I copied the Z family, I got the Tangsuan part of this evil practice. Yes, I remember that the book Kuang Feng Zi Bodo realized from the Zhuanshan Yangxiang Di Sishan Maijing, and written by Zi Shuai in his mind. Shen Hu Yigida and Shangjing also has similar magic and supernatural powers to control others, but it doesn't seem to be as exquisite as the one used by the woman in the mirror. And if you want to use this kind of evil core magic, you either have to have powerful people to help forgive and benefit like the Gao Huang Yuzu Zifu Baochan of the royal family and the Leiting Yashu Yuzu Baochan of the Zheng family, or you have to pollute the source of the skills like Xingcha and have a share at the source. And Ming Hangai's maid obviously doesn't have either. So, since she can practice the magic and supernatural powers in the Zhuanshan Yangxiang Di Sishan Maijing, it can only mean one thing, that Zizu is the evil follower of the 4 evil hall. Is there anything more absurd than the Wei County princess who has been hunting down the members of the 4 evils hall everywhere, and her personal maid is actually a demon family of the 4 evils hall? No wonder Ming Hangai felt so ridiculous after discovering this. Maybe her behavior of hunting down the members of the 4 evils hall over the years was a joke in the eyes of the other party? No wonder she could only dig out some peripheral personnel of the Four Evils Hall every time. Now thinking back, the greatest achievement over the years was the incense master of the Ganzhou Hall of the Four Evils Hall disguised as the steward of the Li family, who was exposed by Zhao Chen in front of him after solving the Z family of the Black Wind Fort. But even so, she was unable to get more useful information from him, and the yellow sky flag was borrowed by Luo. In other words, there is no way to verify whether the incense master was really caught. I'm such a joke. A huge joke. Meng Hangai bit her lip and tried not to cry, but tears still blurred her vision. No wonder the Four Evil Halls have become more and more active under your siege over the years, and you have offended so many people because of this. Zhao Chen sighed, changed the subject and said, now is not the time to think about these things. The enemies now are not 2 magical powers, but 4. At this point, he paused, looked at Ming Hangai who was wiping the corners of his eyes with his hands, and asked, can you still control your 2 yellow turban warriors? Ming Hangai also knew that the situation was urgent at this time, so he simply stopped thinking about it. After thinking for a few seconds, he said, they are not actually controlled by me, they just obey my orders. Although their strength is obtained through special methods and can never be improved, they are still human in essence. Well, I remember that you have met 13. You should understand what I mean. Meng Hangai paused, then continued. Huang Xin and Huang Si both have middle grade magical powers, and because they are strongmen, their spirits are also different from ordinary people. Zizu wants to control them with her magical powers, and she herself may find it difficult to distract herself from fighting. As long as she can be disturbed, Huang Xin and Huang Si may be able to wake up and join us. In her opinion, this may be the only chance for them to escape danger. After all, she has only heard of the reputation of Zhao Chen, and has not seen it with her own eyes. And in that reputation, more than half of it is not serious. Huang Shizhen? Is it Huang Ji, the golden armor immortal soldier who ranks second on the human outstanding people list? That is indeed no different from an ordinary person. Zhao Chen nodded secretly, glanced at the princess whose expression became resolute, smiled and comforted. Don't be so nervous. We are far from the point of fighting to the death. There is another chapter later. Chapter 407 Bad Luck. It's far from the point of fighting desperately. Are you sure you can handle the 4 supernatural powers? Or, Meng Hangai who was stunned at first, and then seemed to think of something. While looking around, she asked with some expectation, could it be that the Zheng family's sister sneaked into Shazhao? If there is the first grade great supernatural power Sakura Dragon Fairy, there is no need to worry about the so-called pursuers. You know, the gap between supernatural powers is sometimes greater than the gap between mana cultivators and mortals. Just like the leader of the Shenai sect, Zhao Chen, he couldn't even take a single move in front of Ming Zuling when he was serious. And in the eyes of Zhang Rumeng, Lin Yang, Zhu Qing and other aristocratic families and upper sects, Ming Zuling is just an opponent that can be solved with some effort. Zheng Qingyan, who has mastered the first grade supernatural power evil dragon immortal body, is undoubtedly at the same level as Zhang Rumeng and others in Ming Hangai's view. Regarding Ming Hangai's guess, Zhao Chen shook his head and said, Qingyan is still in Ganzhou, and there is no need for Qingyan to take action to deal with such enemies. He can exchange the 2 magical powers of Wang Daowei and Tang Miao from the Xingcha, plus the Golden Crow Divine Crown on his head, and the false 5th grade Lu position granted by the 7-star map from the Worry-Free Cave Heaven. With these means combined, Zhao Chen can burst out the strength of the lower grade magical power level in a short period of time. At that time, it will be 3 against 4. The Zizu on the opposite side may not be able to use other magical powers because of controlling Huang Xin and Huang Si, and once it is disturbed, the 2 Lishi are likely to turn against. No matter how you think about it, the advantage is mine. What's more, Fei Meng has always been mysterious and unpredictable, and she may not have a trump card at the magical level. Of course, in order to be foolproof, Zhao Chen also instructed Ming Zuling to accept the invitation of Sword of Liu Taoying, and came to Guangnan County with the 3 supernatural powers he met at the Sword Conference. At that time, they should be able to pass by Jinli village. Even if they don't pass by, the noise of the supernatural powers fighting will definitely attract them. Although the Cui family of Weizhou, the ancient poetry sword school, and the Qingcheng sword school are not aristocratic families or upper sects, they are also prominent families and major sects with Dongsu and Zenran sitting in charge. Their direct descendants are much stronger than Ling Lao, Huangsan Huangxi. Seeing that the 5 people in the picture, displayed in the virtual shadow of the 8 diagrams bright light mirror were getting closer and closer to Jinli village, Zhao Chen did not shy away from Ming Hongyu and directly summoned Tang Mao and Wang Daoyi. Then, he used the purple light ring to borrow the identity of an ancient cultivator and imposed it on Tang Mao. After all, Tang Mao, played by Ming Zuling, was still preparing to go drinking with friends at this time, so he couldn't be exposed. Moreover, many people already know that Tang Mao and Zhao Chen have a close relationship. If it is deduced later, it will bring trouble to himself. As for Wang Daoyi, there is no need to hide it too much. Anyway, no matter how you calculate it, it points to the ancient Andong Protectorate. After the 2 magical powers appeared, Zhao Chen looked at Ming Hongyu, who opened her mouth in shock and asked quickly, "Do you have anything that belongs to your maid? Or something that will force Elderling and Zizongchi to accept it?" Ming Hongyu pursed her lips, turned her head, and glanced at her own treasure clothes that fell into Zhao Chen's palm, and the King Di Run Wooden held by Qi Meng. The meaning was very clear. "What I have, don't you know?" But even if she thought so, the Princess of Wei gave a complicated answer after a little thought. "Yes. The '3 treasures pearls are actually the protective items that Zizu gave me, so she is very familiar with their flaws. In addition, the flying sword of Ling Yi's son seems to be in the miscellaneous items in my storage ring. The life-saving magic weapon of Master Zizongchi was also sent to me by one of my subordinates a few days ago. Hey, I didn't think much of it before. Now it seems that my subordinates are all looking forward to my early death. These 2 things on me really bring all the causes and effects together, just waiting to be eliminated together." While sighing, she did not slow down, and took out the 2 magic weapons directly. As for the last one of the 3 treasures pearls, it was named Zhao, after it was taken off. After Zhao Chen took over the 2 magic weapons, he took them directly into the Big Sun Star Raft, took them back after a while, and returned them to Ming Hongyu's hands together with the 3 treasures pearls, and solemnly instructed, "Before the battle starts later, try your best to give these 3 things to them. If you really can't, throw them away as soon as possible. Got it?" Although Ming Hongyu didn't understand, she still responded seriously to Zhao Chen, the most important man in her life. But her not understanding didn't mean Qi Meng couldn't guess what Zhao Chen had done, so the future bodhisattva asked with a strange expression, "What kind of fortune did you add to those 3 things?" With the help of the bodhisattva portrait, she vaguely sensed the ripples of fate on the 3 things. Of course it's bad luck. The treasure bowl transformed from the fateful heavenly pond currently only has this kind of negative fortune, and the provider is none other than our princess herself. In the sky more than 10 miles away from Jinli village, Zizu, who was holding 2 yellow turban warriors with her magical power Immortal binding rope, was calculating with one hand. At this moment, her brows were furrowed, and she felt that the originally clear destiny had become more and more chaotic. Although she could still sense the position of the princess, she always felt that success was getting farther and farther away from her. Practicing the 4 saints of Zhuanshan she was extremely sensitive to bad luck, and could detect even the slightest sign. Seeing her frowning and keeping silent, Eldling on the side could still keep his composure, but Zizongchi asked impatiently, "Are you okay or not? Have you calculated the position of that bitch?" Zizu glanced at him, too lazy to pay attention to the clamor of a gangsha cultivator, especially since this man's emotions had fallen into extremes. He was probably useless, and had no future. She organized her words, turned her head, and said to Elderling, "The princess' fortune has changed, and the bad luck that I have accumulated on her has been gone. I'm afraid that someone with great power has intervened. Are you going to continue?" For her, even if she fails this time, there will naturally be other opportunities in the future. It doesn't matter whether the princess knows that it is the king of Qin who wants to kill her. After all, there is no evidence, and the princess is used to making trouble, so no one will believe her. If you are smart, keeping quiet is the best choice. but Zizou can wait, but Elderling and Zhangqi cannot, because it is a fact that they are trying to assassinate the princess, and if they fail, they will have to die. So, Elderling sighed and said, what are our chances of winning? According to my calculations, 60%. The advantage is still with me. Then what is there to hesitate? Fight. Chapter 408, Giant vs. Giant. At this time, the old man who was living in Zhangqi's soul sneered in his heart after hearing their conversation. 60% chance of winning? You really know how to flatter yourself. In order to deal with the person who plotted against me, I spent most of my energy to involve the person who was regarded as a thorn in the eyes of many bodhisattvas in my Xingyan temple into the fate of you and the princess. If she was really that easy to deal with, the bodhisattvas would never let her enter Shazhou alive. Hey, this time I can not only make the person who plotted against me suffer a lot, but also test his trump card, and then report it to the bodhisattvas. Of course, although he thought so, the old man did not remind Zhangqi specifically, and even kept provoking his emotions in secret, letting his reason be eroded by anger and hatred. For this old man, although the four evil halls are also evil organizations, they are not mortal enemies with his own Xingyan temple like the Star Club, but they also have no friendship at all, so he just pitted them. On the other side, Zizou saw that the two chosen scapegoats decided to fight hard, so she didn't say anything more. Anyway, even if the skin was damaged, she would not really die. She just returned to her master and changed into a new skin to start over. It was also a good opportunity to find out who helped the princess. After several people made up their minds, Zizou no longer hesitated and immediately drove the two yellow turban warriors to let them take the three of them to the sky above Jinli village. At this time, Princess Minghangai was waiting here, and in front of her, there stood three unfamiliar magical monks. These three magic powers were naturally Wan Daoyi, Tang Mao, and Zhao Chen himself, who had been blessed by a fake 5th grade position. Of course, because the war had not yet started, Wan Daoyi and Tang Mao had exchanged dummy with corresponding aura and identity, and they would only wait until the war started before replacing them to reduce the consumption of star coins. Seeing Minghangai, Zhangqi and Ling Lao's eyes suddenly turned red, and they were about to fight desperately, but after seeing the two objects thrown by the other party, they stopped and subconsciously reached out to catch them. Because one was the portable magic weapon of Zhangqi's master, and the other was the natal flying sword of Ling Lao's son. Zhangqi held the magic weapon, recalling the various teachings of his master in the past, and the fact that he would rather betray his master than protect his love, and he could not help but shed tears, and at the same time, he looked at Minghangai with more and more hatred, and Ling Lao stared blankly at the flying sword in his hand, as if he was lost in memories. This is something left by your relatives and friends, and now I return it to you. Minghangai said lightly, looked at her own maid who was driving Huangsun and Huangxi, sighed and said, Zizou, this 3 treasures was given to me by you in the past. I will return it to you today. From now on, we will be estranged from each other. After saying that, she threw the last bead with cracks on its surface to Zizou in the air. But Zizou didn't catch it. As a practitioner of Zhuanshan Yangxiang D4 Saints, she was extremely sensitive to all kinds of fortunes. What's more, the bad luck in the bead was collected by her over the years and gathered on the princess. How could she not recognize it? The reason why she didn't remind Ling Lao and Zhangqi was because those two people were obviously overwhelmed by hatred. It was impossible for them not to take the things of their relatives. Why should she go to the trouble? It's just a little bad luck. Small situations can be changed, but the big situation is hard to change. Princess, there has never been any gratitude between us. There is no need to sever it. Zizou laughed, and then said no more. She moved her fingers slightly, and manipulated the 2 yellow turban warriors, to attack Minghangai directly. Although Huangsun and Huangxi were full of resistance, their bodies and minds were controlled, so they had to complete Zizou's orders. As warriors, the two of them practiced physical magical powers. Almost in an instant, they turned into 4-meter tall, golden giants and kicked Minghangai. Zhao Chen would naturally not let him succeed. The dummy of Tang Mao immediately became real, and then the Shangming Jiao Mui formation that had been arranged long ago was instantly deployed, trapping the two golden warriors and Zizhu. The magical powers inherited by Tang Mao are too unique. Except for the Bidao death curse, which is relatively concealed and can be used, the rest are easy to be exposed if they are displayed. So Zhao Chen gave her the formation diagram of this magical formation to deal with the opponent with a formation. Tang Mao herself is actually a master of formations. In the Qinggyan Tower, Zhao Chen and Zheng Qinggyan broke her 9 bends of the Yellow River formation and finally got the Star River Ghost Scale Lamp. Of course, the Shangming 9 Yaomui formation is only a magical level, but the other party has several magical masters. It is not difficult to break it from the inside. If they are allowed to break the formation, they will soon find the center of the formation. So Zhao Chen personally stopped the 2 yellow turban warriors. At this time, Zhao Chen was wearing the golden crow god crown and used the power of faith as a medium to maximize the power of the various accessories of the Dairi Xingcha. With the addition of the false position, it was like being blessed by the golden elixir-like magical power, so that the several spells he knew were all given the power of magical powers. So Zhao Chen clapped his hands, and various mechanical parts flew out of the storage bag. Under the action of mana, they assembled themselves, and finally formed a twin-engine propeller plane. This was the military spell Flying Tiger Eagle that Jansen had given him. And this is not over yet. Because this spell was blessed by it had the power of supernatural power and changed again. The wings turned into arms, and the fuselage extended its legs. It turned into a mecha close to 4 meters long, and emitted light to absorb Zhao Chen into its cabin. So, the nearly 4 meter tall steel giant stood in the formation, and collided with the 2 4 meter tall golden warriors. Originally, the pseudo-supernatural power sublimated from the Flying Tiger Divine Eagle spell was at most the 9th grade, and it was difficult to really compete with the 2 middle grade supernatural powers. But because of the home advantage of the formation and Tang Mao's various secret tricks, the two sides were briefly evenly matched. Zizhu, who was also trapped in the formation, was harassed by various spells that reversed the 5 element, and said with a little surprise, "Military people. When did the princess contact the military? This is important information. I have to report it to the master later." On the other side, after receiving the relics of their relatives and feeling sad for a while, Eldling and Zizangqi also came back to their senses. Eldling flashed his sword and blocked Wang Daoyi, who had turned into a divine wind, and signaled Zizangqi to kill the princess, who was now unguarded. Zizangqi's face was full of ferociousness, and he flew towards Minghangai with all his strength. But the next moment, as a cultivator in the Gangsha realm, he was tripped by something, and his face rubbed against the ground violently. There is another chapter later. Chapter 409, Victory? Speaking of which, although the total amount of bad luck absorbed by Fateful Heaven Lake from Minghangai is not small, it actually does not have such an immediate effect. After all, Minghangai is listed in the royal family genealogy, and is clearly canonized as a princess. Her true spirit is protected by the luck of Daksha. If the bad luck imposed on her reaches a level equal to bad luck, it is equivalent to being cursed, and will naturally be removed. Therefore, when Zizhu gathered bad luck on her, she did not dare to do too much. At most, she would not be able to do things smoothly, always get things against her wishes, and often have grudges with others. Such bad luck actually does not have a very good effect on the supernatural cultivators. After all, everyone who has achieved supernatural powers is a person of great luck, and the foundation lies in their own strength. A little bad luck cannot change their fate, and at most they will encounter setbacks like the princess. But Zizangqi is different. As a child serving a demon family, he has bad luck in Daksha. Otherwise, his Z family would not have been bumped into by Zhao Chen, and the identity of the members of the Four Evil Hall would not have been revealed. And he was also living with a Xingyan temple real person who was constantly absorbing his luck to restore himself, which made his fate even worse. The reason why he didn't notice this problem before was because the real person in his soul helped him suppress his luck. But now, the Shazai abbot of Xingyan temple, who had recovered most of his strength, no longer needed the host's offerings, and naturally would not consume his own strength for him. Many situations were superimposed on each other, and Zizanchi, a Gangsha monk, was so excited that his true essence went wrong, resulting in uncoordinated movements. His left leg tripped his right leg, and his handsome face slid directly for more than 10 meters. This funny scene not only stunned Ming Hongyu, but even Ling Leo, who was entangled with Wan Daoyi, was stunned. As a result, the sea god caught the floor and cut off his left hand with a wind blade. Obviously, bad luck also happened to Ling Leo, but it was not as direct as Zizanchi's, and some inducements were needed. Eldling's heart shuddered, and he vaguely sensed something was wrong, so he dared not be distracted anymore, and focused on dealing with the monk who was controlling the divine wind in front of him. On the other side, Zizanchi, who had climbed up, felt his face burning, with both the pain of plowing the ground with his face and the shame of making such a low-level mistake. However, he was just a young man who was forced to flee to the ends of the earth. He was not as experienced as Elderling, and he could sense that there might be something wrong with himself. Or, it was that his luck was declining, and he had fallen into the final madness. So, he drew out his dark cloud short sword magic weapon, activated the cloud steaming mist body movement spell, and instantly appeared behind Ming Hongyu. Just as Zizanchi was about to stab the magic weapon into the princess's back, a soul-stirring roar sounded in his ears. Roar. The voice was grand and majestic, and people unconsciously wanted to surrender. Even Zizanchi, who was eager for revenge, couldn't help but be dazed for a moment. And just at this moment of trance, a blood-red blade appeared out of thin air, pointing directly at Zizanchi's vital point. Zizanchi, who finally came to his senses, did not dare to neglect it, and quickly released his protective spell White Cloud Shield to block the attack. But unfortunately, the White Cloud Shield seemed to be completely restrained by the opponent's blood-red blade, and in an instant it turned into a blood cloud and completely shattered, and the blade was less than an inch away from his body. Zizanchi felt the fear of death, and without thinking, he took out a talisman with the words of the Great Dao drawn on it, and stuck it on his body. The next moment, the Kilin stretched out its claws, and blood followed. Zizanchi was chopped into pieces by the sword light, as if he had exploded from the inside. But as the talisman spontaneously ignited without fire, a large amount of flesh and blood began to flow back, and Zizanchi's body strangely pieced together again. But during the splicing process, perhaps some tissues were blown too far away and could not come back, resulting in several spliced parts being in strange shapes and only barely recognizable as a person. Is this a talisman with the blood drop rebirth method drawn on it? It's a pity that you are not a disciple of the demon sect. Without the approval of the blood demon, it is impossible for you to be reborn perfectly. Ming Hongyu, after all, has a profound family background and is well informed. He immediately revealed Zizanchi's methods. At this time, an old man in a green robe holding a magic longsword also appeared beside the princess. Obviously, the person who almost killed Zizanchi with a knife just now was him. And this person is Yukon, the elder who passed on the skills of the Lionhuan village in Biki Mountain, known as Kilin's Claw. After Yun Luvala fell into Zhao Chen's hands, he was sold to Xingcha. It was naturally Zhao Chen's work to summon him at this time. As an old bandit with rich combat experience, Yukon would not be a match for the magical power, but he was more than enough to deal with Zizanchi, a young man. However, Zizanchi, who was pieced together again, seemed to have completely lost his mind. He only had one eye back, and he was mistakenly embedded in the tip of his nose. He roared to the sky and rushed over again. But Yukon was not afraid of him, even when he was intact, so how could he be afraid of his current disorderly attack? Even if the opponent was twice as strong after going crazy, it would be the same. After just 2 rounds, the blood-red blade chopped it into pieces again, but Zizanchi didn't have a second blood rebirth talisman. When he was on the verge of death, Zizanchi stared at Ming Hongyu with his only remaining eye, and uttered a chilling voice with his soul. I curse you. I curse you forever. But before he could finish his words, he was hit by a death aura, and lost consciousness forever. I'm not afraid of curses. After Ming Hongyu said this lightly, she could not help but cough violently. Although her injuries were nourished by the King Di Run Wu Pill and the 5 Immortal spiritual key, they were not completely healed after all. Now that she used magic forcefully, she naturally suffered backlash. But Ming Hangai, who did not care, but was full of surprise, because she could already sense that her connection with Huang Sun and Huang Si had become stable again. This means that Zizhu's magical power to control the two yellow turban warriors has been lifted. And this is exactly the case. As the Shangming Jiao Moira was shattered by a dazzling purple light, Ming Hangai also saw the battle situation clearly. I saw that the two yellow turban warriors who were originally fighting with Zhao Chen's mechanical giants transformed by magic had stopped, and together with the former, they surrounded the maid Zizhu in the middle. And Zizhu covered her mouth with one hand, and streams of black blood flowed out through her fingers. She didn't look at the three giants around her, two gold and one black, nor did she care about Elderling, who was already at a disadvantage with one Daoi. Instead, she locked her eyes on Tang Mao, who seemed to have not made a move. What a brilliant curse method, a top grade magical power. But princess, do you think you can beat me like this? If this is all you have to do, then it's a pity. You will definitely die here today. Chapter 410, Rebellion. Zizhu's body floated in the air, and she glanced at the many magical powers below indifferently, and her sight finally stopped at the disguised Tang Mao. It seemed that except for this cultivator with superior magical powers, she didn't take the others seriously. At this time, Ming Hangai stared at her and asked in a resentful tone, Zizhu, the means you used to control Huang Sun and Huang Si before was the magical power of the binding immortal rope in the Zhuanshan Yangxiang D4 Saints Wonderful Sutra. You are from the Four Evil Hall? Zizhu was stunned when she heard it and subconsciously asked back, you can actually see the binding immortal rope? In fact, Ming Hangai couldn't see it now, but it was clearly visible in the image displayed by the 8 diagrams bright light mirror before. Seeing that Zizhu didn't refute, Ming Hangai's face became more and more ugly and gritted her teeth and asked, you said you are your uncle's person. Then does your uncle know that you are a follower of the evil spirit? Or, did my uncle participate in the incident 12 years ago? Upon being asked, Zizhu's indifferent expression immediately turned cold. She narrowed her eyes and looked at Zhao Chen and others again, then sighed. I didn't think of doing it myself, so as not to be investigated by the royal family and affect the master. But now it seems that I have to silence him. Although it will definitely not affect the master, even if you report it to the government, it is still a bit troublesome. As soon as she finished speaking, a monster appeared behind her. This monster looks like a tiger, with dog-like fur, a human face, and a beast body, and fangs in its mouth. It is the image of Tao Wu, one of the 4 evils in the legend. However, this image is not the immortal body or demon's true body of Tao Wu, but its appearance that is circulated in the world, so it does not have too much pollution. However, just looking at it, people's emotions become violent and cruel. For example, Ling Lao, who was already at a disadvantage, no longer defended himself. He burned all his energy and spirit, and fiercely turned his body into a sword, piercing through the body of Wan Daoi. This sword was the most pinnacle sword, since he achieved supernatural powers. The sword light was extremely brilliant, and the power far exceeded the grade of his supernatural powers, almost comparable to the 3rd grade supernatural powers. If any middle grade supernatural power were here, even if he didn't die, he would suffer a serious injury that was difficult to heal. Unfortunately, Wan Daoi was a commodity exchanged by Xingcha. Zhao Chen only paid 1,600 star coins to exempt him from this injury. At this time, Ling Lao, who had paid everything, Ling Yai, half knelt on the ground with a sword, and his life also entered the countdown. On his deathbed, he finally regained some sanity and looked at Ming Hangai, who never took him seriously. He sighed and said, I tried my best. As soon as he finished speaking, his body turned into dust and drifted away. But for his death, neither the target he wanted to assassinate nor the mastermind who used him to assassinate cared about it. The old man who wanted to avenge his son was just a tool from beginning to end. Only Zhao Chen looked at the dust he turned into with pity and felt a little sympathy for his own kind in his heart. After all, in a sense, he was also a tool man, but the stage was bigger and the ending would come later. I just don't know if my future curtain call will be so desolate. While Zhao Chen sighed in his heart, he didn't take the maid in the air, who was showing off her power seriously. After all, after seeing through her identity and strength early on, how could he not prepare a plan? Therefore, when Zizou showed the Phantom of Yu-Wu, one of the four evils, four flying swords with sharpness, killing, strong winds, and stars broke through the air and caught Zizou off guard. After all, these are not just four flying swords, but also contain four kinds of high-grade magical powers with different powers. Although Zizou has obtained the Zhuanshan Yangxiang D4 Saint's Wonderful Sutra, and has the second grade magical power Zhuangsu Godsun Phase and the third grade magical power Sacred Beast Armor to protect himself, he still suffered neither heavy nor light injuries when facing the combined attack of four third grade magical powers. After the sword lights of the four flying swords stopped, four figures walked out of them. They were Ming Zuling, Siyu Izish, Taoying and Feng Qingxin, who had left the Lock Dragon Pond earlier and were going to Guangnan County to drink heavenly fairy wine. These four magical powers happened to sense the outbreak of the beast's aura while flying, so they worked together to slay the demons. Of course, the reason they passed by was because Ming Zuling secretly guided them. After all, the reason she agreed to drink together was to follow Zhao Chen's order and lead them here. The Brushing Willows and Moving Cloud Sword of the Qingcheng Sword School, the Luoxiqiushu Sword of the Ancient Poetry Sword School, the Xiaoya String and Song Sword of the Cui family. I don't recognize the last one, but its killing intent is no less than the Bidao killing sword. Wiping the blood from the corner of her mouth, Zizou looked at the four magical powers that suddenly appeared, then lowered her head to look at the princess on the ground, and laughed helplessly, saying, "Princess, you really haven't run out of luck yet. There are so many top-grade magical powers coming to such a remote place to save the situation." Ming Hangai, who didn't respond, but just stared at her and asked again, "Answer me, what exactly is uncle?" Before she could finish her question, Huang-san, who had been out of control before, suddenly turned around and swung a fist that was strong enough to collapse a mountain, hitting the princess' head. As a yellow turban warrior, it was true that he was controlled before, but he was also the king of Kinsman. Speaking of which, most of the innocent people who were accidentally injured when the remnants of the four evil holes were actually caused by him. Seeing that Zizou had no chance of success, he had to rely on surprise to complete the attack. At this time, most of the magical powers were focused on Zizou, and they did not expect that Ming Hangai's most trusted yellow turban warrior would rebel again after getting rid of control. Moreover, Huangsan was too close to Ming Hangai, so close that he could touch the princess's forehead just by waving his arm. At this critical moment, when Ming Hangai was about to die, suddenly Sanskrit chanting sounded in everyone's ears. Ming Hangai was suddenly surrounded by golden light, and illusory golden lotuses bloomed at her feet. At the same time, a bodhisattva with a compassionate face and pity for the world emerged, holding the constantly circulating breath of life and death in his palm, like a black and white wheel treasure, containing the great secrets of the heavens and the mysteries of life and death. The bodhisattva simply waved the breath towards Huangsan, who was waving his fist, and the ferocious face of the other party returned to peace. Then he retracted his fist, sat cross-legged on the ground, and passed away peacefully, completely without breath. There is another chapter later. Chapter 411, Self-Destruction. Seeing this incredible, yet horrifying scene, the faces of the four supernatural monks who came to support all showed surprise. However, except Ming Zuling, the other three thought that it was the power of the protective treasure of the Wei County Lord, and did not realize the real source of this attack. Even Zizou, who was surrounded by the four of them, was no exception. She was just surprised that the county lady actually had hidden means that she did not know. Only after Zizancha's death, the Shazai abbot of the Xingguang temple, who quietly attached himself to the elder Yukon of the Lion Huan's Hay of Biki Mountain, thought in his heart, the means of Ksitagarbha Bodhisattva. That female donor actually obtained the incense body of Ksitagarbha Bodhisattva while being chased by the killer of the Yanxi. It is really a deep blessing and a long destiny. After this matter is over, I have to report to the top leaders of the temple. However, just as he had this thought, he was shocked to find that the possessed Yukon had actually entered a mysterious hall, and his soul was forced to separate from Yukon and exposed. The next moment, a red pen wrote the word seal in the air and shot into his soul. The abbot of Xingguang temple wanted to dodge, but he couldn't react in time. Soon, his consciousness fell into chaos. At this time in Jinli village, Zhao Chen, who had quietly taken back Yukon, showed surprise on his face. He didn't expect that lifting the summoning would actually have extra gains. Where did this old man with the strength of the Dark Sun level come from? If it wasn't really inconvenient, he would have wanted to enter the Xingcha immediately to check the situation. As his thoughts turned, Zhao Chen looked at the princess of Wei who was betrayed again. The girl, who was about the same age as Yan Hongxia, stared at Huang San's peaceful body with empty eyes. Obviously, the princess, who had been hid continuously, and whose trusted people all became enemies in one day, began to be mentally unstable, and showed signs of being possessed. Seeing this, Zhao Chen hurried to her side, ignored Huang Si who wanted to stop him, and directly pointed at her Danshan with his finger, and transferred some 5 immortal spiritual ki into her. The Green Emperor protects the soul, the White Emperor serves the spirit, the Red Emperor nourishes the essence, the Black Emperor circulates the blood, and the Yellow Emperor controls the center. The 5 states of 5 immortal spiritual ki alternately flowed, and soon stabilized Ming Hongaiu's state. Huang Si, who was stopped by Tang Mao, also understood the situation at this time, and no longer showed hostility to Zhao Chen. Thank you. Ming Hongaiu exhaled a breath of turbid air, thanked him softly, and looked up at Zizu who tried to break through, but was stopped by the 4 magical powers, and shouted coldly, at this point, do you still want to resist? Although the 4 magical powers are not under her command, they are all righteous knights, and will naturally not stand on the side of the evil demons. Zizu tried a few more times, and saw that, although the other party could not do much with her Zhuangzi godson appearance, she could not break through the blockade of 4 people and 4 swords. If she continued to drag it on, the righteous people in Shu would gather, which would definitely be more disadvantageous to her. Especially since Guangnan County is under the jurisdiction of the Qingcheng Sword Sect, and now with Sada Fuliu Taoying present, reinforcement will probably arrive soon, so. Zizu smiled and ignored the 4 magical powers who were on guard with swords. She just lowered her head to look at Ming Hongaiu, and said with a smile, Princess, I remember I just said that I would be buried with you. It's a pity that you refuse to die, but I'm a man of my words. Hearing this, Ming Hongaiu's heart moved, and then her face suddenly changed, and she hurriedly said, be careful, she wants to. Before the Wei County Lord finished her words, the monster-like Zhuangzi godson phase behind Zizu expanded to its limit at a very fast speed, and then exploded. Boom. With a loud noise that could be heard hundreds of miles away, the entire Jinli village, along with the nearby mountains and rivers, were all flattened, and turned into a wasteland without vitality. Although Siyuizish, the Suian sword, Feng Qingxin, the Chunjiang sword, Taoying, the sword of Fuliu, and Ming Zuling used their own defensive magic to protect themselves at the moment when the Dharma phase magic power self-destructed, they still suffered serious injuries, and fell to the ground one after another. Among them, Feng Qingxin and Taoying were the most seriously injured, because of their low-grade defensive magic powers, and both fell into a coma. Siyuizish was slightly stronger, but he also lost his ability to move, but he was conscious. Only Ming Zuling was the least injured, because of her many tricks and her constant vigilance against Zizu. She didn't even need to replace parts. After she stood up, she looked at the mess around her. She first contacted Zhao Chen, and was relieved, after getting a response. Then she took out a few pills, and gave them to her 3 companions. Siyuizish, who had recovered some spirits with the help of the medicine, looked around the flattened village, and said with difficulty, thank you, Fairy Tang. I didn't expect that this evil demon's followers were so vicious that they directly destroyed their own basic magical powers. He paused and showed regret on his face again. Poor Wei County Lord and her followers. Hearing this, Ming Zuling used her magic power to help Taoying, and Feng Qingxin refine the medicine, but shook her head and said, there is no blood and flesh left of the county lord here. She is most likely still alive, but just left here. Upon hearing this, Siyuizish also gritted his teeth, and extended his spiritual sense to investigate, and then said with a smile, we inexplicably fought with the evil spirit's followers, but the princess ran away with her men at the critical moment. I heard that, although the Wei princess acted extreme, she always distinguished between gratitude and resentment, and was generous. Now it seems that the rumors are not credible. in Jingguan City, with the joint efforts of Crossing Bin, the head constable of the Six Gates, and Tang Lin, the Star Sword who stayed behind in the Sword Pavilion, the chaos caused by the Yinzi was quickly quelled. It was not until this time that Crossing Bin received the news that the Hualumeng's island where the Wee Princess lived as a guest was attacked by a magical monk. The head constable with the golden seal felt his scalp tingling. After all, the Wee Princess was of noble status. If something happened to her, his golden seal would be over. The only good news is that, although the princess holds an attitude of eradicating all evil to those related to the four evil halls, she has no ill will towards ordinary cultivators, and is relatively tolerant. But the premise is that she is still alive. Damn it. Who on earth tried to assassinate the princess? Could it be the work of the underworld? They attacked other people in the city with great fanfare, just to cover up the attack on the princess. Crossing Bin thought, while leading all his men to the Hualumeng garden. After seeing the destroyed courtyard wall and the formation in the backyard, his heart sank, thinking that the princess might not be able to survive. But when he rushed to Ming Hangai's bedroom with a heavy heart, he suddenly stopped. Because of the formation arranged outside the bedroom, he vaguely saw the princess throwing herself into the arms of a man. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 412 Ming Hangai's anxiety. Although Crossing Bin's consciousness was greatly restricted by the formation, he still breathed a sigh of relief after confirming Ming Hangai's breath. As long as the Wee County princess was fine, he, a Jinzhang constable, could not control her private life. But to be on the safe side, I still have to meet her in person to avoid being taken advantage of by thieves. Thinking of this, Crossing Bin first raised his right hand, indicating that the 6 door constables behind him were waiting in the yard. He walked to the bedroom, knocked on the door with his fingers, and said respectfully, "Your Highness, the princess, the 6 door Jinzhang Crossing Bin, request to see you." The bedroom was quiet for a while, and then the formation that blocked the house opened a hole at the door. Then, Ming Hangai's voice came from inside. "Crossing Jinzhang, please come in." "Yes." Crossing Bin got permission, first gestured to his subordinates, asking them to execute plan number 2, and then cautiously pushed open the door and walked into the room. The so-called plan number 2 is that all personnel are ready for battle. Once Crossing Bin sends out the agreed signal, they must provide support immediately. Crossing Bin walked into the room and quickly scanned the room with his spiritual sense. He found that it was different from what he imagined. There were quite a few people in the bedroom, and there was even a corpse. He also recognized the corpse. It was Huang San, the yellow turban warrior under the command of the princess. Did Huang San die in the previous attack? Crossing Bin's heart moved, and his eyes swept over Huang Si, who looked sad, and a young girl who should be a maid, and finally stopped at the young man who was leaning on by the princess. This man was extremely unfamiliar, but the aura on his body was undoubtedly at the level of supernatural power. Is he a genius who came to participate in the sword conference? Did this man save the beauty and solve the princess's crisis, which made the princess so dependent on him? As his thoughts turned, Crossing Bin moved quickly. After greeting Ming Hangaiu, he went straight to the point and asked, "Princess, can you tell me what happened here?" Ming Hangaiu leaned on Zhao Chen, or more precisely, on his palm, that brought true energy, feeling the beauty of the 5 immortal spiritual ki. Both her body and mind were in an extremely pleasant state. Although Zizu's self-explosion did not hurt her before, the mental instability caused by Huang San's betrayal made the pollution in her soul active again, and only the 5 immortal spiritual ki could suppress it. Ming Hangaiu didn't want to meet Crossing Bin at this moment, but Master Chen said that not meeting him at this time would only arouse suspicion, and they could also use Crossing Bin, the iron-faced and impartial Jinzhang constable, to indirectly investigate the King of Qin, which was better than doing it themselves. Ming Hangaiu felt that Zhao Chen's words were right, so she summoned Constable Crossing in with such a gesture. As for how they escaped from Zizu's self-explosion, and how they quickly moved back to Hualumeng's island from Jinli village, This was all thanks to Qi Meng. The great magical power of Guanyan's 33 incarnations allows the main body to borrow the abilities of the incarnations to a limited extent. And Zheng Qinggan's dream of the goddess of beauty can be teleported within the same water system. It was my maiden guard Huangsan who colluded with foreign enemies to attack me. Among the foreign enemies, one of them is Zhizanqi, a remnant of the Four Evil Hall, and the other is Lin Yai, a worshipper of the Ganzhao Li family. The latter is a magical cultivator, and his son was killed by Huangsan because his friend stood up for him. He came to seek revenge on me. However, these two people are limited in strength and cannot pose much of a threat to me. Their real killer move should be my maid Zizhu. She is a demon follower of the Four Evil Hall and has mastered the second grade magical power Zhuangsu Godson phase and the mysterious scripture of the Four Saints of Zhuanshan Yangxiangdi. My hidden guards and I were chased all the way to Guangnan County. If it weren't for the 4 young men who returned from the sword conference who happened to pass by and drew their swords to help, I'm afraid I would have died at her hands. Meng Hangai organized her words and said slowly, "This is basically the same as what happened, but the existence of Wang Daowei and Tang Mao was deliberately concealed. The identities of Zhao Chen and Qi Meng were blurred, and her speculation about the King of Qin was not added. Without any evidence, it would not be taken seriously if she casually linked a prince. After all, Meng Hangai's reputation and credibility in the past were not good and could not be compared with the King of Qin. Even if he believed it, Crossing Bin probably wouldn't dare to investigate further. Although he was known as impartial, he had a flexible bottom line to get to where he is now. So it's better to just provide clues and let Crossing Bin find out by himself. Once the secret of King Qin is touched upon, even if Crossing Bean doesn't want to investigate further, King Qin will have to believe it. Did the princess and her group come back from Guangnan County in such a short time? Well, there should be space-related treasures. Crossing Bin nodded thoughtfully and asked, "Princess, I wonder which 4 young men helped." Although it was stated by the princess herself, Crossing Bean decided to find someone to corroborate it out of caution. I only recognized the female hero Tao Yang from the King Cheng Sword School and the young hero Feng Qingxin from the Ancient Poetry Sword School. Meng Hangai who paused here, then added with a smile, "By the way, because of my health, I left in a hurry and didn't have time to thank the 4 young heroes. Captain Crossing, if you go to them to collect evidence, please apologize to them on my behalf. In addition, I would like to invite them to my courtyard for a banquet tomorrow and thank them in person." Seeing that his thoughts were guessed by the princess, Crossing Bean just smiled slightly and responded, "This is a trivial matter. Please rest assured, princess, I will definitely convey this message." After that, Crossing Bean asked for some more details before saying goodbye and leaving. It was not until this time that Huangxi's figure in the room gradually dissipated. It turned out to be just a phantom. The real Huangxi was seriously injured in order to protect the princess when Zizhu exploded before, and he was still in a coma. The reason why Zhao Chen and Meng Hangai who put a fake in the room was to make Crossing Bean subconsciously think that Zhao Chen and Qi Meng were the princess's confidants, the so-called hidden guards. After all, it is normal for the royal family to recruit some unknown masters as trump cards in private. The reason why Meng Hangai who didn't do it was because she didn't live long before and didn't need it. At this time, only her own people were left in the bedroom. Meng Hangai who asked uneasily while realizing the mystery of the spiritual true key of the 5 immortals. "Mr. Chen, what should we do next? If Uncle Qin, no, Ming Zihao really has an affair with the Four Evil Hall and is the mastermind behind the death of my parents, then he will never let me go. In addition, he seems to want to get something from me after I die. It must be obtained in the last few years, otherwise he won't react so much to my action of seeking healing for my injuries. After all, I didn't know that you had mastered the 5 immortal spiritual key at that time. I just thought that the music you played was magical. At most, I just wanted to extend my life by a few years." Chapter 413 King Qin. Meng Hangai who had lived in hatred for the Four Evils Hall for more than a decade and became paranoid because of her short life. Therefore, although she was smart, her methods of dealing with many things seemed rough and extreme. In the past, it was her maids and even the King of Qin who took care of the aftermath behind her that did not cause a big mess. In fact, Ming Hangai has always known this, but she didn't care. But now, she has lost this support and has no good way to deal with the current situation, so she can only turn to Zhao Chen for help. Although the Princess of Wei has only known Zhao Chen for less than half a day, she has given him most of her trust. This is not because Zhao Chen has any special magic or Ming Hangai who fell in love at first sight, but her only hope of survival lies in Zhao Chen, and he is irreplaceable. She has no choice but to believe in him. Survival has become Ming Hangai's new obsession. If you want to survive before, it is to destroy the four evils whole and avenge your parents. Then now, there is another reason to find out the truth of what happened back then. In short, she needs time. As long as she could continue to live, she could even let Zhao Chen do whatever he wanted. But Zhao Chen did not pay attention to her immediately, but concentrated on using his true energy to explore the source of the pollution in Ming Hangai's soul. Different from the previous simple inspection, this time, Zhao Chen even took the risk of intercepting some of the polluted power, introduced it into his own soul, and analyzed it with the help of the Dairi Xingcha. The conclusion given by the Xingcha is, this is the power of Xiaohao clan. Well, in mythology and legends, Qianqi, one of the four evils, is the untalented son of Xiaohao clan. And the magical power used by Zizhu before is called Zhuangzi Divine Sun Phase. I remember Tao Wu is the son of Zhuangzi clan, right? Behind the four evils hall, in addition to these four great evils, are there four Daojun level beings named after the ancient emperor clans? It's obviously not a coincidence that this level of power was injected into Ming Hangai's soul. Are they trying to use this princess as a vessel to hatch something? It seems that after more than 10 years, she has become very mature, so this is why they want to ensure Ming Hangai's death. Once she dies, that thing will break out. Perhaps, what the King of Qin wants, is the thing that hatched after Ming Hangai's death. As his thoughts turned, Zhao Chen also felt that the problem was a bit tricky, because if his guess was true, then the King of Qin and the four evils whole would never give up, and would definitely take Ming Hangai's life. And he and Qi Fiming have already participated in it. Even if they let go immediately, the King of Qin and the four evils whole would not let him go after killing Ming Hangai. After all, the King of Qin and others obviously did not want others, especially the royal family, to notice something strange, so they did not guard Ming Hangai's important container too closely, so as not to arouse suspicion. Even in the matter of killing Ming Hangai, the King of Qin repeatedly avoided suspicion. How could such a person let go of possible insiders? Sighing secretly, Zhao Chen retracted his true energy, and after a slight adjustment, he said carefully, at present, your uncle does not dare, or is unwilling to kill you in public. And the members of the four evil hall seem to be avoiding killing you personally. Otherwise Zizhu, as your maid, would have had plenty of opportunities before. Hearing this, Ming Hangai interrupted and said, Zizhu said she didn't do it herself in order not to implicate King Qin. Zhao Chen shook his head. If they simply wanted Ming Hangai to die, this reason would be reasonable. But if Ming Hangai was really a container for incubating something, then there must be another reason. However, Zhao Chen did not say this to Ming Hangai. After all, it was just his personal guess and there was no evidence. No matter what the purpose is, your Uncle Wan will not go to extremes for the time being, especially since you haven't torn your face with him. Even if he wants to assassinate you again, he will have to make a new round of plans. During this time, you'd better find a city where there is a real person named Dongsun, or even a real person named Xingsun, to live in. Zhao Chen suggested, it's best to live in a blessed land or a cave. Ming Hangai pursed her lips when she heard this, and after a long while, she said half shyly and half firmly, but I want to be with you, young master. You know, in my current situation, I can't leave you at all. Liang Zhao, in the Qin Wang's villa. Qin Wang Ming Zhao watched a transparent figure in front of him slowly put on the skin, and turned into the appearance of Zizhu who had already exploded, and then said lightly, you are very fond of this appearance. However, Zizhu's identity will most likely be wanted by the Six Gates and the Taoist office, so you should change your face later. After the rebirth, Zizou found a simple piece of clothing and put it on, then knelt down and apologized. Your Highness, I failed to complete the task. Please punish me. Then, he reported to the King of Qin what happened in Shuzhou in detail. My niece's fate has not yet ended, and it is normal for you to fail. This time it was just a test. The King of Qin shook his head and said, but Huang San's exposure will make my niece more alert, and it will be more difficult to place people around her in the future. Hey, Huang San has always been patient. He acted rashly this time, most likely because he was tricked by the old monk of Xingyang Temple. The people of Xingyang Temple are really a bunch of troublemakers. Zizou was silent for a few seconds and nodded. Fortunately, this time it is not without gain. At least we have figured out what other powers are hidden around the princess. Can you confirm the details of those magical powers? The King of Qin asked again. Judging from their magic and magical powers, they are likely from the military. Zizou thought of the steel giant who fought against Huang San and Huang Si, and answered affirmatively. Military? When did my niece get in touch with the military? King Qin frowned, but then relaxed his brows and waved his hand, saying, forget it, I don't blame you. After all, you can't keep an eye on everything Han Gaiyu does. Let's talk about what to do next. Zizou looked at King Qin gratefully, then lowered her head and said, please give your instructions. Send someone to keep an eye on Han Gaiyu, and make sure she doesn't have any contact with Zhao Chen from Human. I don't know what kind of music Zhao Chen got, but it can actually alleviate the erosion of Han Gaiyu's divine power. In addition, investigate the identities of the people you met with. King Qin ordered in a calm tone. Yes, Your Highness. Zizou responded respectfully. You call me Your Highness. Are you still thinking about your former master in the Four Evil Hall? I dare not. Dare not? It seems that it is necessary to let you recall my power first. Come to my bedroom with me. Yes, Your Highness. Master, my mind is a mess after writing the last part, and I don't know if there are any logical errors. I'm going to sleep first, and we'll review it tomorrow. Chapter 414 The Dark World. The Underworld is a special world corresponding to the real world. It is the destination of the dead. Its scale and level are far higher than the cave heaven created by the real monarch. It is somewhat similar to the Heart World. There are rumors that the Underworld and the Heart World, which have a clear corresponding relationship with Zhuanshan but exist independently, are all transformed after the death of the Taoist monarch, but this statement cannot be verified, and it is difficult to distinguish the truth from the false. However, the Underworld is full of strong pollution. Living people who enter it will soon sink. Unless they reincarnate, it is difficult to return to Zhuanshan. Therefore, even in some sects that are good at playing with ghosts and absorbing yin qi, yin and yang communication is a taboo. Even if they are masters of supernatural powers, they will not rashly descend to the underworld, otherwise they may never come back. Only by achieving Dangsun and relying on Dharma or true body can one be qualified to stay in the underworld and explore the secrets here. This is also the reason why most of the Dangsun real people have the ability to reincarnate and rebuild. The biggest mystery in the underworld is reincarnation of life and death. But the underworld is vast. Even the Dangsun master dare not go too deep and will only move around the channel he opened up with the gap between yin and yang. Otherwise, if he gets lost and can't find the way back to Zhuanshan, even his Dharma image in true body will sink. After reincarnation, the big-headed boy of the Dangsun master of Jianj practiced the sword of impermanence of life and death, and needed to realize the truth in the underworld. There happened to be a underworld gap near the Lock Dragon Pond, so he opened it up as a channel nearby. He also sat at the entrance of the channel on the underworld side, guarding the evil dragon, while not delaying his practice. Before, when the king of Shu and the fairy Baimei suddenly attacked and injured Liao Zhuang, the Dangshan sword, the big-headed boy felt it. But just when he wanted to pass through Daksha Zhaoshan Xingchen array and return to Zhuanshan, he saw a tall black figure in the shadows and black hair in the channel, walking out step by step with heavy steps, making the whole channel tremble. He was more than 20 feet tall, wearing a heavy black armor that covered his entire body, and a helmet of the same color, which completely covered his face. Only the black hair could be seen under his jaw. His right hand, which was as big as a pottlid, tightly grasped a long white banner, which was filled with gloomy and hostile auras. There were 9 black symbols written on it, which was extremely strange and terrifying. Looking at this tall black figure, even a well-informed boy like the big-headed boy frowned and shouted, "Who are you? King Guang of the underworld. Please ask Master Zaya how to stay in the underworld for a while." There seemed to be 2 cold and dead eyes piercing through the black helmet. Although there was not much hostility, it gave people great pressure. The big-headed boy laughed and responded, "Yancy? I've heard this name a lot recently. I didn't expect that a killer organization like yours would dare to tease the tiger of my Jianj. I observe your aura, and you should be practicing the 9 nether evil Dharma body. Although it is also from the lineage of Taishi Demon Lord, it is only a side school, and is far inferior to the inheritance of the Heavenly Demon Sect." As he spoke, he integrated his sword of impermanence of life and death into his body and suddenly slashed out. A sharp sword light of black and white interlaced slashed unstoppably on the body of King Guang at the entrance of the passage. In the sword light, there seemed to be an illusory sword energy world full of vitality in the rich artistic conception of sharpness, killing, and death. As for the habit of sword cultivators, to draw their swords and chop without saying a word, King Guang seemed to have anticipated it. He immediately shook the long banner in his hand, and released endless poisonous ghost fire to block the sword light. However, under the sword of the big-headed boy, the white long banner immediately dimmed, and the surrounding dense yin and evil spirits all dissipated, revealing the 9 black runes on the white banner. Just when the sword of impermanence of life and death wanted to go one step further, break through the obstruction of the long banner, and directly slash at King Guang's body, it suddenly stopped, and then the sword light turned around, and the figure of the big-headed boy appeared again. His face looked a little ugly at this time, his eyes were fixed on the tall black figure, and he asked, "You connected the white flag with the life and death of the passage?" Seeing that the big-headed boy stopped, King Guang also put down the white flag in his hand, and said with a slightly smiling voice, "Master Xiao's Dharma rise are not wrong. My 9 nether evil Dharma body has no other skills, but it is the best at the gap between the yin and yang worlds." At this point, he paused, and then emphasized seriously, "But speaking of it, although the 9 nether evil Dharma body belongs to a side door, it is the real Taishi inheritance. And the Xian Mo sect is actually the Taoist lineage of the Zhao Song Queen, Moyan Zhenjin. Although she is a disciple of the Taishi Patriarch, she has her own Taoism, which is not the orthodox of the Taishi Patriarch. They are all about to be wiped out. What's the point of fighting for the orthodoxy of Taoism?" The big-headed boy complained, but he was thinking quickly about countermeasures in his mind. The King Guang in front of me is only a real person at the Dharma appearance level. If he were in Daksha, he would probably not be able to take my sword. But he tied the white banner to the passage, and used it to block my sword of impermanence of life and death, which made me hesitate. After all, if the passage is destroyed, I will not only be doomed in the underworld, but it will definitely affect the support for the Lock Dragon Pond. But if I confront him like this, I will not be able to rescue Lao either. It will be dangerous for him to face 2 real people alone. Just when the big-headed boy was in a dilemma, the King Guang who was guarding the entrance of the passage suddenly took a step back and put away the white banner. Then a huge black cloud appeared around him, with countless ghosts screaming miserably inside, and the laws of Jiao, death, Taiyin, etc. were added to it. The next moment, the black cloud carried King Guang to the air, and flew into the underworld at a very fast speed. His movements were so fast that even the big-headed boy had no time to react, and could only watch him disappear outside his spiritual consciousness. But as a veteran real person, the big-headed boy quickly realized what happened. The flow rate of time is wrong. He and King Guang were in a space with low time tassels, and the other party's step back should have returned to the normal flow rate range, so that he could escape at a speed that even he could not react to. Oh no. Since I was in a low time flow area just now, the normal time must have passed a long time. Lao. The big-headed boy just thought of this, and saw the figure of Dongshan Sword Lao Zuang appeared in the passage. At this time, the secret of heaven gradually became clear. Without the other party's explanation, the big-headed boy also figured out what happened in the locking dragon pond, so he sighed. The evil dragon was rescued. Rescued? The King Yuan temple priest is really cautious. He even didn't forget to place a time magic here. Liao Zhuang also noticed the traces of the time law being disturbed in the underworld. Heh, how could Sheng Xuan look at me? He is just worried that after I leave, the King of Shu and the Fairy of White Plum will not give you enough pressure to force Meng Wanling to take action. The big-headed boy, who had figured out the whole story, laughed at himself. Regarding this frustrating topic, the two real people tacitly did not say more, and turned to talk about the escaped King Qingguang. Since he dared to go deep into the underworld, I'm afraid he has a method to survey the direction in this world. Looking at the vast and dark world of Xuanming, the big-headed boy said thoughtfully, if I can master this method, maybe I can go one step further on the road of Dongzuan. Dongzuan, as the name suggests, practitioners at this stage are to have insight into one or several mysteries of this world. Upon hearing this, Master Liao Zhuang said with a smile, they are the Yunzi. They may be more familiar with the underworld than us. Then, he changed the subject, with murderous intent in his eyes. He said, but you should have the opportunity to obtain that method next time. After all, you have offended my Jianj, and we can't just let it go. The two masters who helped King Yuan have unknown origins, but the Yunzi is their accomplice, and they should bear the wrath of my Jianj. That's all for today. I have to go to work tomorrow, and I don't dare to stay up too late. Chapter 415 Mission and Burning. While discussing how to deal with the Yunzi, the big-headed boy and Liao Zhuang returned from the Yin world to the Valley of the Dragon Locking Pond. At this time, the core disciples of the King and Sword Li Crossing, the Mo Wen Sword Gushan, the Yaolong Sword Fu Linglong, the Sun and Moon Sword Chen Weijing, etc. have also regained control of the valley array. But unfortunately, several inner disciples who were originally responsible for guarding the center of the array have been assassinated by members of the Yunzi. Fu Linglong, who has neat short hair, is full of regret. After all, she received information that the Yunzi might make a big move before the sword discussion conference, but she did not pay attention to it, which led to the assassins easily mixing in, and several junior brothers and sisters died. Although the matter involves the planning of the existence of Dongxuan and even Shengxuan, even if she strictly checks it, it is likely to be useless. But trying hard and ultimately failing is different from negligence and causing bad consequences. As the head of intelligence, she was indeed negligent. So, after seeing the two uncles coming out of the cracks in the underworld, Fu Linglong immediately stepped forward to plead guilty. The big-headed boy knew that the incident in the dragon locking pond was force majeure, so he just waved his hand and said, we'll talk about the punishment later. Have you captured any prisoners? King and Sword Li Crossing on the side said, reporting to Uncle Zihao, we have captured a man. His real identity is a wandering man from the Jianghu in Hanjia County. He has not been in the underworld for long. Bring him to me. The big-headed boy ordered. Yes, uncle. Li Crossing responded and looked at Mo Wen Sword Gushan beside him. The latter immediately understood, and then turned his palm, and a cube shaped like a magic cube appeared in his palm. The cube was only the size of a walnut at first, but it grew bigger and bigger, and soon turned into a 3-meter square cage, which was thrown to the ground by Gushan. This is a third-grade magical power, called Magic Cube Black Prison. The space inside it generates a huge maze that can trap many magical monks. It has infinite uses. It is the unique method of Gushan's family, not inherited from Jianj. The big-headed boy is familiar with Gushan's magical power. After all, the Gu family has been attached to Jianj for thousands of years, and this magical power is no longer a rare thing. He just took a picture and pulled out the captured Yunzi member. Then, the big-headed boy did not need to interrogate him, but directly pressed the other party's head and pulled out his soul. After a while, the real person raised his hand and released several streams of light into the eyebrows of Li Crossing, Fu Linglong and others, and ordered, your current task is to ask the Taoist office and the 6 gates for help. Go to the places I marked to search, and dig out all the Yunzi members in Shu. He knew that the people of the Yunzi must have evacuated long ago, but there would always be clues left. When the time comes, he will definitely find clues by divination one by one. After all, the Yunzi is actually a relatively loose organization. A large number of assassins are actually just in name only. Its core members have no obligation to cover for them. Not selling them directly to Jianj to vent their anger is already very moral. Yes, Li Crossing and others digested the information sent by the real person for a while, and then took the order and left. The change in the sword conference can be said to be a shame for the master, and each of them was suppressed with anger in their hearts. After all the disciples left, the big-headed boy and Liao Zuang looked at each other, then bowed in the direction of the locking dragon pond waterfall and said, Zia Haoing/Liao Zuang respectfully welcomes the real master. Before they finished speaking, a Taoist figure appeared at the top of the waterfall. This person had grey hair, but a young face. He stood in the air, with the corners of his clothes swaying lightly, and was very chic. It was Yi Xianheng, the immortal master Yixio of Jianje. After King Yuan's dragon body was freed, his senior brother Shen, who had escaped to Buddhism, no longer stopped him. Instead, he sealed his cultivation, and entered the locking demon tower as a way of atonement. In this regard, Master Yixio was quite helpless. He couldn't really kill his senior brother for the sake of justice. The key was that he couldn't beat him, so he could only resign himself to running to clean up the mess. However, on the way, he happened to meet the real king of Shuming Hangyuan and Fairy Baimei Duan Baimei, who were trapped in the time array, and rescued them. It turned out that the two of them were somehow trapped on the way to Sualongtan, and they couldn't break the time cage. After listening to their words, Yi Xianheng couldn't pursue it anymore. After all, the two Dangxuan encountered the Shengxuan existence, and they were alive, because the other party had no intention of killing. How could they ask for more? In the final analysis, it was because of the traitor in his giant that he, the master, was blocked, which allowed the conspiracy of the unknown organization to succeed. That's why senior brother refuses to reveal more information about that organization. Yi Xianheng sighed secretly, and said to the two real people in the sect, Big Head Boy and Angshan Jian, I already know everything that happened here. It's not your fault, but the enemy's strength is far beyond your ability to deal with. In addition, King Shu and Fairy Baimei are also victims of this incident. I have seen them before. Then, he briefly explained the situation of Ming and Duan, and finally said, however, the two imposters can easily impersonate their identities. Obviously, they are very familiar with Ming Hangyuan and Duan Baimei. We can investigate from this aspect. At this point, he looked at the big head boy and said, Zia Hao, you are experienced and good at hiding. This matter is handed over to you. Well, I think the task of clearing out the Yinsi you arranged before is good, and I will also hand it over to you. I will obey the order of the true lord. The big head boy did not dare to neglect and responded respectfully. You should know that in ancient times, the true lord was already an immortal. Not only did he no longer have to worry about his lifespan, but he also spoke the law of heaven. Although he was already a terrestrial immortal in the eyes of the 5th level cultivators of the Tangxuan realm, he was just an ordinary person in the eyes of such beings. After instructing the big-headed boy, the true Lord Yixio moved his eyes slightly and put his sights on Liao Zuang. Then he took out a token and handed it to him, saying, Liao Zuang, you take my token and go to Zhajing to appeal to the court about what happened in the Lock Dragon Pond and ask why the evil spirits were allowed to enter Shu. Even if King Yuan has regained her sanity and has a tacit understanding with my great Zia, it would be fine to give her some preferential treatment. Letting her enter the heart of great Zia is not an exception. Yes. Liao Zuang also took the token respectfully. Okay, this matter is over, and I should go chase that evil dragon. Humph, it's not that easy to return to the East China Sea safely after disrupting my Jianji sword conference. If I hadn't been so busy that I couldn't be distracted, she wouldn't have succeeded. After a cold snort, Yi Xianheng, the immortal lord of the sky, turned into a sword light and flew away, leaving only the two immortal lords who were assigned tasks to look at each other in bewilderment. Since the immortal lord is going to chase the Dragon King Temple Priest, why did he come to assign us a task? Wouldn't it be better to use a flying sword to send a letter, or send a disciple to deliver the message? Liao Zuang said in confusion. Isn't this just a waste of time? Maybe, the immortal lord didn't intend to chase. Or, he just came here on purpose to tell the reason why he was late. Could it be that the immortal lord was late just now for another reason? Although the big-headed boy guessed so in his heart, he whispered on the surface, the immortal lord must have a deep meaning for doing this. You and I will just follow your orders. Liao Zhuang suddenly realized what he said and nodded. That's right. Jinghan City, Dream Garden. Hearing Ming Hangai's statement of wanting to follow you, Zhao Chen smiled and shook his head. Follow me? That's not easy. I guess your uncle Qin Wang will definitely not agree. If he is desperate and no longer cares, neither you nor I can face the power of Dongsun. Ming Hangai thought about it and suggested, maybe I can put a substitute in the open, and I will put on Macup and go to human with you? It's a good idea, but it's unlikely to be realized. You also said that too many of your personal belongings are in control, and it's easy for the Qin Wang to know your location. Zhao Chen shook his head again. What should I do? Sir, you know, I can't live without you now. There is one more chapter before 12 o'clock. Chapter 416 Refining Equipment. Listening to Ming Hangai's coquettish words, Qi Meng looked at her deeply and thought to herself, although this princess uses different routines from the little black cat, they are the same in front of Erlang. What? In comparison, Zheng Qinggan seems less proactive. After all, her character is there and cannot collapse. However, with the existence of this princess, Zheng Qinggan feels the crisis, and it is reasonable to be more excessive. Just when Qi Meng was thinking about it, Ming Hangai looked at Zhao Chen expectantly, hoping that he could give her a perfect plan. Although in her heart, she actually wanted Zhao Chen to really disguise himself as her hidden guard and stay by her side. But that is obviously unlikely. Zhao Chen was a little hesitant at this moment, because although he did have a way to solve the problem at hand, it was difficult to speak. Or in other words, the relationship was too shallow. The method is actually very simple, that is, to let Ming Hangai's Huangshan magic power also contain Teichu truth, so that it can naturally suppress the thing in her soul for a certain period of time. As for a complete solution, Zhao Chen couldn't do it now. Even if he gave Wei County Lord his true key every day, he could only suppress it at most. At least he had to wait until he truly mastered the great magical power of 5 emperors paying homage to the truth, before he could try to remove the source of the pollution. However, how could Ming Hangai's mana have the characteristics of 5 immortal spiritual ki? This was very simple for Yan Hangxia. After all, her mana and 5 immortal spiritual ki had the same origin. As long as there was interaction, the quality would naturally improve. But if Ming Hangai wanted to get it, she had to practice double cultivation, and it had to be the kind of double cultivation in the true sense. But even Zheng Qinggan and Yan Hangxia, who had a close relationship with Zhao Chen, had never really done this. What's more, even though Ming Hangai said how much she depended on him, she might not be willing to do it for real. Thinking of this, Zhao Chen smiled and said to Ming Hangai, who was full of expectation, you can stay in Shanzhou temporarily. I believe that the King of Qin will not dare to act rashly in the territory of the Danding Xianzang. After all, the Danding Xianzang is one of the 3 holy places, and the King of Qin will be more worried. And I will help you suppress the pollution in your body regularly. However, you will also have to pay the visit fee accordingly, Zhao Chen said with a smile. All my men can be deployed by you, but I can't guarantee their loyalty now. Ming Hangai didn't care much about paying. As long as she could prolong her life, she could give her financial resources and power to Zhao Chen, even if it was her own. Although she must still have some resistance in her heart. I don't need their loyalty, as long as they can do the job. Zhao Chen waved his hand. Different men have different uses. If these 5 men are used well, they can sometimes have miraculous effects. That's no problem. Ming Hangai breathed a sigh of relief. She could accept this arrangement, but she had another request at this time. Can you protect me for 2 more days? Wait for my Huangdao and Huanga to return, then you can leave. In this way, she can enjoy the taste of the spiritual true key of the 5 immortals for 2 more days. Zhao Chen nodded readily to this request. Anyway, there are still 6 days before the second mission of Wuiao Cave Heaven, and most of the preparations that should be made are actually ready. There are some minor things that can be done here with the princess. For example, Hangai, do you know a refiner who can forge magical instruments? Zhao Chen asked directly. Since you want to get your true key for free for 2 days, you naturally have to pay the corresponding price. I know a lot, both traditional and modern. Mr. Chen, do you want to forge a magical instrument? Have you collected all the materials? Meng Hangai nodded. The materials needed for the refining method of small 5-element mixed origin fire thunder bead that Zhao Chen got from Feng Wan were already prepared, but he had not found a suitable and skilled refiner with time, so it was delayed. Since Meng Hangai has a way here, he can leave it to her. As his thoughts turned, Zhao Chen took out a storage bag and handed it to Meng Hangai, asking, "The materials and refining methods are all in it. I wonder how many days it will take to be ready. Can I take a look?" Meng Hangai asked in return. Of course. Zhao Chen was not stingy with the princess. After all, what good things had she not seen? She would definitely not covet his magical tools. Meng Hangai ignored the materials and only took out the jade slip that recorded the refining method. He simply read it with his spiritual sense for half a minute, and then slowly said, "This small 5-element Union Fire Thunder Bead is really a magical tool with quite powerful power, but the conditions for use are a bit harsh. I'm afraid that except for you, few people can use it. Well, according to the description in the jade slip, it is better to refine this bead using the ancient method, and there happens to be such a master of refining in Shu. If you can impress him, you should be able to get the finished product in a day or two." Qi Meng, who had been listening, was moved when he heard this, and asked thoughtfully, "Could the princess be talking about Master Pu who cast the 7 swords of Jianzhi? It is said that this Master Pu is a descendant of Master Pu Yun, who forged the 8 swords of Shu for Emperor Zhao in an era called the 3 Kingdoms before the ancient Tang dynasty. Now he is the sword-forging elder of Jianzhi and the best sword-making master in Shu." "That's right." Meng Hangai nodded, glanced at the girl whose name he still didn't know, then turned to Zhao Chen and said complacently, "Master Pu owes me a favor, and he will definitely agree to refine this magical weapon. You have always been enemies with people, how can you still have good relationships?" Zhao Chen glanced at her, quite unbelieving. Meng Hangai guessed what he was thinking. Her face flushed, and she said hesitantly, "In fact, he owes my parents a favor." "That's right." Zhao Chen nodded with satisfaction. However, since there was no reliable person around the princess, it was not convenient for them to leave the city under the current situation. So Zhao Chen only asked Meng Hangai for a handwritten letter, stamped it with her seal, and then entrusted Qi Meng to go to Jianzhi City, where the entrance to Jianzhi Cave Heaven was located. And Qi Meng just wanted to do something in Jianzhi City, so she agreed very happily. After Qi Meng left to Meng Garden, Meng Hangai carefully asked, "Mr. Chen, you hesitated for a long time just now. In fact, there is another plan, right? Now that the girl is not here, can you tell me?" Guangnan County, in the Foreign Affairs Hall of King Cheng Sword Sect. Chunjiang Sword Feng Kingson and Sword of Liu Taoying have woken up. Although they were seriously injured, the Divine Power cultivators were different from the Gangsha and the Lion Kyo cultivators. As long as the injuries were not fatal, they would recover quickly. Just as the 2 people on the sickbed were lamenting their bad luck, Siu Izish and Ming Zuling walked in from outside. The former smiled and said to the 2, "The princess still has some conscience," and invited us to a banquet. Chapter 417 Various Places. Meng Hangai did not invite the 4 supernatural masters to the banquet on a whim, but it was the first step for her to change. In the past, even if someone gave her a lot of help, she would not be interested in meeting them in person, just like she did with Zhao Chen. At most she would prepare a generous gift and send it to the door. But now it is different, because she has the hope of survival, so she can no longer act capriciously like before. The good relationship should still be made. Anyway, she has not completely torn her face with the King of Qin, and can still reimburse the expenses from him. At this time, in the Foreign Affairs Hall of the King Cheng Sword Sect in Guangnan County, Feng Kingson glanced at the invitation and gift list brought by Siu Izish, and said lazily, "TSK, this gift is not light, and it is very much to my mind. Obviously she has worked hard in advance. What do you think this princess wants to do? Recruit us?" Tao Ying, who was lying on the bed next to him, said with a smile, "The princess, we might really have this idea in mind. After all, the person who wants to assassinate her is obviously hiding behind the scenes, and she must be scared." At this point, she looked at Feng Kingson, raised her eyebrows and asked, "Why, are you tempted?" She and Feng Kingson are very familiar with each other. Although they are not Taoist companions, their relationship is closer than some Taoist companions. So as soon as the other party started talking, she guessed his thoughts. Feng Qingxin picked up the wine gourd he carried with him, but then thought of his injuries that had not yet healed. He hesitated for a moment and put it down again. Then he nodded and said frankly, I really want to protect the Princess Wei for a while. You know, this is good for my practice, and this princess is generous and has many connections. More importantly, if you want to win a place in the Star Conference 3 years later, you have to take some risks, right? Although the foundation is difficult to change, the battle of magical powers is not simply a comparison of the grades of the magical powers of both sides, right? Take sword cultivators as an example. Although the magical grade of the natal flying sword is crucial, once the top grade flying sword is out, the means of the middle and lower grades are almost impossible to resist, but the level of the cultivator's own swordsmanship is also the key to victory. In the past, there were examples of cultivators who used the foundation of the third grade flying sword and relied on exquisite swordsmanship to defeat the second grade flying sword magical power. Although the ancient poetry sword school, where Feng Qingxin is located, is also known for its swordsmanship, the swordsmanship of the ancestors is after all the ancestors. If Feng Qingxin can absorb the strengths of hundreds of schools and integrate a set of swordsmanship that belongs to him, then there is still a small possibility that he will occupy the last position in the star constellation magic power list. Once he is on the list and has the opportunity to experience the power of Dongsun, he may not be able to go further in the future and become a real person. Although Minghan Gaiyu, the Wei County Lord, is a sickly person, the resources she can call on and the classics she can exchange for are much more than what the ancient poetry sword school can provide. Naturally, becoming her offering has great benefits. After hearing what Feng Qingxin said, Tao Ang was also quite tempted. Her King Cheng sword school was not much better than the ancient poetry sword school, and it was too illusory to find the so-called Dongsu an opportunity on her own. She was also looking forward to winning a seat in the star constellation divine power list and comprehending the secret of Dongsun. Even if she had to serve in the East China Sea or South China Sea for 3 years, after winning the star constellation position, it was nothing in comparison. Other royal children with similar resources either looked down on them or did not need them. The Wei County Lord in front of her was the only choice at present. Once missed, she might regret it for the rest of her life. Of course, Tao Ang boasted that she still had some beauty, and if she went to serve the Prince of Shu, it should be possible, but she obviously would not do that. Cu Izish, who was standing by, did not interrupt the two's hesitation. He just looked at Ming Zuling and asked with a smile, Fairy Tang, are you going to the banquet? He didn't care about it. After all, his Wei's House Cui family was the top family among the prominent families, with a deep foundation, and there was no need to serve others. And Ming Zuling, who pretended to be Tang Mao, didn't have to worry about this. As the Tang family was a relative of the Jin Samu family, the resources were only richer than those of the Cui family. Of course I have to go. Ming Zuling nodded. The task she got was to trick the 3 people in front of her. Shuang Mansion, Beihua Pavilion. After meeting his father and understanding the ins and outs of the Lock Dragon Pond incident, Mingzu Dao, the Prince of Shu, finally breathed a sigh of relief. It turns out that the old man is also a victim. It turns out that the old man didn't rush into a war with Jianzhe. I almost used a forbidden method in the dragon locking pond. Fortunately, the real person in Jianzhe knew right from wrong and didn't think that the old man had injured Liu from the beginning. Mingzu Dao drank a cup of tea to calm down and then called the housekeeper to ask about what happened in Jingguan City before. The housekeeper didn't dare to neglect it and reported to him one by one that each family had been attacked by assassins and that Princess Wei was almost killed. Aunt Han Gaiyu, her maid and the yellow turban warrior betrayed her, and they also attacked her with outsiders? Mingzu Dao was surprised. This is not a trivial matter. You must know that, whether it is a personal maid or a yellow turban warrior, they must be strictly examined and should be foolproof. But now, members of the evil organization have mixed in. How can Mingzu Dao not be horrified? Since there are problems with the people around Aunt Han Gaiyu, what about those around him? How can he guarantee that there are no problems? Compared with his aunt, his only advantage is that he is stronger and less likely to be killed. But he obviously has more enemies. Go get the mirror of heart and check the offerings in the mansion. Remember to do it in secret. Ming Zudao thought for a while and ordered. Yes. The housekeeper responded respectfully and was about to take the order and leave, but was stopped by the Prince of Shu. By the way, has Fairy King Qian come back? Ming Zudao asked. Fairy King Qian did not participate in the sword conference, but was entrusted by him to track down the supernatural cultivator who pretended to be himself. To be more precise, she is tracking the female cultivator in the refining acupoint realm named Qi Fimeng. Replied to the prince, not yet. The housekeeper turned around and replied. She hasn't come back yet. She is just a refining acupoint cultivator. Even if she is a little special, it is impossible for her to escape the tracking of supernatural powers, right? Ming Zudao asked in confusion. On the road leading to Giant City, Fairy King Qian, who was wearing a gorgeous long skirt, looked at the phantom of the bodhisattva rising behind the girl in front of her with horror. She was completely unable to move, and could only let the bodhisattva's phantom open its mouth like a black hole and swallow her in one gulp. During this period, all her magical powers failed, and she had no power to resist. After the figure of Fairy King Qian completely disappeared, Qi Fimeng, with a compassionate face, collapsed to the ground, and the bodhisattva's phantom behind her head also completely dissipated. Since returning to Huimeng Zhao Yuan, I found someone spying on me. I thought it was the evil spirit from Xinguang Temple, but I didn't expect it was just the magical power of Hua Shenzang. I wasted a trump card. If I can't get a supplement, I can only use it once more. Fortunately, Erlang will be there for the next mission, so I don't need to take action again. Well, this magical power of Hua Shenzang can be sold to Erlang as a reward. Qi Fimeng sat on the side of the road and rested for a long time before she barely recovered some strength and continued to rush towards Giant City. Shuzhou, in a remote valley. This valley has a strange terrain and peculiar feng shui. It is a place of absolute yin and the entrance of the evil vein. In a cave at the deepest part, there is even a mysterious evil spirit being bred. Feng Wantong, the chilled desert of the Feng family in Ningzhou, is sitting cross-legged next to this unformed evil spirit, constantly refining something with cold and yin energy. Speaking of which, Feng Wantong is actually just a branch of the Feng family. He was not outstanding when he was young, but he suddenly rose after the age of 18. From then on, he rose to prominence. Before he was 30, he had achieved supernatural powers and was ranked as the Dongsuan seed of the Feng family. But Feng King, the ancestor of the Feng family, did not seem to think too highly of him. He did not let the seed practice in the family secret realm, but put him in Dunhuang for training. I don't know what he was thinking. Of course, Feng Wantong's family knows his own business. The reason why he suddenly became so enlightened was not because of his wisdom, but because there was an old grandfather who called himself Zhao Leo in his sea of consciousness. It was with the guidance of this old man that he was able to have continuous opportunities and achieve 4th grade magical powers before the age of 30. Whether it was to guard Dunhuang or to come to Shuzhou to participate in the sword conference, he actually took the initiative to ask for it. After all, only outside can there be opportunities. If he stays in the Feng family secret realm, he, a genius, will be exposed sooner or later. Before that, under the guidance of the old man, he joined a secret organization called Heaven and became its peripheral member and participated in the Heaven action against Giant Muddle. Fortunately, his task was not troublesome, just to provide the location of the King of Shu. This was quite easy for him to arrive at the dragon locking pond with the Prince of Shu. After all, the King of Shu and the Prince of Shu were on the same flying boat, but the former left alone for a while before arriving at the dragon locking pond. After reporting the whereabouts of the King of Shu, Feng Wantong was in a state of free activities, and then took advantage of the chaos and secretly took some blood of fear from the disciples of various sects in the dragon locking pond under the guidance of the old man. Although he didn't know what this thing did, according to past experience, it should be quite beneficial to him. Okay, after processing this blood, quickly swallow it with the previously collected blood moon meatball and this unformed Zuan Yin evil key. It can purify your foundation, making it easier for you to advance to Dang Zuan in the future. A hoarse voice sounded in Feng Wantang's mind. Really? Feng Wantang was refreshed and did not doubt the grandfather's intention at all. After all, they have been together for more than 10 years. If the other party wanted to harm him, he would have done it long ago and would not have waited until now. He was worried about another thing. Mr. Zhao, does this thing have any side effects? Of course. After you drink it, the foundation of your Flying Snow Divine Sword Sutra will be wasted, and it will be changed to the foundation of my Blood God sect, and the snow will be changed to blood. The new Flying Blood Divine Sword will also be integrated into the magical power of my Blood God. Although the grade of the basic magical power cannot be changed, it will definitely be more magical and easier to advance to Dunkson. The hoarse voice was quite complacent. The foundation of magical power can be changed? Feng Wantang opened his mouth wide and was surprised. This broke his common sense of cultivation. My Blood God is a sea that can accommodate all rivers. If you have cultivated the Supreme Achievement Blood God diagram great magical power, it will not be a problem to integrate most of the magical powers into it. Now it's just a matter of changing your 4th grade foundation. It's easy as pie. The existence named Zhao Leo said with a smile. No wonder the Heavenly Demon sect was going to be wiped out. Feng Wantang muttered, but without hesitation, he put the ball of red jelly-like substance he had refined into his mouth. The next moment, a large amount of blood oozed out of his skin until he was completely wrapped up. Jingguan City, Huayumeng Garden. Zhao Chen and Ming Hongaiu sat opposite each other, the former's palm pressed against the latter's stanchion, allowing him to enjoy the wonderful feeling of the spiritual true key of the 5 immortals again. For Ming Hongaiu, who had been tortured by the pollution in her soul for many years, this kind of beauty was really addictive, making her want to tie Zhao Chen to her side and provide services for her all the time. Unfortunately, this is impossible. Ming Hongaiu glanced at Zhao Chen, who was beginning to finish his work on the opposite side, and after sighing slightly, she finally seriously thought about another method that she had forced out before. Dual cultivation. Although I seem to have made up my mind to sacrifice everything, when I heard this plan, I still hesitated. Ming Hongaiu, what are you holding back on? For you, being able to stay alive, to continue to avenge your parents, and to find out the truth of what happened back then, aren't those things above all else? How can you back down at this time? Yes, Zhao Chen comes regularly to give you true energy and can also help you prolong your life, but it is not his obligation to help you. What if you can't give him what he needs, or have exhausted his favors? What's more, if he comes to you frequently, it will be difficult for him not to reveal his whereabouts. If Ming Zhao notices it, how should he respond? And once we are dual cultivated, these won't be a problem anymore. Ming Hongaiu kept building up her mind, and her eyes became more and more determined. Finally, when Zhao Chen withdrew his hand, she felt a sense of loss and emptiness in her heart, and blurted out, Mr. Chen, you should give me the method of happy bodhisattva first. When she said this, her face turned red unconsciously. After all, she was a girl. Even if she had a weird personality, it was impossible for her to directly say that she wanted to dual cultivate, but she chose to learn the method first. Zhao Chen gave her a strange look, but did not refuse, because he realized that when he was helping the princess resist the pollution in her soul, the Starboat Guardian had actually digested some of it. This also made him summarize the last rule of at this stage. The greatest responsibility of the Starboat Guardian is actually to protect the goods from pollution. He even had a feeling that once the dual cultivation was completed, his Starboat Guardian would probably be completely digested immediately. But Zhao Chen still had some bottom line. If the princess had resistance in her heart, he would not take advantage of her. Of course, the dual cultivation method could be given to her first. After all, learning the method is learning the method, and dual cultivation is dual cultivation. These are two different things, and cannot be confused, right? Chapter 418, Fate. The Sun and Stars, in a palace shrouded in mist. Sitting on the 6th dragon's throne, Zhao Chen picked up the 8 diagram's bright light mirror and checked the Dunkson level cultivator who was accidentally sealed when he recovered the elder Yukon who was passing on the skills in the Lionhuan village of Beaky Mountain. He had never had time to deal with this matter before, but now he finally had some free time. After passing on the dual cultivation method he had realized, after watching the happy bodhisattva picture to Minghan Gaiu, he returned to the room assigned to him by the princess in the name of resting. According to the information given by the Jade Book, this person is the abbot of the Xingjiang Temple in Shu, a demon king level demon. He escaped by chance after his stronghold was destroyed by the king of Shu and the king of Qin, and then attached himself to Zizangqi. I remember that when King Gan and I captured Maharaj's spirit in Yicheng, the evil spirit mentioned this matter. The abbot also made a transaction with the spirit through the mind world, intending to exchange some materials from it for recovery. In addition, at the Zhangai market, the disciple surnamed Gong from the Yunshan sword sect who asked me to translate 2 chapters of the 12 methods of the Heartlight also happened to encounter the battle between the king of Shu and the king of Qin to eliminate that stronghold, and was lucky enough to get the methods of practicing the 2 spells. But now that I think about it, the king of Qin and the king of Shu went to attack a Xingjiang temple stronghold and let the other side's Dangsu and level abbot escape, and happened to let the abbot possess Zizangqi who wanted to seek revenge on Minghan Gaiu. It seems like someone is manipulating this behind the scenes. It seems that the abbot also saw through this, so he has been pretending to obey, not helping Zizangqi wholeheartedly, but instead wanted to use Yukun to jump off the boat and run away. He didn't expect Yukun to be from the Xingcha, and he was brought into the Xingcha and suffered a disaster. It's a pity that this abbot is a Dangsuan being. I can't force him to sell him now. I can only seal it like the Taoist evil of Jingkan did back then. This also means that I can't read his memories and get the wool from him. Huh, wait. Is there really no way? After he was sealed, he should have revealed his immortal state, and the immortal state itself contains knowledge. It's just that ordinary people will go crazy and mutate after seeing it, and they may not be able to parse out useful content. But I'm different. I have the Dangsu Eye, provided by the talisman, and the incomplete translation ability that was advanced in advance. In the relatively safe environment of Xingcha, it is not impossible to get some knowledge from the immortal. With this thought, Zhao Chen immediately stood up, walked from the high platform into the palace hall, and finally walked to the treasure basin next to the door behind the corridor. Before doing something dangerous and requiring character, it's better to bless a good luck. Zhao Chen stretched out his right hand and patted the edge of the huge treasure basin, and the 16 gold star Libra sword hanging on the top of the palace immediately burst into light. Soon, after paying 300 star coins, he received a 3-minute good luck bonus. Zhao Chen walked back to his throne quickly, then picked up the 8 trigrams mirror again, activated the Eye of the Void and translation abilities at the same time, and looked at the true body of the Xingjiang temple demon in the mirror. If it were in reality, the consequences of doing so would be that he would suffer from schizophrenia at best, and become a fanatic of the other party. At worst, he would be transformed into a monster on the spot. But inside the Dairi Xingcha, Zhao Chen's status seemed to be very high, so after seeing the various knowledge pollution of the immortal body, he only felt a headache. Although the pain was so painful that it made people want to die. Zhao Chen, who had never suffered this level of pain, screamed immediately and subconsciously closed his eyes. But even so, it took him a full stick of incense to recover before he could barely find his thoughts. Is this the consequence of trying to analyze the knowledge contained in the immortal's body? It's so terrible. I even exchanged it for 3 minutes of good luck. I really think too highly of myself. After a bitter smile, Zhao Chen took a few breaths, looked up and looked around, and found that as he felt pain, the fog in the entire palace began to boil, making him feel vaguely uneasy, as if he would suffer an accident if he stayed in this state for a long time. Fortunately, as the pain disappeared, the fog soon returned to calm. It seems that I have to wait until I make further progress before trying this kind of thing. Sighing slightly, Zhao Chen raised his hand to rub his temple and began to organize the knowledge he had just glimpsed. First, I got the complete practice method of mind healing, one of the 4 techniques in the 12 methods of Heartlight. This is a spell that can soothe the mind and relieve mental illness. It can also effectively control the heart demon and reduce the possibility of going astray. It is considered a very good spell. Although the magic power cultivated by the true divine power of the 5 emperors has similar effects, it is obviously not as targeted as mind healing. In other words, appreciating the beauty of the Tao to heal mental problems requires long-term persistence to be effective, but the advantage is that it can be cured thoroughly. And the mind healing method of Xingguang Temple focuses more on first aid, but it can only treat the symptoms, not the root cause, and the problem will still exist. Well, this can be considered as learning by analogy. Maybe I can create a piece of music in the future that can reflect the beauty of the Great Way and have the emergency effect of heart healing. Thinking of this, Zhao Chen even wanted to take out his guqin and compose music on the spot, but he temporarily suppressed his thoughts and continued to summarize other gains. In addition to the heart healing technique, there is also an incomplete inheritance of the first-class magical power of the Xingguang Temple. This magical power is called monkey mind, which can materialize the existence of the opponent or the imagination in one's mind. As long as you believe that they are real, they are real. This magical power is somewhat similar to the magical power of the Meng family's Dongsun that materialized the nightmare before, but there are also obvious differences. The latter comes from the fear in the heart, while the former can be materialized as long as it is imagined. This unruly mind magical power requires 3 gangsha spells to piece together, but I only got 2 of them, the 5-element calming mind spell and the 3 talents binding heart rope, and I don't even know the name of the other one. Despite this, Zhao Chen was actually quite satisfied. After all, although he had made sufficient preparations for this attempt, it was actually a bit rash. It was a big profit to be able to pick up so much knowledge without too many problems. He amused himself for a while, and then returned to reality after selling these spells to Xingcha. In the underworld, a dilapidated palace stood in a corner of this vast and dim world. At this time, in this palace, a tall figure in black armor was standing at the door of the hall. It was not until a woman wearing an evil ghost mask arrived that she said, "Judge, you are late." The woman was the judge of the underworld and Shu. She glanced at the man in black armor and was not afraid of him. She just replied lightly, "You are early, Lord Qin Guanwang." Yes, this man in black armor who has returned to normal human beings, or is a little taller than normal humans, is the underworld Qin Guanwang who had previously held the big-headed boy. The two are both members of the underworld. Their status seems to be different, but they can talk to each other on an equal footing. Prince Qin Guang seemed to be accustomed to her disrespectful attitude towards him, and did not dwell on the previous topic. Instead, he said, "After our action this time, the 6 gates and Jianzhu will definitely not let it go. Have all the members been arranged? You don't have to worry about that, Prince Qin Guang. The core members of Shu have naturally hidden themselves. I'm afraid there won't be any action in the next few years. As for those peripheral members, I have tried my best to notify them, but I can't control whether they will be dug out or not." When the judge said this, she snorted and said, "Before you took action, you didn't tell me that you would offend Jianzhu so deeply." This was what she was dissatisfied with. King Qin Guang smiled and evaded the main question. "Haha, actually before the action, I didn't know what that big shot was going to do. As long as the core members are not lost, it doesn't matter, even if the rest of the peripheral people are sold to Jianzhu to vent their anger." The judge shook his head and said, "Things happened in a hurry. Someone will definitely be found. It's impossible to have no losses at all." King Qin Guang smiled and bewitched, "Maybe you can divert the trouble to someone else." Divert the trouble to someone else? The judge was stunned at first, then reacted, "You mean, divert it to the person introduced by King Chujiang?" She glanced at the man in black armor and sneered, "I know that King Chujiang is from the lineage of the demon blood god, but I'm not in the mood to intervene in your dispute over the orthodoxy. But diverting the person to King Chujiang will be beneficial to you, right? And your boss is also at odds with King Chujiang, right?" King Qin Guang said with a smile. He knew that the judge in front of him was already tempted, so he added fuel to the fire and said, "What's more, the king of Chujiang is not in harmony with the various halls of our underworld. Although Empress Pinxin has guaranteed him, no one knows what he really thinks. Let him sacrifice this time and test his attitude." The judge hesitated for a long time and finally nodded and said, "What you said makes sense. Let him suffer a little this time and then compensate him later." In the Shu Palace, Crossing Bin of the Six Gates and Li Crossing, the king and sword of Jianj, asked His Royal Highness the Shu King about some details of him being trapped in the formation, and suddenly found a suspicious point. That is, the Shu King's departure from the flying boat was actually a temporary impulse, and it was difficult for outsiders to predict it in advance. How did they set up the formation to let the Shu King get in? There are only 3 possibilities. First, the other party has a very powerful divination ability, and even the Shu King's sudden impulse can be calculated, but this possibility is not high, because the Shu King has the royal family's luck to protect him. In order to accurately predict his whereabouts, at least Sheng Xuan must be there to personally draw the hexagram, and the King Yuan temple priest is not good at calculation. Second, the Shu King is lying. But he had said similar words to the Sheng Xuan's Zenjin of Jianj before, and the Zenjin did not question it. Why do they question it? Third, someone in the flying boat at that time discovered that the Shu King had left and quietly passed on the news. Based on this, Li Crossing, Crossing Bin and others checked all the people on the flying boat at that time and finally listed several suspects, and the first one was Feng Wantong, the cold desert from Ganzhou. Crossing Bin carefully reviewed Feng Wantong's past information and realized that his rise seemed to have hidden secrets, so he immediately applied for divination support. Soon, Feng Wantong's approximate location was calculated, and Crossing Bin immediately led people to the valley with strange feng shui. At this time, Feng Wantong was still at the critical moment of changing his foundation and could not get away at all. However, the old Zhao in his soul immediately noticed the coming of the calamity and nodded silently. Changing the foundation is not allowed by the rules established by Taichu Daojin. It is normal for a calamity to come. This kid is lucky. The human robbery he brought back this time is not that strong. However, I think I have cleaned up the traces very well. The people from the 6 gates and the sword pavilion were able to find us so quickly. I'm afraid that they were sold out by the people from the other halls of the Yinzi. Humph, plus the revenge of the moon worship followers who killed my descendants before. I will definitely settle with them one day. Jingguan City, in the Dream Garden. As Siu Izish, Feng Qingxin, Taoying, and Ming Zuling, 4 supernatural powers, happily attended the banquet. The already elegant garden suddenly became lively. It is in the thick mist and fragrance, in the shadow of water and clouds. It is very different from the human world. It is like the Jade Emperor's Golden Garden and the Treasure Accord Palace, where the flowers are in full bloom, the gods are everywhere, and they are all laughing and enjoying the spring breeze. And because Minghangai also has the UCUI Fang national chain of well-known industries, dragon liver and phoenix marrow may be exaggerated, but there is no shortage of dragon liver and phoenix marrow, and all kinds of fairy wine and fine drinks are available. So Feng Qingxin and Taoying are eating and drinking happily, and they also feel that the princess is a good candidate for service. Even Siu Izish, who originally had no such thoughts, was moved by the several songs played by the princess during the banquet and wanted to communicate with her. But Minghangai went back to rest after apologizing to the 4 people on the grounds of being unwell. Of course, in order to avoid neglecting the 4 supernatural powers, she still let a trusted subordinate Unger, who had just returned, accompany her in person. This really made Siu Izish, a young man known for his mastery of both zither and sword, feel itchy, and even the delicious food and wine lost their taste. The zither music played by Minghangai were all famous songs that she had collected over the years to relieve her pain. Many of them were unique and had not been circulated outside. Not to mention, each one was a masterpiece. No wonder Siu Izish was distracted. At the same time, in the backyard of Huaimeng Zhaoyan, Qi Fimeng had also come to Zhao Chen's room with the magical instrument small 5-element mixed element fire thunder bead that she had built. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 419-8. So fast? Zhao Chen was somewhat surprised to see Qi Fimeng bringing back the small 5-element mixed element fire thunder bead. After all, she had only been out for less than 2 days. Although Giant City is not far from Jingguan City, it would take at least 2 days for Femeng to get there with her speed. According to Zhao Chen's prediction, it would be great if she could come back before the next Wu'ai Cave Heaven mission. But he didn't expect it to be so fast. Why did I come back early and ruin your good thing? Qi Femeng glanced at Zhao Chen with a smile, and then, while handing the magic weapon to Zhao Chen, a phantom of a bodhisattva appeared behind her head. Then, the bodhisattva opened her mouth and spit out a charming and enchanting female cultivator wearing a 100-flower skirt. Qi Femeng pointed at the female cultivator and said, "This is Fairy Xingcha. It is with her help that I can travel back and forth quickly between the two places." Fairy Xingcha? Isn't that the direct disciple of the Flower God sect and the master of magic? How did she fall into your hands? Zhao Chen was startled and frowned as he asked, "But what happened on the way? Did the people from the Flower God sect attack you?" Qi Femeng shook her head and sighed slightly. "I had sensed the spying of the people from the Xingguan temple before, so I agreed to help you go to Giant City and fish it out by the way. For this reason, I prepared a forbidden spell early on. Even if it is a Faxiang real person in the first realm of Dongsun, he has to obey it. But who would have thought that I would only fish out a magical power of the Flower God sect who works for the Prince of Shu? What a big loss. The 3 golden forbidden spells are all top grade magical powers recorded in the Great Compassionate Guanyin Heart Sutra. By completing the tasks given by the Bodhisattva portrait, Qi Femeng can randomly get the right to use one of these magical powers, which is her trump card. It is the same as the magical power of the 33 incarnations of Guanyin that turned Zhengqingyuan and Qinsheng into his incarnations before. The forbidden spell. Zhao Chen muttered this term and unconsciously opened the Dongsu eye. Sure enough, he saw a hoop on the forehead of the charming but empty-eyed female cultivator, and the shape is exquisite, looking more like a forehead ornament. Noticing Zhao Chen's gaze, Qi Femeng smiled and introduced, "The 3 spells of golden tight binding have different focuses. Unlike the tight binding spell used by Golden Cicada we saw in the Stone Buddha temple, the function of the forbidden binding spell is to imprison the soul or the primordial spirit, so that her soul and body are separated, and she can only obey orders. However, a body without a soul can only listen to some simple instructions, and it is impossible for her to fight independently. It's a pity that I didn't draw the enlightenment magical power, otherwise a soul would be born in her body again, and it would be easier to control her." At the end, Qi Femeng felt a little regretful. She actually envied the Wang Daoye that Zhao Chen could summon at any time. That was the perfect puppet, imprisoning the soul. I have to say that the style of painting Buddhist magical powers in this world is really weird. Zhao Chen complained in his heart, but on the surface he asked thoughtfully, "Femeng, you noticed that someone from the Xingguan temple was spying on you when the battle in Jinli village started, right? After that, did you not feel him anymore?" "Yes, it was after I returned to Jingguan City that I felt the spying again." Qi Femeng nodded, and then asked curiously, "How do you know?" "Well, probably because the Dongsun who was spying on you was caught by me by mistake." Zhao Chen thought of the unlucky guy who followed Yukon into the Big Sun Star chariot, and briefly explained the reason to Qi Femeng, and finally said, "It's also my fault. I should have mentioned it to you before. It's just that I found out that he was a demon from the Xingguan temple after you left." Hearing this, Qi Femeng was also speechless. She did not expect that a demon king level demon, Dongsun, existed, but was easily captured by Erlang. Although Erlang did not elaborate, she could guess how aggrieved the other party must have felt at the time. Qi Femeng thought about it and asked tentatively, "The evil spirit in Xingguan temple is of great use to me. Can you hand him over to me safely?" "Well, I'll find a chance to imprison a demon king evil spirit for you. In addition, this fairy Xingqian can be used as interest first. There's no need to be so polite between you and me." Zhao Chen replied subconsciously, thought carefully for a moment, and finally shook his head and said, "I can't do it at the moment. Letting him out means that he can no longer be controlled, and there is no question of safety." Qi Femeng always wanted to settle all the causes and effects with him, and was unwilling to owe him anything, which made him look up to him, but also feel a little unhappy. "Is that so?" It seems I have to help you improve your strength as soon as possible. Qi Meng narrowed her eyes and asked, how is your progress in cultivating the front and back yin acupoints? It's still too slow to cultivate by myself. According to the current progress, it will take at least a month to try to open the acupoints. This is because I helped the princess stabilize the pollution in her soul and let the escort digest some of it, Zhao Chen said truthfully. So, if you really practice the method you have realized with the princess, you can completely digest the effect brought by the position of the talisman. At least you can open the front yin acupoint, right? At this point, Qi Meng TSK and showed a half smile again. You sent me away just for this? Of course not. Zhao Chen denied it flatly and said righteously, I'm not a person who takes advantage of others for my own selfish interests. But if the princess sincerely requests, you won't refuse, so make the preliminary preparations first, right? I understand this. Qi Meng glanced at him and shook her head. I won't care, but I'm not sure what King Guyan will think. Isn't Zheng King Guyan also you? Do you have to make such a clear distinction? Zhao Chen couldn't help but feel a little discouraged and felt that his previous feeling was correct. This girl seemed to have a generous and cheerful temperament, but she was the most difficult to deal with. What would King Guyan think? Zhao Chen asked along the topic. You have to guess it yourself. But the Zheng family would like you to be more fickle. Qi Meng smiled and joked. Why do you say that? Zhao Chen asked curiously. Zheng King Guyan has been sticking to you. Do you really think that the Zheng family is so open-minded and has no face? The reason why they haven't come to trouble you is that, after reaching the stage of supernatural powers, if you want to continue to improve yourself, in addition to holding some rituals to please the world, you also need to face all kinds of disaster sent by the world. This didn't exist in ancient times, but after the destruction of ancient times, it became a disaster that every supernatural cultivator must face. And it is the tradition of the Zheng family for the dragon girl to go through the calamity of love. In fact, it is an alternative method of avoiding calamity. Speaking of which, the reason why the core descendants of the aristocratic families and the upper sects travel the world after achieving supernatural powers is that they don't want them to be contaminated with too many causes and effects before they have supernatural powers, causing the calamity to come too early, and they can't bear it. For example, Zheng King Guyan. Because she failed to obtain the 6th grade talisman granted by her family, she had to go to Ying's house to kill Yinglang in person. Only then did she meet the prerequisite of the immortal body of the evil dragon, gain the attention of the family, and obtain the talisman of the descendant of the dragon. But this also made her contaminated with a lot of cause and effect karma. Her death at the hands of Song Wuyuru was, in a sense, her calamity. And the Zheng family didn't know that Zheng King Guyan had already suffered the calamity, so they thought that her calamity was on you, and it was a deeper calamity of love. In their eyes, this is actually a good thing for Zheng King Guyan. When King Guyan finally sees through the tribulation of love and kills you with one sword, you will break through the tribulation and have hope of achieving Dangsun. That's why the Zheng family wants you to be more philandering. Qi Meng laughed and changed the subject, but they certainly can't imagine that Zheng King Guyan is not overcoming the tribulation, but is really going to give you a chance. Don't talk nonsense. Although King Guyan and I are already quite close, it's still innocent. Zhao Chen complained in his heart, but soon realized what Qi Meng meant, and said in surprise, you mean yes, King Guyan is already prepared. When you return to human, she will help you refine the front yin or back yin acupoints. Qi Meng turned her head away, as if she was talking about something that had nothing to do with her. She paused and added, this is a reasonable move made by King Guyan after learning about Ming Hangai's affairs. It doesn't seem abrupt. So that's it. After all, you are jealous, right? Zhao Chen was stunned for a moment, then a look of realization appeared on his face, and at the same time, he felt a little excited in his heart. It was not because of Zheng King Guyan's decision, but because of Fei Meng's vague attitude. She is not really careless about everything, and doesn't care about anything. But this jealous expression is that she is planning to force another woman into me. Although that is also her, it feels weird, no matter how I think about it. When Zhao Chen was secretly complaining, his spiritual sense was suddenly triggered, and he sensed that Ming Hangai was walking towards his room. Qi Meng turned her head to look in the direction of the door almost at the same time, and then made Fairy King Qian hide her figure. Ming Hangai came here excitedly, but after pushing open the door and seeing Qi Meng's figure, the happy expression on her face froze, but she quickly adjusted herself, put on a smile again and said, "My benefactor, you are back so soon, is everything going well?" She still didn't know Qi Meng's full name, so she could only call him benefactor. "Princess, your seal is very useful." When Pu Zhenren from Jianzhou saw it, he immediately started the furnace and refined this small 5-element mixed element fire thunder pearl. Qi Meng pointed to the 5-colored pearl in Zhao Chen's hand and said with a smile, "Where is my face? I think he wants to get rid of the cause and effect with me as soon as possible. Otherwise why would he be so anxious?" Ming Hangai muttered softly. In her opinion, it must be that Pu Zhenren who sent the girl in front of him to Jingguan City so that the other party could return so quickly. Although Ming Hangai had some complaints, she didn't show it on the surface. Her smile became more brilliant. Even wearing a men's suit did not reduce her beauty at all, but made her look more charming. "How powerful is this magical weapon?" Ming Hangai asked casually. "I haven't tested it yet, but just by feeling, it's better than expected." Pu Zhenren should have added other ingredients. Zhao Chen sensed the small 5-element Yunyuan fire thunder bead in his hand and spoke carefully. It was Master Pu who integrated a fragment of magic weapon for the princess's sake. Qi Meng relayed the words of the Sword Pavilion Elder. He said that this was a fragment of magic weapon of the previous generation Kinkin, and it can be regarded as returning it to its original owner. The previous generation Kinkin, Ming Hangai's grandfather, did not die of old age, but died together with a demon. So it turned out that the fragment of my grandfather's magic weapon was integrated. Then we have to see its power. Ming Hangai didn't care much at first, but after hearing this, he became excited and invited, "Go to the martial arts field in the courtyard and try it. There is a formation blocking it, and it forms a space of its own. The outside world cannot detect any movement. The protective formation of Huai Zhao Yuan is a genuine Dangzuan formation. Even if there is no Huangshan key to suppress it, its power is only 1/10 of that. But if there are no two traitors, ZZHU and Huangshan, it would be a pipe dream for Zizanchi and Ling Leo to attack." Zhao Chen readily agreed to her proposal without much thought, and then walked towards the front yard with Fei Meng under the guidance of Ming Hangaiu. On the way, Zhao Chen glanced in the direction of the living room and asked, "How is it over there?" "As you said, Feng Qingxin, the Chunjiang sword, and Taoying, the Sadafu Liu, were both interested in joining my team. After all, the resources I can provide are incomparable to those of their sects. And that Mr. Cui has also fallen into your calculations and been seduced by my piano music. I guess he won't agree immediately, but at least he will ask his family. If I can offer piano music as a reward, the Cui family may not be able to resist the temptation. After all, this is an item that can enrich their family heritage." Ming Hangaiu said simply. She was not afraid that those magical powers in the living room would hear it. After all, even in the corridor, it was covered by formations. Zhao Chen nodded and said, "That's good. In this way, the composition of the magical monks under your command will no longer be single, and safety will be better guaranteed. Find another holy land to live in. You don't have to worry about your uncle's assassination in the short term." Ming Hangaiu stopped when she heard the words. She turned around and looked at Zhao Chen, her eyes revealing complexity and reluctance. "Are you leaving?" "Yes, you. You should still think about that decision for a while, and it will also take some time to practice the exercises I taught you, and I have things to deal with in human." Zhao Chen nodded slightly and continued, "When you have settled in the area controlled by the Holy Land and have made a decision, you can send someone to notify me. After using the 5 immortal spiritual key to treat the princess today, she will not have a relapse for at least 7 days." Of course, when Zhao Chen said he had something to do in human, it was not just for Zhenqingyan, but also because that Ma Guanglian had finally gotten rid of his laziness and came to him again. Chapter 420 Reality. Jingguan City, the top floor private room of Zujia building. Zhao Royan walked to the window, looking down at the lights on both sides of the street at night, and her spirit gradually relaxed. After an unknown amount of time, she heard a knock on the door. "Brother Zhao." Zhao Royan turned lightly and asked with a smile. The door opened automatically without wind. Standing outside was the real Zhao Fu, who was wearing a black cloak and had several storage bags that did not belong to him hanging around his waist. "Royan, I have already dealt with the bodies of those Yanxi assassins." Zhao Fu frowned after walking in and said, "However, if there is such a thing in the future, please tell me first. Don't act on your own. It's very dangerous." Because Zhao Royan's ancestor sent the blood god Sun to remind them, the two of them did not go to the sword conference in Sualangtan. And because Zhao Chen wanted to use the identity of Zhao Fu, the real Zhao Fu had to stay in the private room of the restaurant and did not accompany Zhao Royan out. This led to Zhao Fu not following Zhao Royan when the members of the Yanxi caused a riot in Jingguan City. However, the latter happened to find an injured member of the Yanxi and became malicious and planned to kill the other party for revenge. But unfortunately, even though Zhao Royan had received the power of her ancestors and Zhao Fu, Gongyun and others taught her swordsmanship, her strength was still too weak. The power of the red blood demon sword could not be exerted even 1%. In the end, she failed to take down the Yanxi member, and the other party waited for his companions. If Zhao Fu had not seen the chaos in the city and came out to find her, Zhao Royan would probably have died by now. Therefore, Zhao Royan was still afraid until now, and she deeply regretted her recklessness and impulsiveness. She also wanted to avenge her father. She had to do everything she could to stay alive. Therefore, Zhao Royan did not feel the slightest disgust for Zhao Fu's advising, but thanked him sincerely. "I know, I will not be so impulsive again. Thank you, Brother Zhao." This time, she truly realized the gap between herself and the masters. As a fellow cultivator, Zhao Fu only had 2 more orifices than her, but she couldn't even take down a seriously injured enemy, while Zhao Fu fought 3 assassins on his own with ease. He is worthy of being the reincarnation of Master Deng Sun. This also made her completely sober up from the inflated mentality of accepting the skills passed down by her ancestors, and recognize the reality. It is a great improvement to admit mistakes. "Royan, you just have too little experience and not enough knowledge. You will be fine after you have more experience in the world." Zhao Fu didn't say anything more. He took off the 3 cheap storage bags on his waist that were only valid for 1 month and continued, "Let's divide their things. Well, the items with obvious identity marks that may be used for tracking have been destroyed by me. You can take the rest without worry." Zhao Royan took a look, but shook her head and declined. "Brother Zhao, these are all your spoils of war. I can't take them." Although there were elixirs that could assist in the practice of true ki, which were very useful to Zhao Royan, she couldn't bring herself to share the spoils without doing anything. Just as the two of them were giving into each other, Zhao Fu suddenly drew out his sword, and the hot and sharp sword intent pointed directly at the window. And there, a young man appeared out of thin air, and then fell to the floor. He was covered in blood, and looked like he had suffered serious injuries. But the young man soon stood up in a very awkward posture. "Who are you?" Zhao Fu asked first, but he immediately noticed something, and changed his words. "What are you?" The young man looked at Zhao Fu with empty eyes for a few times, and sighed. "Such a fiery sword intent is really scary. When I came here last time, I didn't realize that you were actually a reincarnated real person." After saying that, he said softly in a hesitant tone, "Moreover, this sword intent seems somewhat familiar." At this time, Zhao Royan also felt that inexplicable familiarity again, so she said with some doubt, "Are you the ancestor?" You finally recognized me. If it's any later, your lover's sword energy will probably cut you down." The young man turned his head to look at Zhao Royan and asked with a smile, "Do you have any healing pills? If the kid I possess doesn't get treatment, his life will be in danger." Although he was asking for help, his tone was not nervous at all, but very relaxed and casual. Zhao Fu did not put away his sword. Even though he had heard Zhao Royan talk about the night when her ancestor came to teach her skills, he still remained vigilant. "Are you the senior of the blood god sword? What happened to him? Why did he get so badly injured?" Although Zhao Fu has not yet recovered his strength as a real person, unlike the 8 real people who sacrificed everything to seal the evil dragon, the essence of his soul after reincarnation is still at the Dark Zone level, so he easily detected the physical condition of the young man in front of him. This young man is naturally Feng Wantong, the Qihan Desert, who changed his foundation with the Blood Moon Meatball and the Blood of Fear. At the moment of his success, he ushered in his calamity, that is, Li Crossing, the Kingan Sword, and Crossing Bin, the Golden Chapter Head Constable, who came to hunt him down. Both of them have top-grade magical powers, especially Li Crossing, who has achieved first-class success. It stands to reason that, even if Feng Wantong changed his foundation to the Blood God lineage, he would not be able to compete with them. But fortunately, he still had the help of his grandfather, which allowed him to escape at the cost of serious injuries. And adhering to the idea of darkness under the lamp, the grandfather took Feng Wantong back to Jingguan City. The reason why he went to Zhao Ruan was that Feng Wantong was seriously injured. The grandfather calculated that his descendants had healing pills here. Of course, the old grandfather, that is, the real person Zheng Zhao who came out of the worry-free cave heaven, would not tell Zhao Ruan and Zhao Fu all this. He just briefly mentioned why he was hunted by the 6 gates in the sword pavilion, and then looked at the storage bag in Zhao Fu's hand. So, ancestor, you are also a member of the Yinzi. Zhao Ruan's face was full of complexity, but she was not too surprised. After all, her father was also a killer of the Yinzi. It's just that she didn't know it before the whole family was wiped out. But Zhao Ruan couldn't help asking, ancestor, you just said that the other halls of the Yinzi allowed the people of the moon worship sect to seize the magic weapon in my father's hand and used him to kill my father. Which halls are they? And who are the people behind this? Zheng Zhao Zenran controlled Feng Wantong's body and shook his head, saying, this is not the place to talk about these things, and this Feng family kid is really about to collapse. You guys take one of the blood mark pills in the storage bag and give it to me. Blood mark pills is one of the most precious pills in the demon sect. It can be used as blood essence and can be restored quickly. For cultivators from other sects, it is also a miraculous medicine and elixir that can regenerate broken limbs. The reason why Zhao Fu had this pill in the storage bag he seized was obviously because the Yinzi killer he had killed before was a cultivator of the blood demon lineage. No wonder even though he was seriously injured, he could still deal with Zhao Ruan for a long time. But unfortunately, the other party encountered the former 8 Desolations demon subduing sword, completely ignored his regeneration ability, and killed him. Seeing that the person in front of him was really his ancestor, Zhao Ruan looked at Zhao Fu for help, hoping that he could make a decision. After a little thought, Zhao Fu still opened the storage bag, took out a blood-colored pill that exuded a fresh fragrance, and threw it to the young man by the window. Zheng Zhao thanked him, and then immediately controlled Feng Wantong to swallow the pill. After doing this, Zheng Zhao looked at Zhao Fu again, and said carefully, I remember where I saw your sword intent. Are you Zhangguang Gang, the 8 desolate demon subduing sword? Zhao Fu frowned and asked in confusion, do you recognize me? But I have no impression of you. No impression? Zheng Zhao was stunned for a moment, but quickly reacted and nodded. You should have cleared that memory. After all, if possible, I also want to rely on reincarnation to forget that thing, otherwise it wouldn't turn out like this. But unfortunately, I have already reincarnated once, and the success rate of another reincarnation is too low. As he said, he glanced at his descendant Zhao Ruan again, and suddenly said, no wonder you two got together. It's also the cycle of cause and effect. Zhao Fu frowned even deeper when he heard this, and asked, what's the matter? Please explain it clearly. Zheng Zhao shook his head and said, it's so hard for you to forget it. You'd better not think about it again. I can only say that this time, we all saw the most real side of Zuanshan. Even if it was just a shadow. At this point, Zheng Zhao, or Feng Wantong's expression was extremely solemn. He hesitated several times and finally said, speaking of which, it was the evil Mahoraga who sealed that place, so we didn't cause a big mess. Of course, it is also to save my life. Zhao Fu frowned tightly, but he couldn't remember anything at all, so he had to give up in the end. As the other party said, since he chose to forget, he shouldn't remember it again. Even if he wanted to explore it, he had to wait until his strength was further improved. Then why are you okay? Zhao Fu asked, after he came to his senses. I'm okay. Zheng Zhao laughed at himself. My current body is suppressed by the Empress Pingxin, and I can only rely on the many blood godsons to accumulate morality outside to save myself. How can I be considered okay? Knowledge is poisonous, and the knowledge about the truth of the world is even more poisonous. Even the Shengxuan's engine may fall if he is caught off guard. I can live in this state because I see much less than you. Zhao Fu wanted to ask again, but at this time, Feng Wantan woke up, and Zenran Zhengzhao also retreated into his soul on his own, so he had to give up. However, Zhao Fu felt that the words of this Zenran were a bit deliberate. He seemed to have been restraining himself, and was unwilling to say more, but he still revealed a lot of information. Maybe someone was letting him know something through him? As a former Dangsuan Zenran, Zhao Fu vaguely felt that he might be involved in something quite troublesome. Hua Meng Zhaoyan, martial arts arena. As the floating orb with 5-colored light above Zhao Chen's head turned, more than a dozen lightning balls of various colors appeared out of thin air, making a deafening thunderous sound, smashing the ghosts released by Meng Hangai with the magic weapon into pieces and completely disappearing. There were actually some evil ghosts at the Gangsha level among them, but they were completely powerless in front of the magical weapon small 5-element mixed element fire thunder bead. Zhao Chen retracted his true energy, let the orb fall into his palm, and smiled and said, the power is really good. Each 5-element thunder method has at least the power of a 6th grade magical power. Although he only has the strength of refining orifices, he has seen many magical powers, so he can naturally accurately judge at what level its power is. Among them, the red flame fire thunder has the power of the top 4 rank. It should be, because Master Pu incorporated the magic weapon fragments into it when forging it. Although this small 5-element mixed origin fire thunder pearl was originally based on fire thunder, the 5-element were generally balanced. But now fire thunder occupies the main position, and the other 4 thunders are just auxiliary. Perhaps this magic weapon should not be called small 5-element mixed origin fire thunder pearl, but red flame fire thunder pearl. With the assistance of this pearl, you can use that fake 5th rank talisman to temporarily bless it, and you can pretend to be a monk with magical powers who is good at fire thunder. It was Qifi Meng who said this. She did not avoid Meng Hangaiu. In her opinion, this princess would not be able to remain reserved for long. Sooner or later, she would be Erlang's person. The magical power of the 5 immortal spiritual key was like a traveler in the desert encountering a water source to a person who was deeply contaminated by external evil, and it was irresistible. Zhao Chen had similar thoughts. After all, this was more economical than using the purple light ring to borrow magical power, and the combat power exerted was also higher. Meng Hangai on the side interrupted thoughtfully and said, in this way, Master Chen, can you come to me in another identity? So you are anxious to create a magical tool for this. As she spoke, her cheeks turned red unconsciously. Hearing this, Qifi Meng burst out laughing, then glanced at Zhao Chen and said, so there is this purpose. Zhao Chen spread his hands helplessly, and i.e., inside the mountain gate of Yuangzhang. Baking Shu, the great elder of the Bei family in Ningzhou, and Shu Rangrong, the master of Ling Fort in Suzhou, were facing each other in front of a seal. The collision of the two real people's auras caused the entire Yuang sect to shake violently. Many disciples ran out of their houses and caves to investigate, but they didn't find out what was wrong. It is said that the treasures and inheritance left by the sect master are hidden here. Why don't we divide them equally? Chu Rangrong, wearing a veil and with a plump figure, looked at Baking Shu, who looked like a 13 or 14-year-old girl opposite. Baking Shu didn't give her any face at all and just spit out 2 words lightly. Dream on. Ganzhou, Human County City. After many days of absence, Zhao Chen finally returned to the Golden Art Martial Arts Hall with Ming Zuling. Qifi Meng continued to travel in Shuzhou, while Meng Hangai was preparing to move to Shanzhou, where the Danding Xianzong was located, with several of her newly recruited supernatural powers. As for Zhao Fu and Zhao Royan, they also refused to return together. It seemed that they had something to do, and Zhao Chen didn't ask much. Or rather, He didn't have time to ask more questions now, because a Zenkingan who was different from the past had already come to greet him. Chapter 421 Dual Cultivation. Zenkingan was not wearing her usual dress, but the white warrior outfit that Zhao Chen wore when he first saw her. Her long hair was slightly wet and scattered on her shoulders. She had obviously just taken a bath. She had both a heroic spirit and a hint of laziness, showing a completely different temperament from before, but even more attractive. Zhao Chen's spiritual sense swept over, but he didn't find his little black cat coming to greet him, and he didn't know where he went. It was probably Kingan who deliberately sent her away. Zhao Chen, who guessed what Zenkingan wanted to do, muttered in his heart and sent Ming Zuling away, then smiled and said, "There's no need to be so anxious, right?" Zhao Chen was actually a little confused. After all, it's not like he and Zenkingan had never been intimate before, but they just didn't go to the last step. And now Kingan seemed too solemn and deliberate. Even if it was to help me improve my strength as soon as possible, so that I could hand over the Xingyan temple demon to her, there's no need to be so anxious, right? That was not something he could do by just opening a frontier acupoint. He had to at least reach a great realm and have his authority substantially improved before he could try. Zenkingan walked forward and naturally took his arm. Although she was still expressionless, her cheeks were slightly flushed. She whispered, "In fact, I should have given it to you a long time ago." Qifi Meng put Zenkingan next to Zhao Chen. She had originally wanted to use this incarnation to replace her fate, to cut off the cause and effect between the two. But for some reason, the fate became deeper and deeper, and even she herself had a tendency to fall into it. This made her a little impatient. But these thoughts could not be told to Zhao Chen, otherwise it would probably backfire. Although Zhao Chen had a faint sense of it, he could not fully guess Qifi Meng's thoughts. Should have been long ago. Zhao Chen was stunned when he heard this, and asked with a smile, "Why? In the eyes of outsiders, I have fallen into a love calamity. It is unreasonable not to have a further relationship. After all, the image you put on the outside is not a moral gentleman, but a lecher who practices the joy lineage of skills." At this point, Zenkingan glanced at him, and she was really a dragon girl with slanted eyes and charming. At the same time, she slightly raised the corners of her mouth, showing a rare smile and said, "Don't you like it? I like it, but in this situation, which man can say no? But no matter how much you act, I don't feel too much heart-pleasing feelings from you. At most, it's the kind of closeness of friends or fellow Taoists." Zhao Chen sighed slightly, but he wouldn't be hypocritical because of this. After all, he and Kingan are actually familiar with each other except for the last step, and there is no need to be hypocritical at this moment. What's more, he really needs to improve his strength as soon as possible to deal with the crisis in the subsequent tasks. Especially for the special mission of Chijin Mountain. If he could upgrade his mana before that, and obtain more permissions of Dairi Xingcha, maybe he could make the originally dangerous situation less dangerous. When the two talked, they had walked from the front yard to the backyard, and from the backyard to Zhao Chen's bedroom, opened the door and walked in. At that time, the formation that had been arranged for a long time was instantly activated, and Zhao Chen also took the opportunity to pick up the dragon girl and put her on his bed. The slender waist is afraid of being tied with a golden cicada, and the pillow is just opened, and the red fan is covered. Zenkingan, with half-opened clothes and graceful figure, showed a shy and charming look that made people unable to look away at this moment. At this time, Zhao Chen no longer thought about anything else, and concentrated on running the many methods he had learned from the portrait of joyful Bodhisattva, and began his self-created water grinding kung fu. The so-called when the morning sun moves, the rain and dew fall, and the place where the green dragon produces the jade roses is nothing more than this. At the same time, Gong Yun, who had transformed from a little black cat back into a human form, was constantly walking through the maze composed of bubbles, trying to escape from it, but he could not succeed. Qifi Meng, who was far away in Shuzhou, was stunned at this time, because all she got from the spirit of Zenkingan, the incarnation, were feedback such as happiness and wonderfulness, but she could not share the feelings, so she was a little confused. Could it be that Erlang used the demon bless spell I gave him on Zenkingan? Although that spell is of great benefit to him, it is slightly harmful to King Gaian. He shouldn't use it, right? But if it didn't work, why would King Gaian have such feedback? Could it be that the method Erlang realized from the happy bodhisattva is very powerful? Qi Fimeng felt some strange emotions in her heart, but she didn't know what they were. Envy, jealousy, or curiosity? She analyzed it carefully and felt that maybe all of them. But the idea is right. The fate between Erlang and I has indeed been reduced by 1 point because of this. But according to this efficiency, I'm afraid 1 or 2 incarnations are not enough. Thinking of this, Qi Fimeng was a little shocked and suddenly felt that this method of severing the cause and effect might not be as smooth as she imagined. What kind of past life cause and effect did he and I have that we had such a huge fate? Fortunately, everything has its pros and cons, and this fate is not a bad thing. It can bring me great help when I'm weak, so there is no need to rush to completely sever it. But it also needs to be continuously reduced. Otherwise, when it comes to the future, when it comes to the critical moment, I'm afraid it will not be able to be paid back. Qi Fimeng turned his head, looked to the west, and murmured, I just don't know if the relationship between Erlang and I is in your plan. At the entrance of the Golden Art Martial Arts Hall, Ma Guangliang, who wanted to go directly in to find Zhao Chen, was stopped by Meng Zuling. Meng Zuling looked at the lifelike Yunqi clone in front of him and said lightly, young master, please come back tomorrow. Ma Guangliang frowned. He clearly calculated that Zhao Chen would be in the martial arts hall today, but since the other party did not want to meet, he did not insist. Half a day is not a big deal. After thinking for a while, he asked again, is my 5th sister Gong Yun here? He came here to exchange the lust seed, so it would be fine to negotiate the conditions with his 5th sister first. It's not convenient for Miss Gong to see you either. Meng Zuling replied after her consciousness swept across a warehouse in the backyard. Ma Guanglian was stunned when he heard this and subconsciously calculated, but found that today was not a bad day for visiting friends. So he muttered in his heart, Zhao Chen used to attach great importance to the scepter in my hand, but now he avoids me. Could it be that he found the clue of the magic weapon, so he doesn't need me anymore? That's not right. The location of that thing is obviously only known to me and Yun Laogi. But Yun Laogi died a long time ago. Could it be that Yun Laogi left behind some inheritance or legacy that I don't know about? Thinking of this, he felt very heavy, but he didn't get too entangled. Anyway, the other party said that he would meet him tomorrow, and then he would see the result. After all, although the lust seed is very important to him, there is also a way to replace it, but it is very troublesome and time consuming. At this moment, his consciousness was touched, and he seemed to sense that the formation in the Golden Art Martial Arts Hall shook several times in succession, but it quickly calmed down. Ma Guanglian was shocked, because just now, as a reincarnated real person, he vaguely sensed that there seemed to be a gaze from the existence of Shengxuan cast over, but it was fleeting. The next morning, as the formation outside Zhao Chen's bedroom stopped shaking, the two people in the room also finished their work and savored each other's gains. Zhao Chen aside, although Zheng Qingan's face was tired and lazy at this time, she became a little more energetic in the next moment, and even the tattered warrior clothes were restored to their original state and worn on her body. Only her posture and demeanor changed from yesterday's slender waist afraid of the golden cicada breaking, the pillow and the red fan covering the pillow, when it was just opened, to today's covering the fan and the red fan covering the pillow, when it was just opened, the broken cicada golden bundle afraid of the slender waist. Yes, even if it was restored to its original state, Zheng Qingan still felt afraid of the feeling that her waist was almost broken. Hate that it is too slender. I never expected that the method Zhao Chen learned from the portrait of the joyful bodhisattva would be so powerful. He is really talented in this area. After Zheng Qingan sighed secretly, she was also quite satisfied with her gains. Because last night, she also repaired her own foundation through dual cultivation and got in touch with the Dragon King, allowing the evil dragon immortal body to show its power again. And the first time this first grade great magical power showed its power in her was because she anchored her physical state after the third time, so she could barely bear it. You know, after Zhao Chen found out that she had recovered the evil dragon immortal body, he tried several methods of the demon sect including demon bliss on her, and that taste was simply. As for why it was not the first, of course, it was because her first grade magical power had not been restored at that time. However, the aura of the Dragon King seems to be slightly different from the original owner's memory, and the time laws bestowed upon him are clearer and more distinct. Perhaps the one who established contact with me last night was not the Dragon King, but an existence that intercepted the power of the Dragon King, such as the true lord of my Zheng family, or the King Yuan temple priest. Zheng Qinghai narrowed her eyes and shifted her attention to Zhao Chen and found that his true energy at this time became more powerful. The Green Emperor protected the soul, the White Emperor served the spirit, the Red Emperor nourished the essence, the Black Emperor circulated the blood, and the Yellow Emperor was the center. These 5 kinds of true energy flowed alternately, and they were only one step away from completely merging into one and reaching the realm of the 5 immortals in one. The last obstacle restricting their unity was the posterior yin acupoints that he had not yet refined. Yes, at this time, all of Zhao Chen's front yin related acupoints had been refined, and he had one more channel for the discharge of filth and dirt in his body, and vitality was brewing near the filth, hiding the beginning of the mystery of the fetus, hiding the secret of refining essence into ki, and becoming more and more like the natural world, making the inner world grow stronger and stronger, mysterious beyond words. Even if you practice dual cultivation with me, you're still one step away. I can only say that Erlang's practice time is still too short, and his accumulation is not enough. However, with my mana and yin essence, his foundation is now extremely solid, and there is no longer any hidden danger. Once the back yin acupoint is opened, he can immediately build a spiritual platform, receive the position of the talisman, lead the heaven and earth primordial energy into the body, cleanse the meridians, forge the body, condense the spiritual consciousness, and transform the body's true energy into mana and true essence. While thinking in her heart, Zheng Qinghai wanted to stand up, but she stumbled and almost fell. After all, she had to maintain the formation, while maintaining the bubble space that trapped the little black cat. Even after anchoring for the 3rd time, her physical and mental state was still a little frivolous. Although this frivolity could be restored, as long as she used her mana a little, Zheng Qinghai was obviously unwilling to do so, especially in front of Zhao Chen. Because facts have proved that, if you don't show weakness, the consequences will be very terrible. I don't know where this man got such a strong desire to win. The key is that his methods are really ridiculous. The portrait of joyful bodhisattva was really given to the right person. While Zheng Qinghai was complaining, Zhao Chen also opened his eyes. Although he was physically exhausted, he was in very good spirits. After all, he had not only made further progress in his cultivation, but Qinghai's huge yin energy was also a great nourishment for him. He glanced at the bedroom and found that except for the bed, connected to the formation, the rest of the furniture had turned into powder. He was speechless about this, but he was really a little scared in his heart, because it was obvious that Qinghai could not control her own power when she was excited. If it weren't for the formation in the bedroom to bear it, he would have been torn to pieces by now. But that kind of beauty is indeed unforgettable. Thinking of this in his heart, Zhao Chen naturally pulled Zheng Qinghai over and asked her to sit back next to him. Don't look for other people to practice dual cultivation within the short term. After all, there is still a lot of power absorbed from me, and it is temporarily stored in your body and soul at the moment. Too much is as bad as too little. Zheng Qinghai tidied her clothes and said softly, what you need now is to completely digest your 8th grade talisman, and then use it to break through the last acupoint. Zhao Chen nodded slightly. I understand he did not make any more advances, and asked instead, how did your evil dragon immortal body recover? Zheng Qinghai smiled and said, the reason why my foundation was destroyed and could not be restored is, firstly, because I did not dare to rashly contact the Dragon King and use his power to rebuild the foundation. Secondly, it is also because I was killed by the immortal / transformed from the resentment of the Sakura dragon. Otherwise, my immortal body would not have been temporarily suppressed, giving other dragon slaying magic weapons a chance, and eventually led to the fate of complete death by Song Wuyuru. Even though King Gan became the incarnation, the resentment of the Sakura dragon still lingered in my true spirit, making it impossible for me to use my evil dragon immortal body, even if it was restored. But when I was practicing dual cultivation with you, because our souls were also blended, the resentment of the Sakura dragon suddenly disappeared without a trace. I guess it was taken away by your secret method. And at that time, the Dragon King, well, it could be it, or it could be other true lords who use the power of the Dragon King, who happen to cast their eyes here. Chapter 422 Feng Wan wakes up. The Dragon King cast his gaze? No, it shouldn't be. Even evil gods like Blood Moon and Black Sun can hardly spy on Daksha and transmit power through the Zhaoshan star array, not to mention the existence of the Dragon King, which is only similar to the evil god. I'm afraid that just as King Gayan guessed, it was the true lord who can also use the power of the Dragon King, and has a certain say in the source of the Dragon King's blessing sutra who helped her rebuild the foundation. Who could it be? It shouldn't be the Shengsa, an ancestor of the Zheng family, otherwise after discovering that the foundation of his family has been destroyed, he would immediately investigate Zheng King Gayan, and her identity as an incarnation would probably not be hidden. Then, King Gayan and I are now facing the thundering wrath of the true lord. And apart from the Zheng family, the only one who can steal the power of the Dragon King is the temple priest of the Dragon King temple. Zhao Chen said carefully. The temple keeper acts at will, with no rules to follow. He just told me many secrets inexplicably at the dragon locking pond, so it doesn't make sense that he would help King Gayan now. I guess so, but I can't be sure. Zheng King Gayan nodded slightly and continued, but there's nothing to worry about. All the direct descendants of my Zheng family must practice the Thunder Jade Pivot Forgiveness Treasure Repentance. With the Thunder Jade Pivot Forgiveness of Taixio, Taoist master of the Taoxanman, even the Dragon King would find it difficult to completely corrupt me with just his skills, let alone that King Gayan. She paused here, then said, in addition, I received news that Liao Zuan, the Dangshan sword of the Giant Jet, has entered the capital to investigate the crime of Gao Liu, the Golden Pass investigator of the Taoguan office, for letting King Gayan enter Shu privately. Although the memorial has been kept by His Majesty, King Gayan won't be able to enter Daksha for a short time. The full name of Golden Gate Inspector is Zhaoshan Golden Gate Immortal Inspector and co-judge of the Evil Courtyard, and is a Taoist official of the 3rd rank. That Lord Gao Liu is also a real body of the 2nd realm of Dangshan with real insight. Speaking of which, in the Taoist official system, the highest rank that really manages things is only the 3rd rank. Above the 3rd rank, there are positions such as Heavenly Master and National Master, but those beings are elusive, and it is common for them not to show up for hundreds of years. Giant Jet is pretty quick. I just don't know if they have found out about the so-called Heavenly Court organization. Zhao Chen saw that Zheng King Gayan knew what was going on, so he didn't worry too much. After all, Qi Fimeng's origin was even more mysterious than his own, and he might not really be afraid of the temple keeper. It's highly likely that there isn't. At least this name hasn't appeared in my Zheng family's intelligence network. Zheng King Gayan shook her head lightly and did not discuss this topic anymore. Instead, she turned her head and looked in the direction of the bedroom door. Then, the corners of her mouth curled up slightly, but then quickly retracted, and she seemed to be in a very good mood. At this moment, the bedroom door was opened a small gap, and then a black shadow rushed in from outside and jumped onto Zhao Chen's shoulder in the blink of an eye. That was Gong Yun, who was trapped in Zheng King Gayan's bubble maze for a night, but she had turned back into a little black cat at this time. She was staring at Zheng King Gayan unhappily and complaining to Zhao Chen. After listening to Gong Yun's accusation with the help of the mother-child concentric card, Zhao Chen looked at Zheng King Gayan speechlessly and said, "So you locked her up? Is it necessary?" Zheng King Gayan glanced at him and said, "If you don't lock her up, do you still want the two of you to be together?" The two of them together. Gong Yun, who was in black cat mode, was stunned for a moment, and then noticed the completely destroyed furniture in the bedroom, as well as the unique smell left everywhere. She immediately guessed what Zheng Qingyuan and Zhao Chen did last night. She has been a female knight in Emmonan for so many years and has wiped out many horse bandit nests. She has seen many similar scenes. But the scene where everything in the whole room was turned into powder, leaving only the bed, is also unique. Gong Yun made a tsk sound and wanted to meow yin and yang, but after opening her mouth, she didn't say anything in the end. With the admiration of the Zheng family's eldest daughter for Zhao Chen, this kind of thing should have happened a long time ago, and she had expected it, but now that it has become a fact, Gong Yun suddenly felt a little uncomfortable in her heart for some reason. This feeling, is it jealousy? It shouldn't be. Could it be that I have a good impression of Brother Chen after being ridden by him a few times? Or am I used to being stroked by him and I have a faint desire to possess him in my heart? Gong Yun analyzed her own heart while letting Zhao Chen stroke the hair on her back, and her voices naturally could not escape the betrayal of the mother-child card and were faithfully transmitted to Zhao Chen's mind. This surprised him, and he had some unbearable expectations in his heart, i.e., the gate of Yuanzhong Mountain. Baking Shu, who looked like a little girl of 13 or 14 years old, had been fighting with her old enemy, the owner of Ling Castle, Chu Rangrong, for a whole night. Although both sides were extremely restrained and suppressed the power of their magical powers to avoid making a big noise and attracting other enemies, they still used all their means, and every move was aimed at the vital points of the other party. However, the two of them have been competitors since they were ordered to join the Thieves' Gate more than 300 years ago. Even if they later discovered that they were both undercovers, they could not improve their relationship and were still hostile to each other, so they were very familiar with each other's means, and it was difficult to tell the winner. At least this night's effort could not determine the winner. However, at this time, the seal set up by the evil demon Mahoraga of Xingjiang Temple could no longer withstand the aftermath of the fight between the two of them. The barrier, which had already been cracked due to insufficient strength, immediately had a gap. Seeing this scene, both the young-looking Baking Shu and the plump Chu Rangrang stopped immediately and instantly turned into escape light, scrambling to drill into the gap. They fought all night, and although they had the intention to kill each other, they were also tacitly using the aftermath of magic to wear down the seal barrier. In this way, their intentions would be more concealed to avoid being calculated by others. But not long after the two entered the gap, another sword light flew over and shot into the gap before it was repaired and closed. At the same time, Hu Tu, a true disciple of Yuan sect, who had been drinking from a wine pot early in the morning, suddenly looked in the direction of the back mountain of his home. He frowned, his face rarely became serious, and murmured, "The sword light just now seemed to be the aura of the eldest senior brother. But it doesn't seem right. How can the eldest senior brother be so strong?" Human, Gendio Martial Arts Hall. Feng Kang, who was doing morning exercises, felt a little uneasy and difficult to concentrate, but he couldn't find the reason. He thought about it, put away the axe in his hand, and planned to talk to Alan, the housekeeper of the martial arts hall. He has found that, although this western devil looks strange, he has a wide range of knowledge, and may know something. As for why he didn't go to find his own junior brother Zhao, didn't you see that the other party and Fairy Zheng haven't come out yet? He didn't want to offend that. Zhao Chen, who was criticized by him, did not do anything in broad daylight as he thought, but was really doing business. He stood by the bed and waved his hand gently, and a woman in a plain skirt appeared on the bed. This woman looked to be in her early 20s, with distant mountain eyebrows, hanging gallbladder nose, and elegant as a fairy. She was Feng Wan, the snow eagle sword of the 7 heroes of the South Desert. As soon as this female hero Feng appeared, her breath decayed at a very fast speed, as if she would die in the next second. But Gong Yun, who was also on the bed and had turned back into a human form, quickly fed her a pill with a wisp of mist on the surface that had been prepared. This pill was naturally the healing medicine King Di Run Wu pill collected by Ming Hangaiu. There were originally 3 pills of this pill. One was used to save Ming Hangaiu's life, and the other 2 were generously given to Zhao Chen by the princess. After all, with Zhao Chen, the human-shaped pill, Ming Hangaiu no longer needed this pill that cost a lot of money to refine. The main effect of King Di Run Wu pill is to treat injuries to the soul and body, and removing pollution is only a secondary effect. It is actually not suitable for Ming Han Gaiu, but her life is hanging by a thread. Feng Wan, who could only rely on Zhao Chen to use Xingcha to save her life, needs it more. As soon as this healing medicine entered her throat, Feng Wan's face improved visibly. Although it was still pale, it was much better than the feeling of being dead before. Zhao Chen also stretched out his hand and placed it on Feng Wan, circulating his ki to help her absorb the medicinal power of the pill. After a long time, Zhao Chen finished his work normally, exhaled a breath of turbid air and said, her injuries have stabilized, but it will probably take several months to fully recover. Or someone can use a healing magical power to help her recuperate. Meng Zulin can actually do this job. Her Senluo Wang Xiang can simulate a variety of magical powers, including recovery ones. But Zhao Chen will not directly order her to do this. Even if Meng Zuling doesn't mind, it is better to wait until Feng Wan wakes up and ask her to do it in person. In Zhao Chen's eyes, Meng Zuling is indeed a person, rather than a tool. Gong Yun looked at her seventh sister's peaceful sleeping face and hesitantly asked, Wana, will she be taken back by you, Brother Chen, like before? I have already helped her redeem herself, otherwise the medicine she took would have no effect at all. Zhao Chen muttered in his heart, but shook his head and said, no, she is free. It is impossible to say that she is completely free. After all, it was Zhao Chen who spent star coins to redeem her from the Star Chariot. Even if there was an agreement in advance, most of her ownership is actually still in Zhao Chen's hands. But as long as Feng Wan doesn't have any bad intentions towards Zhao Chen is too lazy to use this to control her. After all, at this point, a cultivator in the Mana realm without much background can hardly provide any major help to Zhao Chen. The reason why he spent so much effort to save her is, firstly, to look after the face of the little black cat, and secondly, this female hero Feng is the breeder of the lust seed, which involves the transaction with Ma Guangliang. Hearing this, Gong Yun breathed a sigh of relief, and then asked again, when will she wake up? Zhao Chen recalled the situation that his true ki had just detected, and replied, if nothing unexpected happens, she should wake up tonight, just in time for Ma Guangliang's visit. In a side room of the Golden Art Martial Arts Hall, Alan, who dyed his blonde hair black and tried to be inconspicuous, faced Feng Kang's question, thought for a while, and then said uncertainly, according to your description, it was a typical spur of the moment. In our Western world, it is also called revelation of fate. Hearing this, Feng Kang was a little unconvinced and asked in surprise, a whim. Isn't this an initial ability that only magic monks who have cultivated spiritual consciousness have? Alan shook his head and said, even the spur of the moment of the Gangsha and Shentang monks are not very reliable, or it is difficult to interpret useful information, and mistakes are often made. Only when you become a Dangsha and real person can you truly interpret part of the meaning of spur of the moment, and take prevention before certain things happen. Feng Kang said with a bewildered look on his face, yes. Then what does this have to do with me, a refining orifice monk? Those with special blood among the refining orifice monks can also sense when something related to their blood is born, or when it has a greater impact and disturbs the river of destiny. You should have had similar feelings before you were pulled into the weird domain when you passed by the ruins of Loyal City. As a member of a warlock family, Alan is professional in the study of blood. Didn't my junior brother say that I was a descendant of the evil cult family that believed in both the red moon and the black sun? Could it be that someone in this family has caused a big mess again? Feng Kang muttered a few words and didn't pursue it any further. After all, he was now in the martial arts hall in the city of Human County. If anything really happened, there would be those monks with magical powers to take care of it, and it would be none of his business. However, after he thanked Alan and said goodbye and left, he called a martial arts hall disciple to invite the shopkeeper Lin Ruxiang over. In his heart, even if something really happened, the martial arts hall was the safest place nearby. After all, there were several female cultivators surrounding his junior brother with magical powers. Feng Wan suddenly turned over and sat up, gasping for breath. She had a nightmare. She dreamed that she discovered the transaction between her ancestor and the evil demon organization, and was seriously injured by her ancestor, and sold to the demon as a slave. She was already in a dying state at that time, and it was only because of the demon lamp that controlled her, that she barely did not die immediately. But soon, the demon was dealt with by a young man next to the fifth sister, and the young man took the opportunity to make a contract with her, making her temporarily his property, and allowing him to drive her for a period of time, in order to save her life. The other party promised to set her free, after finding a way to treat her injuries. Of course, the medical expenses had to be paid off by her work. Feng Wan was already in a daze at the time, and had no other choice but to agree to the contract. Then, she didn't remember anything, only vaguely aware that she had entered a place full of fog. What a real dream. This dream was so clear that she trembled all over after waking up. But the next moment, she was held in someone's arms, and before she could figure out the situation, a familiar voice came over. Seventh sister, you finally woke up. Chapter 423, Ripening Method. This voice. Fifth sister? Feng Wan turned her head subconsciously and saw Gong Yun wearing only a thin layer of clothes. No, that can't even be called clothes. It looks like she is just wrapped in a bedsheet. What she didn't know was that Gong Yun had just changed from a black cat to a human form when he noticed that she had woken up, and in a hurry, he had to make do with it. Wanna, are you still uncomfortable? At this time, Gong Yun spoke again and asked with concern. Feng Wan didn't understand her situation at all. Her brain seemed to be a mess, and she said woodenly, no, that's good. Brother Chen said that, although your life is saved, your meridians, Danshan, and Sea of Consciousness are all severely damaged. You can't use your energy in a short time. Remember not to try it easily. Gong Yun recalled Zhao Chen's words and reminded again. Injured? I was seriously injured? Wasn't the previous one a dream? Was I really injured by the ancestor and sold to the people of all stars? Feng Wan finally regained her ability to think and subconsciously wanted to use her magic power, but after thinking of her fifth sister's words, she stopped herself and turned to reflect her inner palace with her soul consciousness. But she failed and instead felt a sharp pain in her temple. Is this that my spiritual consciousness can no longer be used? Feng Wan's heart sank, and she had a more intuitive understanding of her injuries. She thought about it and turned to visualization and concentration, using the most basic inner vision method that can be mastered in the body training stage to check. But it doesn't matter if you don't look, but when you look, Feng Wan was stunned. Not to mention that almost all the meridians in her body had atrophied, and her inner world is almost completely destroyed. All her organs have lost their vitality in the freeze, and she doesn't look alive at all. Even the spiritual platform that communicates with the world is in a paralyzed state. Feng Wan stared blankly at Gong Yun in front of her, and asked blankly, Fifth sister, why am I still alive? With such an injury, even a cultivator at the Gangsha level can't survive, right? You were indeed doomed at that time, but you were lucky enough to get help from a nobleman, who saved you with a precious elixir. As she spoke, Gong Yun remembered what Zhao Chen had said before, and asked hesitantly, Chen Jia said that he had made a contract with you. You should know the whole story, right? Contracted. Feng Wan muttered the word, and her memory gradually became clear. She then opened her eyes wide and blurted out, so that wasn't the hallucination before I died? That voice came from the Chen Jia you mentioned, fifth sister? Who is he? She has recalled it, and vaguely remembered that she sold herself again when she was completely desperate. Brother Chen, well, you should call him Master Chen. He is a man with a very mysterious background. Although his apparent strength is not strong, he can run rampant in the strange domain, and can even control the weirdness for his own use. Having said that, Gong Yun found that her tone seemed to unconsciously carry a bit of pride. She coughed quickly and turned to warn. So, you must maintain a certain more of him. You can't look down on him just because he is not at a high level and he is relatively young. In addition, no matter what you promised him at the beginning, you must fulfill it seriously, otherwise the outcome will be unpredictable. Feng Wan was also knowledgeable and well informed. She naturally heard from Gong Yun's words that her relationship with Master Chen did not seem to be simple, so she looked at her fifth sister strangely. It was the first time she heard the fifth sister mention a young master in such a tone, and the fifth sister was dressed like this. However, with business at hand, Feng Wan temporarily put aside her hidden gossip thoughts and spoke carefully. Since that young master Chen saved me with such a precious treasure pill, I will not be disrespectful to my savior. But I remember that I promised to work for him to repay his life-saving grace. But I'm in this state now. Feng Wan shook her head in frustration. She felt that she might not be able to get out of bed within half a year, and even if she could barely recover the ability to move normally after half a year, her kung fu would be wasted, and it would be difficult for her to exert her strength. What's the use of being like this? As if seeing through the seventh sister's thoughts, Gong Yun smiled and comforted her. Don't worry, the medicinal power of that treasure pill is still taking effect. Brother Chen said that you will be cured in 3 to 5 months. Fifth sister, look at the way you talk about that young master Chen. Besides, you really believe in him. Feng Wan became more and more curious about the young master Chen whom she had never met, but on the surface she was relieved and smiled. That's good. That's good. She murmured a few words, and her originally decadent spirit finally cheered up again. In fact, it can be recovered faster. But I have to make friends with the woman named Mingzhu. Gong Yun said, after hesitating for a while. Mingzhu? Who is that? A doctor? Feng Wan asked. If she could recover her strength faster, she naturally didn't want to stay in bed for 3 or 5 months. That's a master of magical powers, who has magical powers such as healing and recovery, and she is also Brother Chen's maid. Gong Yun paused, and then added in a low voice, me too. In fact, according to the arrangement of the master, she is actually the other party's mount. But even if Gong Yun had already been taught shameless by the spirit of the blessed land, she was unwilling to tell her seventh sister about this identity. Maid. A master of magical powers as a maid. That Master Chen is indeed as the fifth sister said, he has a very important background. Besides, the fifth sister turned out to be just the maid of that Master Chen, I thought. Feng Wan was shocked, and an expression of disbelief naturally appeared on her face. At the same time, she could hardly imagine how sad the fourth brother would be after hearing the news. The fifth sister would rather be a maid for someone else than choose the fourth brother. Feng Wan, who silently shed a handful of sympathetic tears for Lu Xixia, thought quickly and understood the meaning of Gong Yun's words. Her fifth sister and that Mingzhu are both the maids of Master Chen, and they are in a competitive relationship, so she doesn't want to ask the other party for help. It seems that the fifth sister's attitude towards that Master Chen is indeed different. She never cared about her face before, and Feng Wan didn't want to embarrass Gong Yun, so she changed the subject directly. Fifth sister, can you tell me about Master Chen? In addition, what might he ask me to do? In fact, Gong Yun was not in any trouble. She did not ask Mingzhu Ling for help, because she could not come up with anything that could impress him, and she did not know what kind of person Mingzhu Ling was, and was afraid that she would anger the master of supernatural powers. Feng Wan had completely misunderstood. Gong Yun, who did not know that she had changed her image in the heart of her seventh sister, thought for a while and replied, what kind of person is Chen Jie? You still need to judge for yourself. I can only tell you some things he has done for your reference. However, there is indeed one thing he wants you to do right now. What is it? Feng Wan asked curiously. Ripen the seeds of lust hidden in your soul and separate them out. As she said that, Gong Yun stretched out her finger and touched Feng Wan's brow, revealing an illusory seed shining pink. In the hall and the front yard of the Golden Art Martial Arts Hall, Zhao Chen sat in the main seat, with Mingzhu Ling and Zheng Qingyuan on his left and right, looking at Ma Guanglian who came to visit again. Or in other words, Ma Guanglian's Yun clone. However, Ma Guanglian's sight was not on Zhao Chen at this time, but on Mingzhu Ling, who was beautiful. When he knocked on Zhao Chen's door last night to ask for an audience, he had actually seen her before, but he didn't care, thinking that Zhao Chen had just taken in a new beautiful maid. But after returning, Ma Guanglian suddenly had an impulse to divine, and was shocked to find that the so-called maid was actually Duan Mingsu. The news that Duan Mingsu fell into the historical fog was currently known only to Mingzhu Ling and Zhao Chen. The former even directly disguised the other party's identity in order to show that Duan Mingsu still existed, so as to avoid suspicion from the attacked Mr. Gu. It's no wonder that he couldn't recognize his childhood friend. After all, Duan Mingsu had never shown her true face since she was promoted to divine power. She was always controlling the puppet to act, and no one knew where her real body was. Ma Guanglian knew that Duan Mingsu had come to Ganzhou to find him because of his elder brother Ma Guangming, but he never expected that she would still stay in Zhao Chen's mansion, and it seemed that she was subdued by him. What is the origin of this Zhao Chen? Could he really be the reincarnation of a certain happy Buddha or happy Bodhisattva? No wonder this woman only spoke coldly to me yesterday after seeing me, and did not directly shout for war and killing. It seems that she really has no feelings for my elder brother. When Ma Guanglian was muttering secretly, his heart suddenly moved, because the breath of the seed of lust happened to come from the backyard. When he wanted to use his spiritual sense to carefully explore, he was blocked by the formation. At this time, Zhao Chen asked with a smile, "Did you notice the breath just now?" Ma Guanglian nodded and said, "It is indeed the seed of lust that I planted in the seventh sister, but it is still very weak, obviously not mature yet. This is my sincerity. I will naturally find a way to make it mature later." Zhao Chen chuckled and looked at Ma Guanglian and said, "Now, it's your turn to show your sincerity in the transaction, right?" Ma Guanglian was silent for a few seconds and took out the golden staff, which was made up of 7 snake-shaped carvings, and each snake's mouth was cast with a different color of gemstone. He hesitated and said, "I know you want clues about the prototype of this staff. I can only tell you, now that the psychic magic weapon is in a secret place in Yangzhou. It is very dangerous there. I didn't really die in it, because I only entered with my clone, and I also saw the true face of the psychic magic weapon. As for where the secret realm is exactly, I will tell you, after I get the seed of lust. At that time, I can give you the staff as well, and let you divine its source, and confirm the truth of the information I gave you. Yangzhou. I remember that the remains of the Kunlun Kaianghua sect will also be unearthed in Yangzhou in half a year, right?" After the spirit of Cheyenne Blessed Land learned the news, it asked the little black cat to spread the news everywhere, to muddy the waters, to prevent the Flower God sect from monopolizing all the benefits. It seems that after the Red Gold Mountain incident is over, we may really have to go to Yangzhou. Zhao Chen thought about it, approved the conditions proposed by Ma Guangliang, and summoned the 16 golden Star Libra sword to sign a contract with it. After both parties signed, Ma Guanglian breathed a sigh of relief, and then revealed some more information. Speaking of which, that secret realm is also quite interesting. It is a market that can regularly summon specific people to enter to complete transactions. Of course, the distance cannot be too far. Only within the scope of Yangzhou can one enter. I was once one of the traders, but unfortunately, I was wiped out after I spied on its true body. After a brief introduction, Ma Guanglian refused to say more and only agreed to explain in detail after getting the seed of lust in 2 weeks. 2 weeks later, then pray that I'm still alive. After all, the special mission of Chijin Mountain must be over by then. After Ma Guanglian left, Zhao Chen complained in his heart, then looked at Ming Zuling beside him and asked, "How is it? Can you find his true body?" Ming Zuling shook his head and said, "No, someone powerful is covering it up. With my calculation attainments, even if I use the cause and effect between him and Duan Mingsu, I can't calculate any useful information. Forget it. This kind of reincarnated real person with extraordinary background has many means, and coupled with the relationship with the Sima family, it is indeed not something we can deal with now." Zhao Chen sighed slightly, and no longer had any unrealistic fantasies. In the bedroom, Feng Wan listened to Gong Yun's account of the transaction between Master Chen and Ma Guangliang, and said in a low mood, "So the second brother has been using us from the very beginning?" "Yes. He is a reincarnated real person, and he swore brotherhood with us, just to collect the so-called 7 deadly sins, and obtain the gift of the devil." Gong Yun was also a little melancholy when she spoke. When she and several brothers and sisters swore brotherhood as the 7 heroes of Emonan, she gave her heart, and the 7 of them did have a past of mutual trust and revenge. Unfortunately, everything can't go back. The 7 heroes of Emonan are now in name only. Even a small half of them have become Master Chen's men. After a long time, Feng Wan sorted out her emotions and asked softly, I don't know how to ripen the seed of lust? Hearing this, Gong Yan came back to his senses and looked at Feng Wan's face for a long time with a half smile until the latter felt a little uncomfortable. Then he said, just keep providing the thought of lust. Just like my seed of laziness, it quickly germinated and grew in my constant procrastination and laziness. Feng Wan was stunned and then stammered, but I don't have any thoughts of lust? Then Ma Guanglian would not plant seeds without a purpose. My laziness, eldest brother's jealousy, third brother's arrogance, fourth brother's rage, sixth brother's gluttony all took shape quickly, so he must have judged that you, well, and as far as I know, you have read a lot of those unhealthy magazines and photo stones in private. Chapter 424, Mission Returns. Although Feng Wan has an elegant temperament, she is actually a girl with a somewhat wild personality. However, she is good at disguising herself, and only Gong Yan, who has the eye that sees through delusion, can see through her secrets. In Gong Yan's words, Feng Wan has a sexiness that is restrained but elegant. After hearing what the fifth sister said, Feng Wan's originally pale face suddenly turned red. If she had not been seriously injured and had no strength in her body, she would definitely cover Gong Yan's mouth. Unfortunately, she can't even raise her arms now. How do you know I have? No, I have never seen any magazines or photo stones. Fifth sister, don't talk nonsense. Feng Wan made her last struggle. Gong Yan looked at her with pity, then took out a storage bag and shook it in front of Feng Wan, curling her lips and said, you won't forget that you didn't have time to deal with the things you carried with you after you fell into the hands of the Star Club, right? After Chen Zhena captured Zenwei, the owner of King Guan Tower, he naturally retrieved your storage bag from him and then handed it to me. Don't say you don't recognize it. As she said that, she pretended to take out several special objects from it. With the ironclad evidence hanging like a mountain, Feng Wan couldn't deny it and quickly spoke up to stop the other party's action. Don't. Then, she used all her strength to say intermittently, I admit, that's just a little hobby of mine. Just after she finished saying this, she leaned back and closed her eyes sadly. She felt that the pure and elegant self in front of outsiders had died. Even though she often lost face in various tasks assigned by her master, Gong Yan still had a great interest in watching other people die socially. She stopped what she was doing and teased, I thought you had to continue to be stubborn and say that it was the owner of King Guan Tower who framed you. What's the use of being stubborn? Those things are in your hands. You can use them as a medium to deduce and everything will be clear. How can you deny it? Feng Wan turned her head away and said in self-abandonment, forget it, only you, the fifth sister, know about it. It's actually nothing. Chen Zhena must know about it, otherwise he would not have made a deal with Ma Guanglian. And if he knew it, it would mean that all his beauties knew about it. Gong Yan glanced at the seventh sister who seemed to have lost all hope in life and did not tell her the more cruel fact. After a long while, seeing that Feng Wan had recovered from her shame, Gong Yan handed her the storage bag and said with a smile, well, your fifth sister has done many more embarrassing things than this, so what's your little hobby? Well, since you can't move now anyway, you might as well take a look at these magazines and photo stones to relieve your boredom, and by the way, produce some lustful thoughts to catalyze the seeds. I almost forgot to say, I bought you the latest issues of the magazine. As for the photo stone, I don't have any channels yet. Before she finished her words, she was interrupted by Feng Wan fifth sister. She raised her voice, I understand. You go and do your own thing first. I'm tired. Let me be alone for a while. Seeing that she was indeed very exhausted, Gong Yan stopped teasing her and just nodded and said, you should have a good rest tonight. I should come to see you early tomorrow morning and help you refine the medicinal power of that precious pill. After the words were spoken, a bedsheet floated to the ground along with the rising of green smoke. Gong Yan, who turned into a black cat, jumped out of it, waved his claws at Feng Wan, and then jumped out of the window. Feng Wan, who had long known that the fifth sister had the shaper shifting technique, was not surprised by this. Her eyes were fixed on the storage bag at this time, and she wished that she would destroy it, even if her injuries worsened. But after a long time, she sighed heavily and gave up the idea in her mind. First of all, it was not worth it to let herself get seriously injured again for such a thing. Secondly, she was a person who valued her promises. Even if the fifth sister did not remind her, she would not violate the contract she signed. Naturally, she would try her best to ripen the seed planted by Ma Guanglian in her soul. Thirdly, that was her collection for many years, and she really couldn't bear to part with it. It was another early morning. After Zhao Chen woke up, he looked at Zheng Qingyuan, who was lying on his shoulder, entangled with him, as if to merge with him. He felt a spring scene, which was beautiful beyond words. Although Zheng Qingyuan had warned him yesterday that he should not be too greedy for double cultivation, or it would be too much, this did not prevent him from being fond of it as a young boy. It is not necessary to use the double cultivation technique, right? Zheng Qingyuan was a little resistant to this kind of thing at first, but soon she gave in and let him have his way. Although Zhao Chen still hasn't figured out whether Zheng Qingyuan is sincere to him or has other purposes. Fei Meng's mind is really hard to guess. After sighing in his heart, Zhao Chen carefully moved Qingyuan's jade arm away and then sat up. At this time, Zheng Qingyuan also opened her eyes. After she glanced at Zhao Chen in a daze, she directly cast an evil dragon immortal body on herself, restoring her state to the state before she went to bed yesterday, and even her clothes were back on her body. The first grade great supernatural power is used to do this kind of thing every day, and there is no one else but you, right? Zhao Chen complained when he saw this, and at the same time he was very envious of Zheng Qingyuan's ability. His waist was still aching slightly. After all, he did not use a dual cultivation technique last night, and he was at a disadvantage in front of a cultivator with supernatural powers. Zheng Qingyuan had nothing to be embarrassed about. She jumped out of bed, waved to open the window, and said expressionlessly, "Supernatural powers are meant to be used. Why do you care what grade they are? Other true lords can grow crops in their own caves, so what's wrong with me using them to restore my physical condition?" She paused here, then turned to look at Zhao Chen, and said, "But don't come again tonight. Tomorrow you will enter the Wu'ai cave to carry out the second stage of the mission. It is better to keep your body in the best condition. Of course, I'm not a sex-hungry ghost." Zhao Chen nodded, and after getting dressed, he prepared to go for morning exercises. At this time, a small black cat came in from the open window, and with a jump, jumped onto Zhao Chen's shoulder. "How can you, the patron of happy bodhisattva, not be lustful? If you were Ma Guanglian's sworn brother, the seeds of lust would have blossomed overnight." Zheng Qingyuan rolled her eyes at him, and without saying anything more, she opened the door and walked out. Zhao Chen brought the little black cat to the small garden, and after practicing a few sword techniques, he began to play the song he had been thinking about recently. After obtaining many music techniques from Minghan Gaiyu, Zhao Chen made another breakthrough in his piano skills. He has begun to practice his ideas, combining the characteristics of psychological therapy and 5 immortal spiritual ki, and using this as a foundation to create a song that can perfectly reflect the effects of both. Unfortunately, although his talent in music is not low, it has not reached the level of a peerless genius. He has already felt the bottleneck after only creating a beginning. Maybe, after the Star Chariot is upgraded, I can buy other people's talents, just like my current talent in music comes from the original owner's mortgage. As his thoughts turned, Zhao Chen put away the guqin, and then stroked the little black cat that was already immersed in the music to wake it up, and then went with her to the guest room where Feng Wan lived. Speaking of which, after Zhao Ruan and Zhao Fu left, the martial arts hall's guest rooms were not as tight as before, but the expansion was still imminent. Fortunately, after the exhibition of the specialty of Wu'ai Dangshan, the martial arts hall had a lot of working capital in its account, and Lin Ruxiang had already negotiated a transfer contract with 2 families around, and was just waiting to start construction. Zhao Chen naturally didn't need to worry about these trivial matters, so they turned around in his mind, and were completely thrown away by Zhao Chen, and then he pushed open the door of Feng Wan's room. The next moment, he saw the snow eagle sword leaning against the bedside, quickly stuffing a stone emitting a light curtain into the quilt. Why do I feel like a parent discovering that his child is secretly reading a pornographic book? Zhao Chen complained in his heart, but on the surface he looked at Feng Wan, who was holding an elegant temperament. The scene was quite awkward. Fortunately, at this time, Gongyun changed back to human form from the state of a little black cat, and then calmly took out a simple piece of clothing and put it on, which eased the atmosphere. This is Brother Chen. You can just call him Master Chen. Gongyun smiled and introduced her to her 7th sister. Fengwan was shocked that the 5th sister was so natural to put on clothes in front of a man, and then she looked at Zhao Chen and found that he was a very handsome young man. This should be the type that the 5th sister likes. She seems to have always liked this kind of young face. However, it is unreliable for a cultivator to judge age by appearance, so Fengwan did not despise him at all. Instead, she said solemnly, "Please forgive Fengwan for not changing her actions and not being able to thank Master Chen for saving her life." Zhao Chen waved his hand and smiled. "You're welcome. There is a contract between you and me. It is my duty to save you. Please rest assured, Master. In the next few years, Fengwan will definitely let you drive her." Fengwan said seriously. She was really full of gratitude for this young man with a mysterious origin in the mouth of the 5th sister. After all, from what she had learned before, he not only saved herself, but also protected Gongyun. Fengwan's mother had been killed by her own ancestor, and now the only people she was close to were these sworn brothers and sisters. After the two of them exchanged a few polite words, Zhao Chen stopped talking and began to help Fengwan refine the medicinal power with his true ki. After a moment, Zhao Chen, who had retracted his true energy, spoke carefully. "Your family's supreme elder Feng King is probably still in Dunhuang. She doesn't know that you are out of danger, and before completing the transaction with Ma Guangliang, your former second brother should not reveal it. But it may not be the case after that. So, after you recover from your injuries, it's best to change your identity to cover it up." Speaking of which, the things that Fengwan discovered were actually nothing for a Dongsuan real person. After all, there was no evidence, and the Taoist office would not punish a real person for this. Logically speaking, Feng King should not have been so cruel. In addition to selling Fengwan, he also eliminated his mother, who was the head of the family. In this case, either Feng King's cooperation with the Zhangxing Club was not just the Qingyuan Tower incident, and there was a bigger conspiracy later, or there was a problem with Feng King's practice, which caused her temperament to change drastically, and she could not control her own behavior. And no matter which one it was, after learning that Fengwan was not dead, she would most likely come to silence her. Hearing this, Fengwan's mood dropped again. After a while, he nodded and said, "I will pay attention and not bring trouble to you, young master. I'm not afraid of trouble." Zhao Chen waved his hand again. He was telling the truth. After all, he had a lot of troubles, and Feng King was not the only one. Besides, with Zheng Qingyuan by his side, Feng King did not dare to do anything to him. "I'm just reminding you." Hearing this, Fengwan looked up in surprise, met Zhao Chen's sincere eyes, and couldn't help feeling a little absurd. In her heart, the threat of Dongsuan Zenren is an unbearable weight, but the young man in front of her doesn't seem to think that a Zenren is that heavy. Zhao Chen certainly knows the horror of Dongsuan Zenren. It is an existence that can completely invalidate the magical powers of the magical cultivators below the 3rd rank just by suppressing his status. But since he traveled through time, he has seen too many real people and reincarnated real people, and Feng King is even the bottom of the pile. How could he take it seriously? Compared with her, the threat of King Qin is several levels higher. At this time, Gongyun on the side interrupted and said, "I have a good idea about hiding my identity. Why not let Wana dress up as my sister Gongfei?" Gongyun and Gongfei originally played 2 roles, and now it is more appropriate to let Fengwan play one of them. But there is still a lack of magic weapon that can change into the appearance and breath of others. I have to ask Brother Chen to think of a way. Gongyun added with a smile. A magical tool that can change one's appearance and aura. The heavenly demon lineage does have quite a few similar magical powers, and the 3 main sects in the worry-free cave should have them in stock. Zhao Chen nodded thoughtfully, agreeing to his little black cat's request. Fengwan, who was lying on the bed, looked at the expressions and tones of the two when they spoke, and felt that her previous guess was probably correct, and this was definitely not the relationship between a young master and a maid. Is this going to be the sadistic love between a young master and a maid plot in the latest issue of the magazine? Feng Wan appeared calm on the surface, but her heart was faintly excited, and the seed of lust also swelled slightly because of this. It was another new day, in Zhao Chen's bedroom at the Golden Art Martial Arts School. Zheng Qingyan helped Zhao Chen pack up the items he needed, and handed 2 talisman swords she made to Zhao Chen, saying, "This talisman sword seals a Yimu Divine Thunder that I sent out with the Yimu 7 swords, which is difficult to defend against with magical powers below the 3rd rank. One is for you as a trump card, and the other is for Qi Fimeng to defend herself." Zhao Chen took it and nodded. "I'll pass it to Fimeng." As soon as he finished speaking, he heard that voice that was neither male nor female, with no ups and downs. The second stage of the Worry-Free Cave Heaven mission has begun. Chapter 425. Shocking changes in the cave. Wuiao Cave, Liang. This capital of Dalian State, which was prosperous a month ago, and had 5 layers of inner and outer walls, has now become dilapidated. The city is full of broken walls and ruins. Everything is withered, and blue-black corpses can be seen everywhere. Under the scouring of the blood-colored rain, it looks even more desolate. In the once bustling South City district, only 7 tall arenas are still standing there, and most of the restaurants, gambling houses, and tea houses scattered around the arenas have collapsed. Even the few that are still well preserved have become bleak, and no longer have any voices. The market area, which used to be crowded with people, and had many students giving lectures, is no longer noisy at this moment. Only mud mixed with minced meat, bloodstains, and various pickled things remains. It's shocking. Not far from the market area, there are houses that originally belonged to the 2 left-wing sects, the Qingshan Sword Sect and the Zuanhe Sect. Before the shocking incident, the 2 masters, Qingshan Sword Yiling Xiao and Bibo Fairy Yishan, lived here. At this time, in a hidden formation in the house that had not been completely broken, 3 teenagers were hiding. Although their clothes were shabby and full of dirt, the material of their clothes was very expensive, and it was obvious that they had once been of good status. The 3 teenagers hid in the formation, staring motionlessly at a monster that was more than 10 feet long and looked like a cat or a dog. The monster had no fur, and its flesh was completely exposed. It was covered with tumors of various sizes, which looked both terrifying and disgusting. It drooled and circled the yard for several times, as if it was looking for something, but it could not find it. The 3 young men dared not breathe. They knew very well how ferocious this monster was. Many masters of the true Qi realm and the refining acupoint realm were no match for it. They once besieged one with 10 people, and finally killed it after 4 people died, and 3 people were seriously injured. At that time, they still had sharp weapons and talismans to protect themselves. But now, the sharp weapons have long been rolled, and the talismans have been exhausted. The 3 young men just hoped that the monster would leave quickly, but things did not go as they wished. Perhaps the 3 of them left too much breath when they went out to look for food before, and the monster actually walked towards the center of the hidden magic circle little by little. Seeing this, Lin King, the oldest of the 3, was full of despair, but he immediately clenched the broken knife in his hand, and his eyes gradually became firm. He wanted to take the initiative, to attract the attention of the monster and fight for the survival of the 2 younger companions around him. With this thought, he hugged the 2 brothers who were already at a loss with his other hand, and then used King Gang to jump up. At the same time, he swung the broken knife in his hand, and slashed at the back of the monster's neck. Based on previous experience, only that part can be considered the monster's vital point. This knife was resolute, courageous, and unyielding. The momentum reached its peak. It can be said that it was Lin King's strongest attack in his life. He even imitated his idol, the ultimate move of red blood Zhao Chen, and covered the broken knife with a layer of sword energy. But unfortunately, even if Lin King had done his best, there was still a huge gap between him and the disgusting monster in front of him. The opponent was not affected by his momentum at all. He just jumped lightly and dodged the knife. Then he swept with his tail, which could faintly see the white bones, and Lin King flew out and hit the courtyard wall heavily. With just this one blow, Lin King was severely injured. He felt his ribs broken and inserted into his stomach. Then his throat felt sweet, and he spurted blood. The other 2 boys hiding in the magic circle saw this scene and couldn't help but run out of the array regardless of anything. One of them blocked Lin King with a dagger, and the other hurriedly took out a pill. Seeing them, Lin King couldn't help but curse. "Why did you come out? No one would survive this time. Brother King, how can we watch you die for our own lives? What's more, this beast must have discovered our breath, and can't hide it." The boy who fed him the pill wiped his tears and said, "The boy who confronted the monster with a dagger didn't care whether it would attract more monsters, and shouted, 'In this world, what's the difference between dying early and dying late? Anyway, with our strength, we can't escape from the capital. It's better to fight this monster and take it with us before we die." When he spoke, his face was full of ferocious and cruel, and it was obvious that he had been very frustrated in the past few days. After taking the pill, Lin King knew that this was the only way to go, so he stood up and laughed. "Haha. Okay. Then the three of us will fight this beast today." At this point, Lin King suddenly found something wrong, because the fearless monster had not attacked them yet, and there was fear in its eyes when it looked at the three of them. Fear? This thing is far more powerful than us. Why would we be afraid? Just as surprise, confusion and other emotions surged into Lin King's heart, a red light like fire and thunder suddenly passed over his head and hit the monster's body at a very fast speed. In an instant, a pillar of fire rose up, and the monster was all on fire and wailed. It kept rolling around, trying to extinguish the flames on its body, but it was useless. After just 2 breaths, this terrible monster turned into ashes, and was brought to the ground by the bloody rain, and merged into the soil. The 3 teenagers, including Lin King, were in a trance when they saw this scene. The tumor monster that ravaged several nearby blocks, killed countless people, and brought nightmares and despair was burned to ashes by a flame. For some reason, the hearts of the 3 teenagers suddenly became empty. They were not happy about surviving the disaster, but their minds were more blank. Finally, the oldest Lin King regained his thoughts and looked back. Then he saw the figure who had killed the 3 orthodox disciples alone with a sword and a gun, and saw the figure who had made great progress on the Delphi peak of the Imperial Mausoleum, and finally defeated the leader of the Holy Spirit sect, and captured the bull ghost alive red bloodsugar Zhao Chen. Isn't it rumored that he and the Empress never came out after entering the mausoleum? How could he appear here? The scene of more than 10 young men following each other and escorting Mr. Luther Beijing is still vivid in his mind, but now the other party is still as elegant as ever, and there are only 3 of them left. At this time, Zhao Chen was actually confused, and he didn't understand how the once prosperous Liang city could become such a doomsday scene. Speaking of which, after he was sucked into the Bodhisattva portrait, he descended into the Yanfu Hall of the Imperial Palace. But not only was Fei Meng not around again, but the palace had already become a nest of various monsters. Among them, there were no less than 100 monsters at the level of Mana and Gangsha, and there was even one with supernatural power. Zhao Chen relied on the false 5th grade position blessing and the power of the newly acquired supernatural power instrument small 5-element mixed element fire thunder pearl to fight his way out of the palace, and then searched for traces of living people everywhere in the city, and was finally attracted by the noise of Lin King fighting with the monster. He now urgently needs to figure out what happened. Before he entered the mission, he could still sense the existence of the Yinling Saint Konglin, whose ownership was in his hands through the Dairi crossing chariot. But after entering, he lost the trace of the other party, as if the saint had died. Even if he wanted to sell her by force, he couldn't do it. This was the first time that Zhao Chen encountered such a situation, where ownership was snatched from him. Fortunately, although there were corpses everywhere in this huge capital, there were still living people, and it seemed that they were people he knew. Zhao Chen saw that the 3 young men in front of him looked familiar. After carefully identifying them, he said in surprise, "Lin King, Lin Lang, Zhao Chen. It's only been a month since I last saw him. How did the young man who was originally full of vigor and vitality and handsome look like this?" "Hello, sir. Thank you for saving my life." Lin King had reacted at this time and saluted despite the pain. Not to mention the admiration and worship of this red bloodsugar in the past. The other party is now their only hope to survive, so naturally they have to be polite and considerate. The other 2 teenagers also woke up and wanted to bow down. Zhao Chen waved his hand and lifted them up with the borrowed mana. It's not that he felt he shouldn't accept this courtesy, but now is not the right time. because of the red flame flowing fire thunder magic just now. Although the monsters nearby dared not approach, the monster with the magic power level in the palace was rushing here. Zhao Chen frowned. There is a no flying rule in this world. Except for the flying magic, all flying spells have lost their effect. Although he can run faster than the monsters with his 2 legs and rely on the god walking curse, he now has 3 more burdens. He doesn't want to be hung with big men. However, the flying spell cannot be used, but the aircraft driven purely by physics is fine. After all, that thing only needs mana when it is constructed, but not when it flies, so it will not violate the rules prohibited by this world. With this thought, Zhao Chen immediately took out a large amount of metal materials from his storage bag, and then immediately activated the military spell Flying Tiger Eagle learned from Dairi Xingcha. It is quite troublesome for a cultivator to use spells, not to mention the need to pinch the fingers and chant the spells. Some even need to hold a ceremony or set up an altar, but Zhao Chen, who has the blessing of a false position and can use the purple light ring to borrow the mana of others, does not have to go through so much trouble. Although it cannot be cast like the birth spell, the time required for preparation is greatly reduced. After only a dozen seconds, he completed the Flying Tiger Eagle spell and constructed a twin-engine propeller plane with those parts. This is a God Eagle aircraft developed by the military, but because it is not flexible enough, and its speed and mileage cannot be compared with flying spells, it is not practical in action, and can only be used in some specific occasions. But in this cave, where flying spells are forbidden, it is just right. After stuffing a piece of warm sunwood into the engine's power compartment, Zhao Chen asked the 3 already stunned teenagers to climb onto the plane and squeeze into the firepower seat in the back row, while he himself sat in the cockpit and began to taxi and take off. Before the magical monster arrived, Zhao Chen had already driven the plane into the sky and climbed into the clouds. Seeing this, the monster only roared at the sky a few times and then slowly returned to the palace. In fact, it didn't want to provoke Zhao Chen, and it was very satisfied to drive the other party out of its territory. The area of Wu'ai Cave Heaven is similar to that of Ganzhou and Daxia, with only 6 prefectures. So soon after, Zhao Chen and his 4 companions left Zhangzhou Prefecture, which was originally the most prosperous, but now full of monsters, and entered the territory of Xianan Prefecture. When they arrived here, the blood rain falling from the sky finally disappeared. Although the ground was still desolate, there were not many monsters. So Zhao Chen found a flat riverbank to land, and then retracted the spell, turning the aircraft back into a pile of materials. At this time, the sky gradually darkened. Zhao Chen used the unused warm sunwood to start a fire, and then took out the Thai bread he brought with him, toasted it, and handed it to the 3 teenagers. He had long seen that the 3 were very hungry. Smelling the long-lost smell of food, Linking and the other 2 subconsciously swallowed their saliva, and then began to eat voraciously. Don't worry, there's still a lot. Zhao Chen took out some more bread and put it on top of the fire, then asked while toasting, how long has it been since the martial arts competition? Hearing the question suddenly, Linking, who was concentrating on eating, almost choked. He had to lie down by the river and drink a mouthful of water to feel a little relieved. He replied, I haven't counted it exactly, but it should be more than a month. This is about the same as the passage of time outside. Of course, it is also possible that we have entered this time point. Zhao Chen nodded thoughtfully and continued to ask, what happened? How could the capital and Zhangzhou prefecture become a paradise for monsters? I don't know what exactly happened. But after the martial arts competition that day, those of us who went to watch the battle in the martial arts world just returned to the capital, and we saw several masters, including King Shan Sword, Bibo Fairy, Mingjiao Dharma King, and Blood God Sect Master, fleeing back in a panic with their disciples. They didn't stay for too long. They just sent a message to the whole city, asking everyone to leave Zhangzhou prefecture as soon as possible, and then they evacuated in a hurry. Because the Empress and the Grand Empress Dowager did not return, there was chaos in the capital for a while, but it was quickly suppressed by the magical masters. We were like many people in the martial arts world. We relied on our martial arts skills, and did not listen to the advice of the masters. We wanted to stay and wait and see. As a result, it rained blood that night. Ordinary people who got a little bit of it might get a strange disease and eventually turn into a monster without their minds. Well, the Sons of Redemption, on the contrary, were quite resistant to the blood rain, and very few were infected. So at first everyone said that it was the Sons of Redemption taking revenge. The so-called Sons of Redemption are ordinary people who have been killed by the three major sects in the cave heaven for hundreds of years in order to obtain enough materials for cultivation. They are like livestock. The accumulated resentment of these people was used by the evil spirits born by the Empress Dowager to pollute this cave world. However, at the end of the last mission, Zhao Chen and Qi Meng, together with the two remaining real people in the cave heaven, stopped it. Now it seems that, although it was stopped, it doesn't seem to be very successful. End of this chapter. Thank you very much for reaching the end. Don't forget to like. Looking for more exclusive content and immediate access? Subscribe to our Patreon. Remember, every like, subscription, or donation encourages us to continue. Thanks to everyone. See you in the next video.